from their side, Chair. Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you
not
so
sure if I'm
much.
audible, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you so much. I saw a hand there. Mpo Molepo. You're welcome to speak. Please unmute.
Morning. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can
Please
you hear?
proceed.
Okay. My name is Pom Lepo. I'm a member of the Interim Committee 2014. I'm hearing when there's an adoption of the agenda, but I'm just trying to figure out, does everything in this agenda affect even us who are invited guests to this meeting? Or is it your internal meeting and we are part of it? On okay, what basis?
I'm dealing with the apologies, and it
No,
is a meeting
I've
of
raised my
Parliament.
hand. I've raised my hand when there was adoption of the agenda because I was just wondering. I'm here for what? I'm here for the first part of the meeting. Do we leave or are we part of the fence and World Cup and all of that? And that's the question I wanted to raise. I raised my hand when you were asking for adoption of the agenda.
I am dealing with apologies. I've also dealt with the agenda. It's a meeting of the portfolio committee. It is members who are having a meeting with the department. And further to that, the department has communicated to the various entities who is present to attend this meeting. And I think by now you should know why you are in this meeting. The department should have informed you. Honorable Daniels. Please unmute, Honorable Daniels.
I've just unmuted. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. No, I was just confused, but you've partially covered me, Chairperson, about the gentleman who's not sure where he slots in this particular agenda for the day. So the question that came to mind, and please forgive me for asking because I really don't have the answer, is who then extended the invitation to the gentleman? And who gave the link to the gentleman? That is just what I wanted to know. And what role does the person play on this? Because I think the question is relevant also that the gentleman poses, because he's not sure what his role is, because sees the agenda as two items. One is about the World Cup, the second item, and he's not sure. And I think it's out of respect that he's asking his value in this particular meeting pertaining to the two items. So I think I will not just have a go at the gentleman for respectfully asking for clarity on this, Chairperson. I also want to know from my side really who the gentleman is and who invited the gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis. Let me explain the procedure. When the portfolio committee meet with the department, we send an invitation to the department. Then also those affected in the reporting line, including federations, entities, be as it may, are then be invited by the department. As a result, those present in this meeting, I take it for granted, are invited by the portfolio. But I'm going to give the director, Dr. Kumalo, an opportunity to respond. I see a hand.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself, members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and the colleagues. I think, as you have indicated, we were requested by the Portfolio Committee through invitation to invite the stakeholders. The question from Mpo, I believe he just wanted clarity in terms of are they expected to stay throughout this day? And maybe my own response in terms of the correspondence that was forwarded to them is that they are free to go after the first item has actually been deliberated on. They are not necessarily, because they are here for the SIFSA matter, not the matter to do with the World Cup and other such matters. So I believe that's the clarity you are seeking, Chairperson, and I'm hoping that I'm assisting Impo in terms of that.
Thank you. I think that is in order. I see the hand of the Minister, Minister Mackenzie. Morning and welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. The issue that Mpo is raising is the issue that I wanted to come and raise. So I think it's just apt that I come out now. I wanted to raise it later. That we have in the past, when we are asked to bring people or to invite people to the Portfolio Committee, it has always happened through the Secretariat of the Portfolio Committee, through the chairperson. My office has received a mail from Honorable Eugene Mtetwa directing people by name who should be here, who should be there. That's not how we should be working. That's not how we're going to work at the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. There's a secretariat at the Portfolio Committee. We should not do stuff and decide I want to interview this person without it going through the accepted channels that government has put there through the Portfolio Committee. So I think what we are faced with now, the very same problem that employees is facing, because we got a list of people that the Honorable Mjini Tetwa want here, but the Portfolio Committee never sent us that. It was individual members. If this is how we're going to work, Chair, let us know. But this is the same reason why this aggrieved member want to know, why am I here? So you need to give people ample time to prepare and tell them why they're there and not ambush people when they come here. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, just on a point of correction, I'm going to close this issue. I think this is an unnecessary debate. The Portfolio Committee, Parliament for what is worth, can summons anyone to appear before Parliament. The Honorable Mtetwa wrote a letter to myself requesting individuals to be present that may be to the advantage of this committee when it comes to reporting purposes. So the Honorable Mtetwa has correctly so acted within his right, requested via the right channels who should attend or who he would like to attend this meeting. So I'm going to leave it there, honorable members, and ask that we proceed with this meeting. Mr. Molepo represent SIFSA in this particular case. He is at the right meeting, at the right time. So I think he is also welcome, as Dr. Kumalo has said. He is welcome to stay up until after point 1. Honorable Dennis, I see an eager hand of you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I was assuming that you're recognizing me, Chairperson. Thank you so much. I respect that you say that you want to stand down on this particular item. But I think before we stand down, I want to seek your indulgence, Chairperson. Before we commence with this very first item on SIFSA, and your submission made that Honorable Mtetwa has written to you and guided you and nudged you as to who he believes must be present in this meeting. And as you put it, they will bring some assistance to the particular item. I just have one clarity-seeking question to that, Chairperson, and I trust that I will be answered honestly. I want to know, because for a very long time, Mr. Honorable Mtetwa was very passionate about SIFSA, and I can understand that all members of this portfolio committee has got their niche where they've got that extra special interest in certain items within the entire spectrum of the department. But Honorable Mtetwa, I'm just wondering, has Honorable Mtetwa not been directly involved in SIFSA, to whatever extent it might have been? I'm also wondering if Honorable Mtetwa did not at any given time, whenever it might have been, express interest to serve on this entity. And my question then is, if indeed any of my questions I've posed is true, does it not render the honorable member having a conflict of interest in this particular item? And if so, that we will need to debate that, Chairperson.
Honorable Daniels, let me refer back to the operation of this portfolio committee. Members do oversight, and members have the right to go out there and appeal to the chairperson of this portfolio committee to summons entities, individuals to this portfolio committee. That's the first thing. You yourself, as a result, have come to this meeting and asked that we have Karate South Africa to appear before this committee. I allow that. If Honorable Mtetwa have asked individuals to be present in this meeting, it's his prerogative, it is his right. And members are members of parliament and also underwent an oath. Honorable Mtetwa himself will be guilty of not informing this committee that he has any interest or conflict in this particular meeting. This issue has been raised and members of this committee knows this. It has been raised previously with Swimming South Africa and numerous other meetings. So we cannot assume that if a member requests that individuals must appear, that members may have interest or there's a conflict in this particular meeting. So I'm going to proceed with this meeting, and I'm going to ask for further apologies in this regard, and then we are going to deal with introductions. And when we are going to deal with introductions, I will request members and everyone else, if possible, to allow and to put a name to the face, to switch on their video so that everyone can see. Minister, I see you hanging in the air there.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to be clear that you are agreeing that Honorable Mtetwa, that there's no conflict here, because I have to remind you that Honorable Mtetwa was sitting on SIFSA, and the whole SIFSA is being investigated right now. Honorable Mtetwa was not only not only running for the leadership of SIFSA, where he was defeated, but Honorable Mtetwa served in SIFSA. Funds did go to Honorable Mtetwa from SIFSA. So I find it unbelievable that there's no conflict in that matter. Firstly, there were funds that went to Honorable Mtetwa. Secondly, Honorable Mtetwa did run for the leadership of SIFSA. It cannot be that the very same person that is, because we're not investigating certain individuals here, we're investigating SIFSA as a whole.
Can I call for an order, please? Can I call for an order? We can't
What is the point of order, Honorable Mtetwa?
We are still dealing, we are not debating the issues, we are still dealing with the apologies, Chair. Can you follow the agenda that has been adopted? If they have any inputs that they want to do, they must then do those inputs during the meeting. Because we are sitting here, we're sitting with a forensic report. That was proposed by me. That was prompted by me. But when we're supposed to read and to go through the report, now I'm told I'm conflicted. That's nonsense. Sorry to say. Please, can we continue with the meeting, Chair, and have order?
Chair,
Yeah,
There's one.
I'm going,
There's one
Minister, I'm going to
chairperson.
grant that. Let me deal with further apologies.
I was still
And
talking, Chair. I was still
no,
speaking.
there was a point
There was
of
a point
order.
of order.
There was a point of order that we are dealing with apologies, which I rule in favor of. Let me deal with the apologies, and then let me deal with the introductions. Then other issues will then follow what have been raised by the minister.
Can I rise
just
on a
say
point of order,
here, Chair,
Chairperson?
on one thing? Can I just have a point of order on one thing, Chair, also? If we're going to go
Minister,
to...
you
point
were
of
on the
order.
word.
Yes. I'm saying, Honorable Chair, you see, I'm not going to allow a man to tell me I talk nonsense. You see, that one you're never going to get right. If you want us to speak extra, I will talk my language and I will tell you what I think. If you're going to allow a man to tell me I'm talking nonsense, me. You're not telling me this. That one, I'm never going to allow. You're never going to speak to me.
Can I deal? Can I rise?
Can I rise on a point of order, Chairperson?
Chairperson, I've
Just a
risen on a
second.
point of order.
Just a second, Honorable Cabo. Can I deal with the minister's point? Honorable Umtetwa, can you withdraw this in saying that the minister talk nonsense? Can we please respect the decorum of this portfolio committee? Honorable Umtetwa?
Chairperson, listening is a skill. I did not say minister is talking nonsense. I said if we now have to shy away from dealing with the report, that is nonsense. I didn't say the minister is talking nonsense. This point was not only raised by minister, it was raised by Marlon Daniels. I did not directly.
Can I ask?
Can I raise
I'm
a
going
point
to
of
give an
order,
opportunity,
Chair?
Honorable Cabo. Can I ask that the portfolio committee assist in this regard so that I can make a ruling on the next meeting on what Honorable Mtetwa has said? Honorable Cabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me pass my greetings to your good selves and everybody on this platform. I'm calling an order on your good self as the chairperson of this meeting. I would like to plead with you and appeal to your conscience. We have adopted an agenda. Can you please stick to the agenda? You've got all the powers as the chairperson in an event that a person is deviating from the agenda or the item that is before you. You are able to stop that person. Secondly, Chairperson, the reason why I'm calling order on you, especially in terms of the meeting procedures, we are all aware between you and me and everybody in South Africa that there's been an ongoing squabble between the minister and Honorable Mothetwa. And to a large extent, that on its own will reduce this meeting into a battlefield between the two. If they want to entertain their issues, they must meet outside there. Ours today here is to engage on the report from the side of the minister and the department. And we have seen in the past this strategy of creating challenges or problems, especially when we are supposed to deal with issues whereby the department must be clear on its report. So I would like to plead with you, don't fall into that trap, Chairperson. Call people to order, sustain orders if it's relevant, but disregard those orders if they are not relevant. But what I'm pleading from you, don't allow the two honorable members to reduce this meeting to their meetings, because this is not their meeting, it's a meeting of the portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Cabo.
Chairperson, I rose on an order. You ignored me, Chairperson. I would
Honorable
like you to
members,
acknowledge.
I have made a ruling, and I've said that we have dealt with the agenda and the approval of the agenda. We are now going to deal with introductions and apologies. Is there any other apologies? The department? SIFSA?
Chairperson, there are no apologies from the department.
And other stakeholders?
Okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I speak?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Greetings, Chairperson and honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and leaders of CIFSA. My name is Joy Mbewana, the president of CIFSA. We only have one apology. Our TG Mangaliso Mchula is not well, so he won't be able to attend. And two of my leaders are also waiting on the lobby. Can they be allowed in? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Portfolio members? If none, I'm now going to call upon members of Parliament, followed by professional staff members to introduce themselves. I'm allowing you to go randomly. You are welcome to do so. My name is Joe Maglua. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Sports, Arts and Culture. Honorable
Thank you
Khama.
very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Kaolatli, the surname is Thabo, and I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Gia Potgieter, also a member of this committee.
Honorable Tetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, members, honorable members. Good morning, Minister and the department, staff of the department. My name is Eugene Mtetwa, a member of this portfolio committee representing the EFF, unapologetically so. Thanks, Chair.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gift Mutaung. Good morning to everyone. Hopefully we'll have a good and a successful meeting today. I submit.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Minister, my colleagues, everybody present in the meeting. Chair, I'm sorry, I won't be able to open my video. I'm in a bad space here. My name is from Mpumalanga Province, deployed by the African National Congress. Thank you.
Thank you. I was hoping it's not my signal. Honorable Malatsani.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, Minister and Deputy Minister, the DSEC staff, our professional staff from Parliament, members of CIFSA. My name is Honorable Matsolo Molotani. I'm the member of this portfolio committee all the way from Free State. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Malatsani. Next.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister and the Deputy Minister. My name is Inati Mbio. I'm the portfolio member of this committee representing the ANC. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues, Minister. I'm not sure the Deputy Minister is here. Good morning, the DG, entire DSEC team. Marlon Daniels, member of this portfolio committee, and a member of the Patriotic Alliance. Thank you.
Any other members? May I now ask the professional staff members to introduce them?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members, Ministry and the department. My name is Achabuli Lemtia. I'm the Secretary for Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Doleka.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to members of the committee. and invited guests. My name is Lindingo Mashasela. I'm the Researcher for Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seleka Bulelwa.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, and the guests. My apologies, Chair. I have connectivity issues. I'm Zoleka Kula, Committee Secretary for Sport and Recreation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Bulelwa. Kalata.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members. My name is Budela Kulata, the Executive Secretary to the Chairperson. Thank you.
Sakile.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Sakile Lawana. I'm a committee assistant.
I'm now going to give the Minister opportunity to introduce himself and following the Minister, the department. The Minister, Deputy Minister, then the department.
Good morning, Chair, once again. My name is Gaten McKenzie. I'm the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture. And I'm here with the DG and everybody that was asked to be present. Thank you so much.
Thank you. TM.
Good morning, Chairperson, Minister, DG, honorable members, colleagues. My name is Peace Mabe. I'm the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Kumalo.
Good morning, Chair of my trust. I am Dr. Cynthia Kumalo, the Director General of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. And through you, Chair, can I then introduce my colleagues or just call out their names as you were doing so that there can be some order there. Acting DDG, Arts and Culture, Promotion.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, and honorable members. Sibusiso Tsanyani, Acting DGG, Arts, Culture, Promotion and Development.
Thank you, Sibusiso. Nonto Tuzelo.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues. My name is Nontutu Sekabi, and I'm the Chief Director for Cultural Development. Thank you.
Thanks, Sunita.
Good morning, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues. I'm Sunita Ramanand, the Chief Audit Executive for the department. Thank you.
Thanks, Sunita. Benedict.
Good morning, Minister, DM, DG, Chair, as well as members of the Portfolio Committee and my colleagues. My name is Benedict Mugwidi. I'm the Acting Head of Legal Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, we have also present the staff in ministry. If I could indicate to you that they are in the meeting. We also have staff in the DG's office that are providing support. However, we also have got colleagues that are in the meeting from DSEC that are here to attend the afternoon meeting. Would you want us to introduce them?
No, we'll deal with the afternoon one in the afternoon.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are also supported by the forensic investigators from Gobodo who would also be doing the presentation later. If I could ask
present,
that.
Is both present RMC or RM Banjwa?
Couldn't hear the name, Chair, that you are referring to. I was asking the company from Gobodo Forensic and Investigating Accounting to introduce themselves.
Okay.
Please mute.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Your device
As
is
well
not
as-
muted. Is not
Please
unmuted.
do
I
the
think it's still
introductions.
muted. Not sure whether you are
Okay, thank you.
aware.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the DG, honorable members of the Parliament, and the rest of the colleagues in the platform. My name is Karabo Sibuhori. I'm from Goboro Forensic and Investigative Accounting, the company that was appointed by the department to conduct a forensic investigation into the operational and financial affair of SEPSA. Thank you, Chairperson. I do have my colleague also on the platform, but I'm sure that he's going to introduce them himself. Thank you.
Dr. Kumalo, can you hear me?
Chairperson, apology. I seem to have just lost connection there. I was asking Gobodo to introduce themselves, so I'm not sure what then happened because I lost connection.
Me too.
I am on. If can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Minister. Good morning, Deputy Minister, honorable members and Chairperson. My name is Alberto Torres, and I'm from GFIA. Thank you.
Is that all, Dr. Kumalo?
There was another colleague from Gobodo. I thought they were introducing themselves as well. But I think apart from the interim committee, the SIFSA past and present board executives, those are just the people from DSEC that we've just introduced. I suppose you will allow the others to introduce themselves, Chairperson.
Yes, please do.
Ms. Yvonne, maybe you want to start with your team.
Thank you, DG. Good morning, everyone. Minister, Deputy Minister, and the Chair, and the Portfolio Committee, and everyone who's here. My name is Yvonne Minga. I was the interim chair that was going to form SIFSA. Thank you. I'm sure some of my colleagues are here.
Can we allow them to introduce themselves and their positions?
Okay, I'm sorry, Chair. I suggest the interim committee members should introduce themselves, and then those who took over from us after the election will do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Mpho? Mpho, you can introduce yourself.
Oh, thank you, Sisivon. My name is Mpho Mulepo, a member of the interim committee 2014 and 2015. And I think on that introduction, I just want us to have this sequence of, because we are the first, we're 2014, 2015, there were people that came into 2019 and all of that. So maybe even when we're starting with the matter, can we be able to deal with it according to the years so that we are able to deal with our aspect? Thank you.
Are you chairing the meeting, Mpho?
No, I'm guiding the meeting because
No,
it
you're
can be a
not guiding
big
us.
discussion.
We will guide you. Who is next?
Chair, with your permission, Chair, can I also declare upfront that I was part of that interim committee and in the finance committee for that matter. So I have valuable information. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, then Honorable Mtetwa, you must introduce yourself as as part of them, as requested. Any opposition, Honorable Mtetwa?
I've just done so, Chair, that I was part of the interim committee appointed by Minister Paul Mashatile, who was then minister at that time, now president, or deputy president of the country. I was part of the interim committee, which had no positions whatsoever, but I was part of the finance committee. Very important committee. Thank you, Chair.
Recording in progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Oh, sorry. I was just checking with Yvonne whether there are any others from the other committee so that we can move to the next committee.
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay.
Dodo is there.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairperson and the honorable members, the minister, the deputy minister, and guest in this platform. My name is Dodo Munamudi, and I was serving as the TG of the interim committee, and of course, I overlapped into the new administration under the president, Mr. Tunu Kgoroge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I think Ms. Azania has a hand up, Chair.
Mr. Azania or Ms. Azania?
Hi, good morning. Sorry, I'll just put up my hand to introduce myself. I don't know if there was a line of order in terms of that, but can I go ahead and introduce myself as part of interim
Yes, please
committee?
do.
Okay, my name is Azania Mwandani. I was part of the interim committee as part of from the local content task team, music task team, right through to the interim committee process. And I served under the office space, which was support to the secretariat. That's me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairperson, if you allow me just to save on time, the next committee, because I don't think there's others in the interim, the next committee was the executive led by Tony Kgoroge. He is in the meeting. Tony, if you, through the chairperson, if I allow you to introduce yourself and others.
Good morning. Thank you very much to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members, and the members of CIFSA. My name is Tony Kgoroge, and I served as the President of CIFSA from 2015 until 2019. And I believe our SG is also in here. The TG, Mr. Dodo Munamudi, has just introduced himself because he overlapped from the previous one to this one to our tenure. And DSG Zweli is also in here. If they could just introduce. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson, and morning to the colleagues, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG. My name is Pimelo CDD. I was the Secretary General for CIFSA for 2015-2019 term. Thank you.
Thank you. Please unmute, Mr. Mdakane. Please unmute.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Zweli Mdakane, who served as a Deputy Secretary General from the term 2015 to 2019. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels, is that a legacy M?
No, Chairperson, but I'll wait until they're done with the introduction, Chairperson. Thank you for recognizing me.
Is the introductions finished?
Chairperson, thank you. Under Tony, I believe introductions have been made. As he said, there were others that overlapped and they did indicate that. And then we had a board of executives that then took over after 2019. Ms. Mbewane, who was the president, is in the meeting. If I could please hand over to her.
Thank you.
Greetings, honorable members, chairperson, honorable members, minister, deputy minister, DG, the staff from DSEC, members and leaders of ISIFs that are present. My name is Joy Mbewana. I was elected in August 2019 as the president of SIFSA. With me, I'm joined by the deputy president and the national coordinator, and as I made the apology for our TG. So those are the leaders that are in this platform, and thank you. Hopefully we'll have a very fruitful and progressive meeting. My leaders have indicated that they were struggling, they were removed by the host, and I'm not sure if he has managed to bring them back in the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we allow those individuals back into this meeting? And I get it that we are done with the introductions.
Chairperson, there's Mr. Ndauzana from the auditing firm, Ndauzana auditing firm, Chair.
Which audit firm?
The Ndauzana auditing firm, Chair, he's in the meeting.
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Mandis Ndauzana.
Morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and the staff of DSEC. I am Mandi Sintauzana, the reviewer for the financials for the year 2021. Thank you.
So are we done? Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, just to make sure that I'm not getting things skewed, that we're on the same page and that I'm correct in what I think or believe we need to do, I want to just get confirmation from you, Chairperson. Is my understanding correct that the entities that appear before us because they have to account to us as a portfolio committee? That's what I believe. Would you agree with me, Chairperson?
Please make your point, Honorable Daniels.
That's my question, Chairperson, because I don't want to make a point and it's going to be skewed. I will abstain from making the point if you...
Can I answer you in full? I'm not going to prevent Honorable Mtetwa to be part of this portfolio committee. And he will be much valuable for this committee when it comes to reportings. So I don't know why people are scared for Honorable Mtetwa being in this meeting. The only way when I will not allow Honorable Mtetwa to be part of this meeting is when a discussion takes place where he has financial advantage in one way or the other. But I will allow him back in this meeting because we need information from him as a former interim member.
You've answered me, Chairperson, because now I'm going to pose my question that I've had. Because it is indeed so that entities appear before the committee because they have to account to this portfolio committee. And I just needed to know from you then, seeing that Mr. Honorable Mtetwa declared that he's been part of SIFSA, what role would he play? Which side of the fence must he be sitting? Because you cannot be a judge and a jury. He also needs to account. So I think you've answered me, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I think the correct procedure has been followed. Honourable Mtetwa has declared his involvement, but I think, in terms of a recusal, unless he has direct involvement in the matters that are being investigated today, and he's part of this investigation, and any of this evidence could affect his reputation or his rights, or he is, actively acting as a complainant as well as a witness and questioning witnesses, that would result in a conflict of interest. I would think that it would be sufficient for the honourable member to make a declaration to the effect, if he is not the subject, I have not seen his name come up in the investigation. For me, he's not the subject of it. And having been involved in an organization previously does not automatically, account as a recusal. If that was the case, we would have a very, very difficult time in our courts. And I think it would be impossible that one of us at some time or another is not going to be involved in or have been involved somewhere along the line, particularly because this is a portfolio where a lot of our interests lie. And a lot of people have come from backgrounds where they've been involved in the private sector. So I think if we can, make that declaration, I think the honourable member has done that, and we can put this to bed. If it so happens that something comes up at a later stage and it puts him in a bad light, then that is for him to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. There is a code of ethical conduct. I just can't recall the specific rule of parliament, but I'm going to proceed with this meeting. Honorable members, let me start off in saying that my issue with this meeting here today is that there was various communicating problems via the department and with CIFSA, and I'm not sure the portfolio secretary must inform us as to whether the representatives of the RM Banjwa is in this meeting. I'm not sure. We received a letter, and it was a very disturbing letter that I think received last night. I just want to read some of the notes of that particular letter that we received. It was a letter where they actually wish to bring under our attention that they received the invitation. They have declined to appear before the committee to discuss the contents of the 2023-2024 audited financial statements. And I want to state the reasons. This letter has been circulated to most of the members. That CIFSA is not a government-owned entity. And this is now audit committee that says this. And therefore, they can only engage with those charged with governance. What they don't know is that this department is financing them. Anyone who receives finance from this department will and shall appear. That the discussing audit procedures in public forum may impair auditor independence in terms of whatever rules that they have mentioned. And I must say, honorable members, that this leaves us as a committee in a difficult position because this committee is solely mandated over public funds, and in this particular case, funds that was transferred to CIFSA. Yet we are not now being told that the auditors cannot speak to us directly. So I request that this committee must take a decision. They must give me guidance as the chairperson what to do. And I do have my own suggestions or proposals, but I will hear from the committee as what are we going to do. Are we going to write to the various individuals? Are we going to summons this, invoking section 56 of the Constitution to summons the auditors to appear? So there are quite a number of leeways that we have to do, but I will hear from the committee after this. Also, honorable members, I receive this request, and we have to deal with this. I want to say up front, the appetite that members had to have this discussion in Parliament so that the people outside there must know how their monies are being spent. This is a long-standing meeting adopted by this committee, adopted by Parliament, and we have now been asked to move this meeting. There's no way, and we cannot dictate to anyone to dictate to us when to have this meeting, what to do, and what not to do. These meetings are gazetted. These meetings are announced. And imagine the amount of stakeholders, and we have to change all of these meetings. Also, I want to deal with this issue, Dr. Kumalo, of whom you and I and my professional staff have been involved. I am concerned with the communication from the department to the respective role players, because we were very concerned that only late in July, people argued that they received letter, they were rich, and we wanted apologies, we wanted a list. We could not get a list, we could not get the delegation from SIFSA, we could not get anything. I don't know what the reasons for that are. To an extent that, and I'm not going to apologize for that. I felt that it seems there was an attempt to sabotage this meeting. And I'm not going to withdraw what I'm saying. It seems that there was an attempt, because only in July, late July, 29 July, people wanted to change this meeting, and we did not get any apologies. We did not get any list from the department as to who, to an extent that we ourselves wanted to start all of these invitations. But here comes the issue. And I want members also to note, please members, that this meeting is a briefing to assess the performance of the cultural and creative industries in light of the forensic report. I want to send a caution out to members not to engage with the forensic report. This report has not been public yet. I see in some of the communication that one president of an entity also indicated that they haven't seen the report. So I want to appeal the members to not to steer off the issues presented to us here today. So the report is not public yet. So we are not going to discuss the report, and I appeal to members to do just that. Let us discuss the presentations and also interrogate the status and the recommendations as that report has indicated. Let us be guided by the recommendations contained in the presentations of the report that has been dealt with here today, and so that we can do the necessary follow-ups in terms of our oversight. With that said, honorable members, I am going to give the department and the stakeholders an opportunity to do their presentations as been sent to us. I see two hands. Honorable Molatani, followed by Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning again. Chairperson, I just want to check if you are telling us that the forensic report has not yet been published and so forth, so we cannot discuss it. What was the reason for the department, in fact, to send us that report, which has not yet been released officially? I will pause there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give the department not now, Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether I'm understanding you quite well. If you are saying that we are going to be discussing the performance of the entities, yet we have people from the interim committee who are no longer relevant to the performance of the entity. We have a board that came after the interim. It's no longer relevant. We have the SIFSA board that came before us to present its report. And since then, they've been suspended, so there's nothing to report after that. Pending the report, the forensic investigation report. Now, what is it that we are going to discuss in terms of performance? Because there hasn't been any performance. If that is what you are saying, I'm puzzled if we are in the same meeting we're in the right meeting. Thanks, Chair.
The Honourable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yes, I'd like to possibly reiterate some of what my colleagues have said. It becomes very difficult to talk to the presentation without talking to the forensic report because they make reference to one another in certain places. But again, we've been given this information and we've, collated it with regards to our questions and our research for this particular meeting. So I'd just like to understand, I welcome the fact that a forensic investigation was done, despite the fact that such a long period of time has progressed. But I'm just trying to understand how we would take this forward, because there are glaring issues that relate to this that we will not be able to bring up, but we can because they're in the presentation itself, because some of those issues that are brought up in that report are in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo.
Listen, I'm not very sure what I'm expected to respond to, because we are here in response to the invitation from the Portfolio Committee to discuss this matter as per the briefing. And it's the same Portfolio Committee that requested that we send the report after it was approved by the Minister, which was done on the 7th of May. So I can't, Chairperson, then answer a question that says, why was the report sent? Because we responded to a request from Portfolio Committee to send the report subsequent to the approval of that report. We are going to, in the presentation, talk about the status of the implementation of the recommendations, which will happen as part of the presentation. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, can I just say, Dr. Kumala, I think what you missed here is the question by Honorable Molatani, and that is to explain why the report is not made public.
I think that can best, can I just refer that the report belongs to the Minister, Chairperson, and as the particular investigation was commissioned by the Minister, after we finalized the investigation, or the investigation was finalized, it was then handed over to the Minister. And we are now in the process of implementing the recommendations. So in terms of making the report public, I won't be able to respond to that, Chair.
You are Dr. Kumalo. If the Minister is not there, you are the first point of report, but we're going to give the Minister an opportunity.
Honorable Chair, I have no problem making the report public to the Portfolio Committee, as I requested to send the Portfolio Committee. As you say, we've got nothing to hide. The public needs to know what happened. So I take full responsibility for the report being made public, if that's what you're going to do.
Is it a damning report, Minister?
The only problem
I'm asking.
It is a damning report. Of what I would maybe suggest, I just wanted to make the first point. There's 2 points I want to make, Chair. Firstly, we have no problem making the report public. Hence, after investigating, we send the report to yourselves as the members of the Portfolio Committee. I might just caution that there are also staff members of DSEC that's being implicated in the report. And those staff members will only be notified in a matter of days that they are implicated in the report. So I don't know, will it prejudice them to release that now. But from my side personally, the state's money was spent to investigate this matter. There's something that came out, but I have to just say the only thing I'm a bit skeptical about is that one. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kabo, followed by Honorable Matahung, followed by Honorable Mtetwa. In the meantime, I want to ask whether the legal team of the department is present and or available. I would like them also to give their input on this matter. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity. Chair, from where I'm sitting, I don't see any legal implication on the process that we're about to embark on. Firstly, the report was finalized by the end of May 2026. It is almost now 2 months down the drain. Obviously, after the department has finalized the report, it is handed over to the minister. And based on what the DG has said, that they are currently busy starting with the implementation of the recommendations. It's unfortunate that from where I'm sitting, I don't see there's any legal implication because the report technically, what was supposed to have been done was to be made public. And the person who was supposed to have made the report public is the minister. Technically, in fact, partly the minister must tell us why he has not made the report public. He has correctly captured the fact that we have used public funds to conduct these investigations, and it's in the interest of the public to understand as to what are the outcomes of the report. So it is for that reason that I will not agree with your view that will not entertain the contents of the report, because that on its own would be denying us our opportunity of conducting our oversight on the affairs of the institution that we are part of which is Department of Arts and Culture. So with that being said, Chairperson, I would request you to plead for the intervention or clarity seeking or clarity to be provided from our legal team, but with a little understanding now that the report has been given to the minister and the department has started implementing the recommendations, there's nothing stopping us to proceed with our engagements. The last part, Chairperson, we have seen in the past on how the state has invested a lot of money on investigations, how those investigations yielded good results, but unfortunately, in terms of implementation, we have seen deliberate actions of refusing to implement recommendations of investigation reports. So it cannot be our problem that the report was not made public, especially when everything has been finalized. I think the minister will have to clarify as to why he has not made the report public. And with that being said, Chairperson, I would propose that we request the legal team to provide clarity and affirm if our stand is proper, but it can be that we would not want to engage on the Gobodo forensic report in particular. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Kumalo, is it procedurally correct to implement recommendations on a report that has not been made public?
Chairperson, the head of legal is in the meeting. Can I allow through him to respond
No,
to the
I'm
question?
asking you a question before I'm giving the head of legal an opportunity. Do you think it's procedurally correct to implement recommendations of a report? Doesn't that seems to working in the dark?
Depends on your interpretation of the word public, Chairperson. As the minister has said, there are implicated personnel in that particular report. And as you proceed with the process of implementation of the recommendations of the report, you then have to actually take those kind of things into account. As indicated by Honorable Khabo, the legal people can then advise if my interpretation is wrong. But that's the position that we were advised on by our own legal service as well.
Honorable Ntetwa?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know why my gadget is taking long to open. Chair, it cannot be. Oh, let me start by saying Amica Cabral says, hide nothing to the masses, tell no lies, claim no easy victories. Chair, we just have heard from the minister that he has approved, has signed this report. It is our prerogative as members of parliament to interrogate the report, because in the report, this is where we find out how the public monies were utilized. We have issues, some of like me, I have issues with this report because even the terms of reference, this report doesn't reflect those terms of reference. As part of the interim committee, I was never even interviewed. And as I indicated deliberately from the beginning that I was in the finance committee, which is very important to say, do you know about this transaction? Nobody interviewed me. I have always been saying there's something that is wrong. And the minister, not for the first time, is saying the same thing that he said. He said today that I'm trying to fight my battles that I failed to fight. He said that during the presentation of the budget when I was debating with him. He said, no, I'm fighting my battles. And when he finds out that the report is back now is implicating people, unfortunately, it identifies two people, which is a problem. Again, it doesn't talk to governance issues because within the department, the process of getting funds from the department, it's a process. It starts from the deputy director that is involved or whoever that is involved in that particular, it's on those particular issues or sectors. And then it goes, it gets signed even by the legal, it gets signed by the DG or DDG responsible. Yet nobody is implicated except two people. And this is exactly deliberately done so that this thing, when it goes to court, it's not going to stand its legalities. Because deliberately you are throwing one person under the bus when you're not taking accountability. We can't allow this lack of accountability. The terms of reference talks to the accountability of the department, finding who was involved in the department. But this report tells us only of two people, junior people. When it comes to issues of interim, of what governance issues are not here. If Goboto is here, why is it here if we cannot discuss this report? Because I want to ask Goboto, how did you get to the point where you are saying this is how it happened when you did not do proper investigations?
Thank you. Let's not go into the detail. The issue of context here is whether we will have to discuss the report or not. I'm going to give him, honorable members, an opportunity now. My point is, and that's why I allow it in this fashion. I think the core principle here, honorable members, is a discussion of a report and of findings that has not been made public. So we have two possibilities. One is to have that discussion of this report in camera, which we have not applied for. Two is, my point is and the legal team must inform us, the national justice. If we discuss a report that is not out yet in the public domain, I think maybe some of those within the department does not even know, doesn't even know about their involvement or about the findings of this report. So that's why, Honorable Khabo, I've raised this issue. And when you have a look at the joint rules, there is guidance on to how and when and under what terms we can discuss this report. But be as it may, vis-a-vis that some of the recommendations will immediately have a direct effect on the the forensic report, because what we are discussing now is whether the recommendations that was made in this report, whether that recommendations has been dealt with, successfully dealt with. This is the first issue here. But I think the first hand issue for us here is why the report has not been made public. And this made us look for the minister behind the stone. That's the only thing. And I don't know whether the answer of the minister is to our satisfaction of not making this report known. Honorable Nkosi.
Chairperson, you forgot about me.
Yeah, you noted down, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Mataung.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and greetings again to everyone. Chair, mine is one. I think because of all the interim committees and people that were involved in the CIFSA are here present. And I, for one, will love to welcome the report for the Gobodo to give us the full investigation that they have find the findings, because of now we're in the public space as much as we're in the committee. Since as well that every person is here and they are also here to answer for themselves to say what really happened to the finances that they were given. And I think it will give justice again to the committee than for us to deliberate on an issue about why the minister did not take out the report. As much as the minister says he will take out the report, but he was waiting for the recommendations. So for us, I think let's go to the business of the day, Chairperson. That's my suggestion. And we allow the full forensic report to be laid down to us. Then we can take it from there, because we have a lot of questions and a lot of things, especially regarding the department.
Thank you.
Since from May till to date, nothing had happened. So I think it will be good of us to get into the business of the day today. And
Thank you,
yeah,
Honorable
Thank you.
Mataung. I tend to agree with you and follow that proposal. And I think maybe to short circuit a number of hands, I'm going to give the legal team from the department an opportunity to address us on this matter. We are 1 hour and 15 minutes past the start of this meeting without any fruitful discussions here.
Chair, point of
The
order,
legal
please.
desk. Minister, can I just give the legal desk an opportunity first? Dr. Kumalo?
Advocate Mkobedi is responding, Chair. Thanks very much. Please go ahead, Advocate.
Thank you. Thank you, DG. Thank you, Chair. Chair, there's a plethora of reasons why the document, the report has not been made public thus far. One, then the fact that the minister would have approved it, it does not then mean that at the consequence of his signature, then the document can become public. There's still legal processes that needed to be adhered to. For example, I'm not even going to touch on the issue of Popeye, which a lot of us may know what that particular piece of legislation prescribed for in terms of disclosing personal information. But within it as well, there's a PIA, which is the Promotion of Access to Information Act, which also regulates same. And in terms of, I'm not gonna really bombard the committee with legal sections or not, but if you can just bear with me for a second. The report in itself is tagged confidential, meaning that an express authorization is first warranted by the department and the minister from the author, because that particular report was commissioned at the behest of the department. But however, because they are the authors, we still need to seek their authorization in terms of Section 44(1)(a) of the PIA Act. That would be number one. Again, as I've stated, we need to protect personal information of third parties. There are individuals that are identified in the report themselves, which may lead to either disciplinary, civil, or criminal charges. And it would be prudential to those particular processes if before these particular individuals are informed of these particular processes, they hear these things in the public platform, which that may create a serious litigation against the department as well. I do believe that there's in one of our entities, were behest with the legal litigation insofar as contravening the provisions of POPI, and which that particular piece of legislation prescribe a fine of up to 10 million, if memory still serves me correct, if the provision of that particular act has not changed as well. So I'm chair as well as the members on the platform. It is on these particular premises that the document has not been made public as yet, because it's still going under those particular processes. We've also, as a department, and as we usually do, try to redact or sever certain information in order to protect the integrity of the report, as well as those particular individuals that may be identified by the report, so that we can make it available. But in this instance, we were of the view that a reduction report would still not serve the intended purposes. And it is on those premises that we thought that it is not prudent as yet to share this particular report, Chair and members. My apologies for having not switched the camera on as yet. So those are the number of the reasons. Also, Chair, we've came and appeared before this particular committee, notwithstanding the fact that the committee itself is the one that requested this particular report to answer the earlier question. We thought it prudent that let us take the members into confidence, and we were also of the view that they will also seek legal advice as to the manner in which this particular matter can be addressed, because it has serious legal implications. It has nothing to do with hiding. It's just a matter of due processes, as the department, as we advise the department to ensure that they follow due processes to avoid any impending litigation that may arise as a consequence of same. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I'm going to make a ruling now, and I thought with the legal advisor's input that I would see less hands. I want
Sorry,
to
Chair.
pose the
Sorry.
I want to pose the following question. When will the implicated parties be informed?
Thank you, Chair. The current labor relation update that we have indicates that the initiators have all been appointed in terms of the people that will be serving as initiators. The process of appointment of the presiding officer is being finalized by our labor relations unit, and the charge sheet will be finalized by the 7th of August. That is the charge sheet that will then be issued to the individuals as cited in the report. On the 7th of August is the labor relation update that we have.
The 7th of August. Okay. The ruling will be as follows, that we are going to proceed with this meeting. We, as a committee, we adopted this program in the way it is, and as committee members, we should have then have the opportunity, and it was the ideal moment for us to raise all of these things that we are raising now. So we are going to proceed with the presentations following deliberations, and we will then also be guided by the both legal advisors from both the committee and as well as the department. The only thing that I would like the legal representative to do is to put on record that the meeting that we have and the discussions and deliberations that we will have will bear no consequence on all parties present here. Legal department. Please unmute.
Chair. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, one is not in a particular position to advise as such because as your members might be privy to the report, I do not know what is it that they may pronounce. They may inadvertently pronounce individuals' names or personal information to that effect, and as a consequence of such, the department, I would not speak on behalf of Parliament and the regulatory frameworks that protects Parliament, but on behalf of the department, then that would then may lead the department to susceptible to litigation. So as a consequence of same, Chair, I'm unable to give a conclusive answer to your question. Thank you.
Okay, the hands is not down yet. I want this meeting to proceed, honorable members. Honorable Nkosi. Please unmute.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, you have covered me when you asked the question with regards to the informing of the officials that are implicated on the report, because now we are held at ransom because of that. And my worry is that the report was prepared by the department, and they know that there were officials implicated. They should have indicated to them before they come this side. To Chair, I'm still supporting you with Comrade Tuhabo when you are Honorable Khabo when you are saying why the report was not published. I can understand. I see and I hear the legal person indicating that there were some reasons that made them not to release the report. But to be honest, Chair, the department was supposed to do everything before they come to us. And I don't know whether I heard clearly when they are saying Kobodo is not here, those that were investigating, they are not in the meeting now. I don't know. Is it the right thing that the people that were busy with the report are not here with us here? Is it the right thing that they are not invited, or we must not be with them? I just want to ask that question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. Chair, let's just take one step back quickly, because I could hear it say the impression is now being created that the department is trying not to release this report. Nothing can be further from the truth. So let's just take one step back. Number one, this department is the one that investigated FIFA. Nobody gave us any pressure. We invite, and then once we got the report, we duly notified the Honorable Chair and all members here. We then was requested by the Honorable Chair to say, can you release the report? And we then said we will release the report only to the members of the Portfolio Committee with the explicit understanding of secrecy. We then released the report to the members of the Portfolio Committee as such. We are coming here today, having initiated the investigation, having released the form, the report to the honorable members. We're now coming here today, and we are saying that me having signed and accepted the report does not necessarily mean we should release the report. We have no problem releasing the report. All we want to do is just to tell the August House to say there's a few pitfalls that we have. This is not a sprint. Whether we've been having this investigation, SAFSA has not been investigated for more than 10, 15 years. Now this investigation, it's on black and white, it's not going away. All that I can understand is being asked of this honorable house is, let us go back now and notify the people, and maybe in the next setting we can release the report. But there's no reluctance whatsoever to release the report. We've already released to the Portfolio Committee. We've already initiated the report. So I just needed to clear on that issue, Honorable Chair, that the department is actually eager to release the report. Thank you.
Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, I think we're all getting a little bit frustrated here. I'd just like to, the substantive point is not whether or not the report has been made public. That's neither here nor there. We are still completely within our rights to go through the report itself. The substantive issue is the fact that the officials have not been notified. However, in my mind, I disagree that this prevents us from interrogating the report, because essentially what we are precluded from doing is making any final findings before those officials have had their right of reply. And that's the important, test within our law, is that they essentially are given a right to reply. I will refer the legal team to 2022, when this exact same issue came before SCOPA, and they declared that the request by the department to keep a confidential forensic investigation about the national, I think it was the student aid scheme or whatever it is, was basically overturned by them, and they denied that request. And they were able to interrogate that forensic report. By its very nature, we are dealing with public money that is being spent on behalf of the sort of, citizens of South Africa, and by its very nature, it cannot be confidential. Whether the report is made public by the minister or not is neither here nor there. It doesn't have to be made public for it to be a report. But I would like us to possibly proceed with this. I do not see any vested interest from the minister's side with regards to this investigation. It's way before his time. So I don't feel that there's any, on his side in terms of holding it back. But I don't think we are precluded from interrogating this. What I think we are precluded from doing is making any final recommendations with regards to it. But I would really like to interrogate it, particularly because I don't think it's complete. And there are some things that are missing from the report that possibly the minister and his team can benefit from having an interrogation on this report, and that possibly it might need to be expanded, but that's a decision that will need to be made at a later stage. But I do not think that we are precluded from it. Just as a last point, Chair, I think PAJA is probably more applicable here. I'm getting very tired of the over-reliance and abuse of papaya, particularly with regards to government. Government officials are held to high standards, and papaya is very clear on that. Releasing details, etc., with regards to mismanagement and corruption in the public space is not as stringent as it is on personal information of a private individual. And I think that distinction needs to be clearly made. It's actually come up in this committee before. And I think it was Netball South Africa, if I'm not mistaken, where they refused to release details for this exact same reason. And the legal advice coming from Parliament was that they could not rely on papaya in this instance. Thank you.
Honorable Kabu.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Look, I fully agree with the Honorable Potgieter. We can't agree with the intimidation tactics that wants to be employed or applied by the legal unit, because there is nothing stopping us from interrogating the substance and methodology without even declaring anyone guilty on the Gobodo investigation report. For argument's sake, we can even request clarity on the terms of reference. How was it formulated? Who agreed to that? It has nothing to do with the individual. Secondly, Chairperson, we can even ask about the process without mentioning individuals who are involved in that process. I would plead with the legal unit to not be tempted to believe that we are that much of stupids and individuals who disregard the law. And I fully agree. The administrative justice must be applied, and the the constitution of this country supersedes any act, and it is very clear on how we should conduct our affairs as the public administrators. So with that being said, Chairperson, I don't think it would be necessary for us to continue debating this matter, especially when the legal unit cannot clearly clarify as to what are the legal authority that prevents us from entertaining this report, especially when we also acknowledge that we will not prejudice any individual in our deliberation. So with that being said, Chairperson, I fully agree with the Honorable Potgieter. We are going to continue with this engagement, and we'll take note on areas that we know very well that we don't have to venture in, because it might have legal implications. And the last part is that, Chairperson, it cannot be that the department would want to bring a lame excuse of that individuals have not been informed. It is not our problem. They had 2 months to inform these individuals. In fact, the DG must also be taken to task to clarify as to why has this matter taken this long for them to be processed. But with that being said, Chairperson, I would plead and agree with Honorable Potgieter that let's continue with our engagements in line with those specifics that we have identified, dealing with the process, methodology, interrogating even fully the controls that we expected from the side of the department. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable members, it's your meeting and I don't want to stifle debate. But what the Honorable Gabo has now said, as well as Honorable Potgieter, will you allow me to proceed with this meeting and then the department make its presentation? And we based our deliberations on both inputs of Honorable Gabo and Honorable Potgieter. Please, I'm asking for your indulgence. Thank you so much. The department, please proceed with your presentation. I am not going to take any questions or any hands. Thanks for understanding, honorable members. The department.
Very much, Chairperson. I'll hand over to the Chief Audit Executive and the Gobodo. Thank you.
Thank you, DG and Chair. Chair, this presentation will be done by the Gobodo Forensic Investigation Team, as they have conducted this work in accordance with the terms of reference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief Audit Executive. Thank you, Chairperson. Through you, Chairperson, my name is Karabusi Uhudi. I'm from Gobodo. I was just going to ask if can I be permitted to upload the presentation that we have prepared, which in a nutshell summarize the outcome of the investigation that we conducted at CIFSA when we did the investigation, as well as when we were appointed by the department to conduct this particular investigation.
Portfolio Secretary, please allow to share.
Yes, Chair, we've given the Gobodo sharing rights.
Okay, Secretary, if you can just inform me whether the presentation on your end as well as on the end of the honorable members is visible, so that I can commence with the presentation based on the PowerPoint.
It's visible,
Thank you. Chairperson, we've prepared, as I indicated, this presentation as a result of the outcome of the investigation that we have conducted, which was based on the terms of reference as appointed by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture some time ago. So we've prepared about 12 slides just for presentation and taking the members through from a high-level perspective, also touching here and there on the specific. And this presentation was prepared based on the final investigation report that we have submitted and that we have discussed at length with members of the department. On slide number 2, I'm just giving the topics there as far as the contents of the presentation is going to unfold, which is the background, how we were appointed, and the scope that we relied upon in conducting the investigation. Slide number 2 is the process and investigation approach that we took, given the fact that we had to deploy various process and procedure from an investigation point of view in conducting the investigation. And then slide number 3 is the findings and some of the conclusions that we made when we did the investigation. Slide number 4 will talk about the recommendation. Number 5 will mainly touch on some of the main challenges that we encountered. And as Chair will know that most of this particular investigation that are embarked upon, there can be a few or quite a number of substantive challenges that needs to be dealt with in order to ensure that all the hurdles are crossed. As far as the background and the scope is concerned, is that, as I indicated, we were appointed by the department to say, please conduct an investigation on the Creative and Cultural Industry Federation of South Africa. That investigation, there were 4 main elements that formed the basis of our scope, which was to determine the amount and total amount that the department has paid to CIFSA over the years effective from 2014, 2015 to the 2013, 2024 financial years. We needed to determine and investigate the reporting, because those findings, Chairperson, they were issued in terms of the there was memorandum of agreements that were prepared, service level of agreement contracts concluded between the parties, which is the department and SIFSA. So we needed to determine if the conditions and the requirements of those MOAs were complied with by SIFSA for the purpose of the department. We needed to also determine and investigate any possible irregular expenditure that may have been incurred during the process of the funding and make a report and recommendations on that. And then lastly, there, Chairperson, obviously now given the fact that this was funding that was allocated by the department, the officials within the department, based on their functions, their responsibilities, which were given the task and given delegated authority to manage the entire contracts and the entire MOAs between the department and SAFSA. So we needed to make that investigation and determination to say what, based on the conditions of the funding that was paid, to say what obligations, what conditions were SAFSA required to meet in order to receive the funding, and what was the purpose of those funding, and how was processes put in place in the department to ensure that money allocated to SAFSA were spent in line with the requirements of the MOA. Slide number 4 is the processes, the tasks and activities that we performed. I should indicate, Chairperson and the members, these are some of the investigation procedures and the approach that we took when we did the investigation. There are others, of course, as indicated in the main report, whereby, as you members will know, that investigations rely mainly on evidence in terms of collecting documentary evidence, documentary records, which one needs to spend time and hours and days in perusing, reviewing, obtaining an understanding of that. So there were payment reports that we relied on, which we sourced from the department, payment report which was submitted by SIFSA to the department in line with the MOAs. There were also a number of MOAs that were concluded over the 10-year period that we looked at, including addendums, of course, that was applicable to those MOAs. We interviewed the officials from the department that had a responsibility of managing the contracts. We interviewed members from the SIFSA board 2014-2019, as well as the members that also took up 2019 to I think 2024. And I must indicate that we had quite a number of challenge in getting hold of some of the members, but there were quite a members, of which some are here involved in the platform, that we did manage to have an audience with, of which we did manage to pose certain questions and engagement with. Assistance here and there we got, but some we couldn't get assistance because some of this transaction happened many years ago. We had to obtain an understanding of the reporting obligations. For us, that was very key in terms of what exactly was required, what was entered into between SIFSA as well as the department. What did the department expect from SIFSA to do with the money that the department has allocated to SIFSA? And as I indicated earlier, there was also an issue of irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful, which we have made a determination about during the course of the investigation. Another important aspect, Chairperson, that came up, which we made, is that there were some money that, based on the evidence that we got, as well as the transactions and documents that were made available to our disposal, the analysis thereof, that there were some money that could possibly have been unused, for a lack of a better word, by the Federation, but of which the money was not properly accounted for, i.e. the money was not returned to the department as per the conditions of the agreement. Now, that is based on the documents that we provided for when we did the calculation, but I'll talk to that later when we get to the relevant slide. Slide number 5, Chairperson, is just providing the indicating that in terms of our findings and the conclusion is that the very first MOA that was concluded between SIFSA and the then Department of Arts and Culture was concluded on September 2014, which was a memorandum of agreement for 15 million. That memorandum of agreement was concluded for a 3-year period. For the 2014-2015, SIFSA was allocated 5 million. 2015, SIFSA was allocated another 5 million. 2016-2017, SIFSA was allocated another 5 million. That was purely based on that MOA. Shortly after the conclusions of that memorandum of agreement, there were addendums that was processed by the officials that came in, I think, in 2015, and
my apologies, Chairperson. Is it just my side, or is this a glitch with the sound?
It is
No, it's a
on
glitch.
all of us.
We can't hear, Chair.
Thank you.
Chairperson, am I audible? Chair.
Yes, you are audible.
Because I had a members indicating that they are unable to hear me. I just wanted confirmation before I proceed. Can members hear me that were unable to hear me earlier?
That's much better now. It reminded me, Honorable Mtete will tell you if somebody step on a cord, that it interferes with the sound. It sounded like that on a lighter note.
Okay, thank you. Apologies. Can I proceed through you, Chairperson? Thanks. I was in confirming that the first memorandum of agreement between SIPSA and the Department of Arts and Culture was concluded in 2014, and that was for a 3-year period. Total amount was 5 million per a year. Total is 15 million rand. So I also indicated that there were 2 addendums that was signed and concluded to support that MOA. However, we had an issue with one of the addendum because the first addendum, we could see the purpose of that particular addendum and the justification thereof, in a sense that there were some errors that the department did when they concluded the first memorandum in the figures that they put in. So now they had to correct it. Instead of saying 5 million rand for one of the financial years, the departmental officials indicated 6 million rand. So the amount didn't end up, it was more. So they needed to correct their own mistake. So it was then correctly corrected through an. However, the challenge that we had was with the second addendum, which seems to be, which the purpose thereof was to indicate an additional money that had to be made available to SIPS of about 772,000, of which, when you look at that particular addendum on the face of it, and especially if you peruse it, you can see that there's absolutely no justification, there's no motivation, because an addendum to a contract must indicate why are you putting an addendum. On that one, it was just indicating that we are making available an additional money. So when we did the investigation, we could also found that there was no proper approval internally as far as the justification given for the increase of that addendum, and it led us to the conclusion that we took to say that addendum was entered into irregularly because it was not in line with internal processes for the existence of concluding an addendum for the purpose of correcting or adding to an already concluded contract or an SLA. So that was one of our main findings that we made. As far as the 15 million rand, which I alluded to earlier, which I indicated that the department and SIPSA entered to, as far as payment is concerned, because the MOA will tell you that this is the amount that we agreed. However, the payment report is your key source documents to indicate the total payments that were made to a particular institution, SIPSA in this case. So it was 14.772 million rand that was ultimately paid over that particular 3-year period by the department to SIPSA. As I indicated there, the MOA is very specific to say this is how you are going to account as the federation as far as the spending of the money is concerned. We want reports, payment reports. We also want bank statement. We also want invoices. We now is the department, so that we can do our own checks and balances before we can make the subsequent tranche payments to you. So based on what we are given, and this is important, based on what we are given and based on the reporting, we did our calculation, which also included the bank statement. We came to the figure of 9.33 million, as indicated in the third last bullet point. And it then led us to make the determination to say, but there seems to have been unused money to the tune of 5.4 million rand at the end of the 26-27 financial year, of which now when we went back to the department and we said, the department, these are now the reports that you obtained from a safe side, which included the invoices, the correspondence, and so forth. And based on you as the officials of the department, you will have conducted the necessary due diligence based on this. We're having a challenge here because our calculation leads to the fact that the 0.25 or just over 5.4 million rand not being fully spent. So we're now saying that, okay, what does your MOA say about money that has not been fully spent based on the evidence? Secondly, as far as subsequent payment is concerned, can the department still pay, whereby there were some challenges on the first reporting? So those are our second main issue, to say there seems to have been money on the part of SIPSA which was not accounted for fully at the department. And when you go to the department, there are officials there that are obviously not adequately addressing that particular issue. You then try to do a further investigation to say, could this have been due to system breakdowns, internal control collapse, or what could really have caused this? And you do that with an appreciation of the fact that here the department was dealing with an organization which was at that time 2 or 3 years old, recently established. Systems and controls could have been sketchy at the beginning, but as far as the amount of money is concerned, you obviously expect every year going forward for systems and control processes to improve. I'm moving on to slide 6, which is a continuation of the findings which I've alluded to in slide number 5. The other issue that we had was from a reporting perspective, members, because the MOA was very clear to say at certain intervals, a report must be submitted, and this is the nature of the report, in terms of how it's supposed to be submitted: narrative, quantification, invoices, supporting documents, as well as at the end of the duration of the MOA, there must be a comprehensive and a consolidated report. As far as that is concerned, we have provided the brief executive summary. Now, that seems to have summarized the entire activities and processes of SIFSA over the 3-year period of which funding was received for the 2017-28 financially submitted by SIFSA. So in that summary, when we interrogated that summary, we could see that there seems to be amount here which seems to be not giving the correct picture as one would have thought, because that there are amounts there in 793,000, 660,000, 480,000, of which those amounts were misrepresented in the SIFSA's operational cost finding, while that particular amount was for a separate program altogether. I'll talk about it as we go on, meaning that yes, that amount was paid by the department to SIFSA, but not for operational cost finding or for SIFSA's own specific programs. It was paid for a specific program which the department requested SIFSA to implement on behalf of the department, not necessarily on behalf of SIFSA itself. We are also indicating there in that, I think, the third bullet, to say, as far as the MOA is concerned, one of the non-compliance relates to clause 8.8, which talks about audited financial statement, which is supposed to be submitted at the end of every financial year of SIFSA. What transpired here, Chairperson and the member, 2014-2015, there were audited financial statement that was submitted. I think when SIFSA was established on that part, they ensured that for the period that they established until the following year, 2014 to 2015, there were audited financial statements that were submitted to the department. However, I think it was subsequent to that, the financial statement that were submitted was not audited, but submitted, but was reviewed. Again, you go to the MOA and you see this seems to be a glaring non-compliance on the part of SAFSA, and it then question the responsibilities of officials of the department to say, but you've got an MOA, which is your main tool as far as governance and ensuring then there's proper contract management, but you are here in possession of unaudited financial statement which you have received from SAFSA, but you're not questioning that, yet you continue issuing memorandum after memorandum, year in and year out. I indicated, I think, there in bullet number 2 about 3 amounts, and I referred to a specific program. If you go to bullet number 4, what happened? We are indicating that in 2016 there was also funding that was allocated by the department to SIFSA, which now that agreement between the department for SIFSA was not similar to the agreement that the department and SIFSA concluded in 2014-2015. This one was specific, and it relates to SIFSA managing and overseeing the administration of Downtown Music Hub in Joburg, where the department, instead of managing, or maybe decided to say, let's appoint an implementing agent on our behalf to manage the Downtown Music Hub, because Downtown Music Hub falls within the responsibility of the department. In undertaking that approach, the department implemented what could be seen as a procurement process to say, who do we select, between which organization are we going to select as an implementing agent? And then 2 institutions were invited, operating in more or less a similar industry, which was SAMRO and which was SIFSA. By virtue of those institutions now submitting quotations, our investigation found that this was a procurement process from the beginning that the department sought to implement, to say we are going to subject these 2 institutions to a procurement process in selecting the best one which is going to give us value for money. And then it was based on the process that ensued after that, whereby an MOA was concluded for just over 11.9 million between SIFSA and the department in October 2016, of which that money included a 10% administration fee for the implementing agent, which was CIFSA, meaning that 90% of that, just over 11.9 million rand, was for the purpose of DTMH. In the next slide, we're talking about the findings that we made. But earlier on, I made mention of a procurement process to say, okay, we cannot just run away from the fact that we are saying this is a procurement process, but we are not expanding on that. What ought to have happened here? Because if you implement a procurement process, you are also then you have to do it fully. You cannot do it in piecemeal. You do the entire A to Z, the whole A to Z approach, whereby you have to subject the process to competitive bid committees. And now, looking at the process itself, doing further investigation on that, we see that that process was done in piecemeal because not all the committees were established from a bid specification and bid evaluation committee. They only went straight to the bid adjudication committee and they made a recommendation to the accounting officer for approval, and we are concluded that this was flawed as it was not in accordance with paragraph 4 of the National Treasury SCM note. Slide number 6, members of Parliament as well as the rest of the colleagues, is to say that the contract that was concluded, the MOA that was concluded between DTMH, so between CIFSA and the department on behalf of DTMH, was extended to about 2 or 4 months, which then resulted in a variation increase of an additional 15% of the initial amount, which went up to 1.79 million. I indicated earlier that the original amount was just over 11.9. There was another 1.7 million rand. In total, it was just over 13 million over a 21-month period. Looking at the value of the VO, we could see that this was within the threshold, whereas the VO approval of variation orders is concerned, and we didn't have any issues in relation to that. Our main challenge on this particular aspect of DTMH strips in the department was that upon CIFSA receiving that money of 13.7 million, they did not. Instead of, one would have thought that they could have said, let's ring fence this money and trade it, ensure that this money is ring fenced in a separate account and conduct all the trading there, because that money is governed by a separate memorandum of agreement, which does not is a bit different from the memorandum of agreement which was concluded in the previous years. So they instead traded or effected transaction from their main bank account. So now the main challenge in doing that is that you've got your own money, which you have been paid by the department for your own operational expenditure, your own programs, which you can dictate which of those programs you want to undertake. In addition to that, you then receive money from the department, but you transact again from the same account. So as far as accountability, full accountability is concerned, you then have a challenge because you are unable to fully account, especially if your transaction is not clear. So in bullet number 3, we are saying that the usage of a single bank account constitutes a risk that funds intended for one party could pay expenses for the other party. Also, the second bullet talks about the failure to ensure proper ring fencing. Again, is poor governance, maladministration, financial irregularities on the part, not only on the part of CIFSA, but most importantly on the part of the department, those that were responsible for ensuring this monies of this nature are adequately accounted, and making sure that guidance is given to CIFSA where it's required, but most importantly, conditions and provisions of the memorandum of agreement are complied with. Further payments from the balance that we are indicating there to say the total expenditure for that financial year, as far as the DTMH is concerned, was just over 9.6 million rand, meaning that there were a balance of just over 3.4 million rand, of which from that balance, a 10% administration fee was meant for CIFSA. There was also a provision for SARS that we picked up, an additional expenditure during 2017-2018. This, again, similar to what transpired with the first MOA, there was just over 860,000 that seems not to have been fully accounted for, as far as the 13 million rand was paid, that was paid by the department to CIFSA for a specific purpose of ensuring that DTMH affairs are adequately implemented. Notwithstanding the fact that DTMH money were not paid, we then found out that there were 2 loans that were made to DTMH, in addition to the money that was initially allocated, in addition to the fact that there was still money that seems, based on the documents that we got, seems to have been unused. There were again 2 loans that were made to say, okay, what was the purpose of those loans? Details regarding that were still sketchy. Couldn't get much as far as possible. But what we did find that there were 2 loans that were made to DTMH, and then we made a conclusion that those any funds, and this is purely based on the MOA, any funds that have been unused ought to have been returned to the department in line of the condition of the MOA. DTMH members was a separate program. There was also another program that CIFSA launched, which is the USIBA Ministerial Awards in April 2013, where the department concluded an MOA with CIFSA to say to this, we're going to make available 12 million rand to CIFSA in order for CIFSA to implement a USIBA ministerial program. Our main issue with that transaction was that after CIFSA received that money, CIFSA then appointed a company by the name of Mera Events Pty Limited, which this company was one can refer to it, for lack of a better word, an implementing agent company that's giving a turnkey solution to say, we received money from the department and now we're appointing you. You are going to do everything from A to Z and ensure that the ministerial awards as well as the conference is fully implemented. Now, the bigger challenge in the transaction of that nature is that CIFSA, in the absence of proper control processes, proper procedures, proper guidelines, by allocating the bulk of that money which they've received to Mera events in the absence of clear reporting lines, they were running at the risk of, but how are we going to hold this company accountable to ensure that each and every cent this company, we can account for it? Because at the end of the day, CIFSA is only accountable for 90% of that money. 10% is the own administration fee, meaning that even the profit that that company was going to get from the services that we're going to render, it ought to have been paid from the 10% administration fee. Anything that would have been unspent from the 90% ought to have been returned to the department because you have been paid your 10% as an administration fee. So if you don't hold that company into account, which is Mera Events, then you run a risk. What happened is that CIFSA paid Mera Events about 8.5 million rand to run that conference and the ministerial award. What Mera Events failed to do, and again, that would have been determined based on the relationship and the agreement they had with CIFSA. But one would have thought that even the nature of that agreement will dictate that we are also accountable to another party, with this institution of the state, and we are required to make available invoices. That Mera event only presented, I think, a 2-page report, something like a spreadsheet to say this is how much I spent, this is how much I spent, this is how much I spent from the 8.5 million rand or so that you have given me, without making available supporting documents and supporting invoices, which in terms of the memorandum of agreement, those supporting invoices, supporting documents, all of them ought to have been made available to the department for the department to do their own due diligence. There were some here and there which we found during the process, but it does not come anywhere near the 8.5 million rand. The other balance of the 8.5 million rand that was put there members was that some of the members that were honored during those awards, I think those members, if memory recall, but it is on record, it is in the main report, were eligible for receiving about 20,000 rand as an award or as a gratuity payment or whatever we can call it. So at least on that particular aspect, because that transaction of paying not nominees but people that receive awards, winners, 20,000 rand each, was not driven by Mera events, but it was driven by CIFSA. So we were able to see the proof of payments to say, member this received 20,000 rand for this member's particular contribution to the industry. Member this also received 20,000. So on that part, we were quite comforted and satisfied. Our main challenges, I just indicated, is that again, you appoint this company, you give them the bulk of the money that you received, and you are saying, run a process of implementing a conference. There's absolutely nothing wrong, provided that your contract allow you to do that. But if you go to the memorandum of agreement, they were not allowed to go into a partner. The contract does not provide for a partnership agreement of this of this nature. So again, it has to do with governance, whereby officials, if they are sitting on position of money and they are unclear, they ought to have consulted with the department to say, department, yes, I'm a federation, I can do X, Y, Z, but the money that you've just given me, I've got 6 months to implement a conference. Of course, I don't have that capacity. Now I need to go and source 25 service providers. How about I appoint 2 main service providers and I hold them to account, and then they run that process of appointing other service providers? That is a consultation issue that just from where we are sitting, something that probably could have been thought, and an addendum would have been disposed to that SLA to ensure that if any eventualities come up, at least we are protected as both the department and CESFA. But if you now sit at the back and you let the federation undertake those kind of processes, knowing very well that your memorandum of agreement is either not clear or it's specific to say it cannot be unfolded, then there's already issues of maladministration and poor contract management on the part of the department. So our main issue is there to say accountability as far as the whole money is concerned. We couldn't make that it didn't come up, meaning that SIPSA couldn't fully account. And after that, which was about from May 2021 and onwards, colleagues, members, systems started to improve, processes started to come in place, and governance started to improve also on the part of SIPSA, because now the reports that we got from 2020, 2021 going onwards was much more comprehensive, much more conclusive. You could see that from supporting documents are attached, evidence are there, and we didn't really pick up any major concern. Financial statement were made available, and we didn't make any substantive findings on that. The last bullet there just quantify the total amount over that, I think, 9-10 year period that we looked at, to say all in all payment reports from the department to SIPSA, how much has the department paid that federation. I indicated there to say there were 2 programs that we need to understand and that we need to be isolated from SIPSA's own programs as a federation. These 2 programs belong to the department, not to SIPSA. And our conclusion in that part is that everything that ought to have been done as far as these 2 programs is concerned was supposed to have been done in line with the condition of the MOA to ensure that as SIPSA, they've got their 10% administration fee, but the rest of the 90% is not their money, is the money of the department, and whatever cannot be spent fully should be returned back, or whatever that SIPSA felt that maybe we must spend it this way and this way, the department ought to have been consulted. Slide number 10 then deals with the recommendation to say project managers were not making any names there. However, in our report, those names comes up. The accounting officer should then make those considerations to take corrective action against the project managers that were responsible by the department, because they were given the responsibilities to say implement this project. Failure to recover unspent fund, the relation of responsibilities, negligence in managing the programs in line with the MOA, negligence in managing the CIBA program, again in line with the MOA, because everything was specific in the MOA. It was just a matter of ensuring that everything is properly oversaw. We indicated earlier about irregular expenditure and processes within the department that led to there being regular expenditure when a procurement process was implemented. However, it was implemented in piecemeal and not in line with the relevant National Treasury circular on SCM. And then we made a recommendation to ensure that beneficiaries should ensure that funds that are received for programs on behalf of the department should not be included or commingled with existing funds of the beneficiaries. I think there should be proper governance and processes that are clear to say, yes, I'm a beneficiary of the department. However, as and when the department can appoint me as an implementing agent, how do I then ensure that there's a clear distinction between my own operational affairs and what the department has empowered me to do, let alone the fact that I'm entitled to a 10% administration fee of so forth. And then the second last slide deals with the challenges that we had, Chairperson. And one of our main challenges was obviously, especially on the earlier period, 2014 to 2020, documents were not really available. Some documents were not available at all, and it's difficult to get to some of the members, especially members that are not present anymore. And when I'm talking about members, I'm talking about members of SAFSA's board. I think there are I counted about 4 or 5 members here today, which we managed to consult with, which we managed to got. And there were other members that we couldn't consult. But one of our main focus was to say, let's look at the permanent board, the affairs of the permanent board that was appointed from 2015. Because what we were also managed to do, Chairperson, was talk to a member of parliament. There was a member of parliament, I think the member in question has resigned, that we interviewed, that we had a meeting with. I think he was representing another party. He was there in 2015 to 2019. He managed to give us an audience, and we interviewed the member in question, and then he informed us of his role as far as the affairs are concerned. I think on that note, Chairperson, that is the end of our presentation. And I'm not sure if there will be questions of clarity that we will need to respond now or maybe at a later stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Much appreciated. Dr. Kumalo, is there anything before I handle over to SIFSA?
Nothing from our side, Chair. We'll respond to questions.
Thank you. I would suggest, honorable members, if that is an order with you, to ask SIFSA to present, and then we will then ask questions. SIFSA.
Thank you, Chair. I think I would like to present first because I was the interim chairperson who was elected on the 20th of March, 2014 by the then Minister of Arts and Culture, Paul Mashatile, to put the structure of SIFSA. Most of the people were asked by the minister to be part of the IC, and our duty was to create the federation, emanating from the 2009 meeting with the then President Zuma at the convention center, who wanted to know what the problems were with the creative industry and how can we help. So it all started there. So our duty as the interim committee was to put up the federation, have road shows, and put a proper document so that all sectors are going to be represented. And then we were also tasked to put the conference, the elective conference in Mangaung, which was going to be then taken over by those who will be elected. So we did all of those. We submitted the report to the department after Mangaung. I remember signing the contract for 15 million because the minister, Nathi Mthethwa, at the time insisted that it should be a 3-year contract from the interim to Mangaung and then to those who will be taking over. So we did all of that was requested for us, and we did submit all the financial statements. The only overhead that we had was at Mangaung. There were more people. Some of them were not even allocated for. So we had an over budget of, I think, 722,000 or something like that from the 5 million that was allocated to us, because we started working on the 20th of March until the 24th, the 25th of March 2015 at the conference. So we've got all those documents of the roadshows, putting up there was a secretariat that was doing all the work, and Mangaung, that is what we were tasked with doing. So the report I've sent to everybody, it's there, and if there are any questions pertaining to the allocation of the funds that was given to us, I'm sure Mr. Mthethwa was part of the of the financial team as well. He could probably help us answer that. I think Dodo as well. I have a disclaimer to also make. At the time, I did indicate to the minister that I would be traveling, doing most of my UN work, but my task was to put the document, because I've been doing work with UNESCO, to put the proper document of how to make sure that the creative industry, no one is left behind. And I think we really tried to make sure that every sector of the creative industry was included and was allocated for. I think that's it from me, Chair. Mpho and Dodo, and probably Eugene, Mr. Mtetwa as well. If there's anything that I've left out, you were part of the IC. Are you able to help me?
Is there any member of the interim committee who would like to assist on what has been presented?
Mr. Mtetwa is up, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And I would want to make this disclaimer before I contribute. As part of the interim committee, I can tell you that unfortunately, our chairperson, Ms. Yvonne Chaka, was unfortunately misled to do things, to allow things to happen. Unprocedurally so, without following corporate governance. And I would actually stand to say she was innocently misled to agree to certain things. The reason why I'm saying that the current Gobodo report doesn't touch on issues of corporate governance. She would remember that if I were to say, for instance, there was no process that was followed in compiling that report. That report did not serve in the finance committee as it's supposed to be in any organization, that there's a procedure that you follow, a compliance issue that you follow. The auditor of those finances was appointed by Dodo Munamodi single-handedly. He's here. I was in the finance committee. That finance committee had never met even a single moment. But the organization was spending money which was not informed by the processes, the requisition process, how you plan. Nothing happened of that. And unfortunately, I was barred from talking, Minister Gayton Mackenzie. That is why this thing has been very long for me pending, that I cannot be part of something that misused, that actually did not follow corporate governance, where public funds were used. Procurement policies, you spoke about procurement policies. There were no procurement policies that were followed. Members of the interim committee were appointed to be service providers without procedure. There was no advertisement of, and the Gobodo report doesn't talk to such things. And that is why I'm saying it has a shortfall of things that it was supposed to look into, in terms of, if you are talking about procurement, but you were not able to pick up that there were service providers who were sitting in the very board interim committee who were providing services while sitting in the board. And this is the public funds. These are public funds which are governed by PFMA, but there was no
Chair,
PFMA.
sorry, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Sorry, Chair.
Minister?
Yes.
Chair, just a point of order. I see the Honorable said I barred him from speaking. Did I bar the Honorable Mtetwa from speaking? I have no recollection of Me barring any member, I don't even have that type of powers, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Minister, let me do this. I'm going to give an opportunity after everything, then and then you can raise perhaps those issues then,
Thank you,
because
Chair.
there are still members of the former interim committee that would like to say something on this.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Petwa.
So for me, Chairperson, that in as much as we would want to brush things off, I am one person, she knows, our chairperson knows I was constantly in engagement with her to say, no, don't allow this. Don't say this. I even wrote emails to it's a pity that Ntlantasbisi, the culprit, the biggest culprit in that interim committee, advocate for that matter, advocate Ntlantasbisi is not here to account. The people who have come to account here, it's the chairperson who's innocent in this. She was taken to lead this process when she had not even participated in any collective or an organization that would then deal with such issues. And she was just thrown into the deeper end. One of the beneficiaries of services without any advertisement to the public for people to bid for those services, as it is the finances that are drawn from government. As Mpomo Lepo, he's here, he's sitting here. Dodo Munamodi appointed his own a friend's company a night before we went to the conference as an audit company, the well-run, which had her sister as a director in it. All those things were not checked. And I will not sit and allow things to happen incorrectly in my presence and be told that, no, you can't talk because you are in conflict of interest. I will stand and be a state witness for that matter, should it require me. I was barred from talking, not you, Minister Peyton Mackenzie. I was barred by Minister Natim Teto. That's why I constantly say that let his spirit not rest in peace. At the conference, I was bad because I wanted to speak all these things to say this is not correct. This money that has been spent, government's money that has been spent, has not followed correct procedures. It has unfairly benefited members who are in the interim committee, who are not supposed to be, according to the corporate governance, it's supposed to be members they have advantage, a comparative advantage over other people. So I will not say that even those financials, I did not see the financials. Those financials were rejected even at Mangaung at the conference because the members were saying, you were not elected by us, you were appointed by the minister. That's the correct word. We were appointed by Mr. Paul Mashatile. With letters, I still have the letter to prove those. Should I be required to testify, I will come and testify in the court of law and become a state witness for that matter if that is required. So I just wanted to say that there's nothing much. I've got a report to the public protector's report on CIFSA. I initiated 2020. I've got a report from the public protector. This is not the first forensic investigation that was presented to us today. It's not the first forensic. There's a BIG. I don't know whether the minister knows about it because he said he has investigated, but this is not the first a forensic investigation. I've tried many times to say there's something that went so wrong that has deprived our children the future, because this was meant to make the industry to be able to govern itself, to be able to do things, to be able to support the industry. Because some of us, we are artists and we bear children who have our genes in them, who are artists by nature, who will be getting into the industry. But people who are not musicians and artists, who came in here as administrators, they have deprived our children a better future by coming and messing up things and presenting lies before. That is why there was a need for this forensic. I want to end there and say there's nothing. What the forensic report is placing before us, it is true that there were no systems in place. There was corruption that happened. The people, they benefited themselves in these things, and they were funded by the department 3 times without reports. I'm even shocked that there are reports, because the only report that I know was that 3-page report that we had at Mpumalanga. Today we have, I don't know, every year has got a report now. So let me, and not take advantage, I'm still going to interrogate this presentation, Chair, because I really, really want answers after that. I will take off my interim committee head and now wear my honorable member's hat. Thank you, Chair. Your mic is off, Chair.
Please unmute.
Please, my apologies, Mr. Molepe, please unmute. I see Mr. Molepe's hand. Please unmute.
Yeah, I'm struggling here with technology.
Oh, my apologies.
I'm gonna.
Mr. Munamodi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think for me, it is to really concur with what our then chairperson has actually confirmed, which is Yvonne Chaka Chaka, to say that indeed I can confirm to the committee that we did receive the amounts. We have received an amount, if my memory serves me well. I think we have received the first tranche of about 3.5 million somewhere in September, just a couple of months before the conference. And the monies were then utilized as per the project plan that was crafted by the Secretariat, including the chairperson herself. It was agreed upon to say this is how we are going to disperse the funds according to the project plan, which mainly, as the chairperson is confirming, that the project plan was always about to host the conference. And then indeed, the second tranche that we have received, we received it, if I'm not mistaken, chairperson, it was around March 2015, an amount of about 1,200,000. It was received. Of course, it was received with all the supporting documents as per the agreement that was signed between ourselves and the department. And it is very clear in that agreement that there will not be any further discharge of monies if supporting documents were never submitted. So we did submit those, and this is the reason why we then allocated the next tranche, which is about 1.2 million. The last tranche was indeed received around somewhere in the end of March, if I'm not mistaken again. That was after we have now presented the final expenditure reports. And that is where, as the chairperson is confirming, we are then able to deal with the shortfall that was experienced at the time. Just to also correct her, the shortfall was about 772 plus, not 724. So those were the shortfalls that were incurred because of the extra buses that were sent to the conference and that were not budgeted for. I think let me end it up there, and then I will await any other further clarity seeking question. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Molepe.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry that somehow technically my things are not going right, but can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed. Seems that we don't have any luck with Mr. Molepe there.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the platform. Morning to everybody once more, the Minister, the Deputy, the DG, and all members of the Portfolio Committee, and members of CIFSA, as according to the different years that we served. My name is Mpom Lepo, as Mr.
We've lost you.
Process of our 1 year was corrupt. Firstly, I just want to clarify a few things so that we are very clear. We served, as Ma'am Yvonne has just put it, we served for 2014 March to 2015 March. We served literally for 1 year. And in that 1 year, we were able to do the following. We were able to develop the CIFSA Memorandum of Incorporation. We were able to develop interim report in the middle of the year. We were able to develop a national consultation report. And if there's anything that Mr. Eugene is implicating me with, should be the process of organizing national meetings in the 9 provinces that I coordinated those meetings. And the second one is that on behalf of that committee, we finalized with the management team about the conference. So there are 5 documents that I have submitted last week to the department, which is the MOI, the Memorandum of Incorporation, the interim report in the year we were in office, the national consultation report, which we had to undertake before we can go to the national conference. The other document is called the conference framework. When Eugene says there were no documents outlined and all of that.
Just a second, Mr. Molepe, just a second. What I cannot allow is that this meeting will turn into a public trial. As a former member, I would like to appeal to you to give report as all the previous interim committee members has done. We have set boundaries for this meeting. I want you to take us to a report pertaining to systemic issues, findings, like we've said, recommendations, report on systems. We are not going to litigate board members here. Let's report on the systemic issues. A previous speaker said we have received that kind of money, this happened, that happened. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'll repeat, Chair, but thank you very much for that note. I hope the Honorable Mr. Muthatwa get that note from you, that he can't litigate.
Can you proceed with this meeting, please?
Yeah, but we should be fair, Chair. So the last part
Mr. Muthatwa has reported on systemic issues.
No, but he just now on the floor been talking about names and culprits and all of that. And he's referring to us. And he was just like that when he was even our member. That's why today he's trying to go on this trail. But let me complete. On the
Just
other
a second
hand,
before you complete, Before you complete, Mr. Molepe, just a second. The Honorable Moletsani.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, can the CIFSA members present whatever they're supposed to present and not answering what the other member has just said? If he wants to answer that member, he must try by all means to put that into the presentation so that we can get moving. Chairperson, we had a long day, Chair.
Agree.
And we can't be waiting for someone who wants to answer the previous speaker and then wants to continue with the presentation. That answer that he wants to give to Honorable Mteto, let him put that answer in a presentation form so that we can be able to move forward. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. I want to agree with Honorable Moletsane, but I think what we should note is that what we agreed at the beginning of this meeting is that we will discuss the forensic reports, but we are heading into dangerous territory with regards to answering allegations and trying to make findings. So if we can keep to the facts, it also enables us to keep to the facts so that we comply with our mandate. Thank you.
Honorable Khabo, your guidance.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I fully want to agree with Honorable Potgieter. We should not be tempted into venturing in spaces that we have agreed that we are going to avoid. It was important that we could have called Honorable Mteto to order to avoid mentioning names because we have agreed that we'll deal with processes, systems, including control systems. So with that being said, Chairperson, I fully agree that we should be consistent in trying to protect the decorum of this engagement. We should not fall into a trap. There are intentions of reducing this meeting into a battlefield, and that on its own will tamper with our integrity as public representatives. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Another intervention, Honorable Daniels.
Chair. Chairperson, you know, it takes me back to the initial point that we asked about to ensure that there's no conflict of interest, because I anticipated that this will become a platform where there are some grudges for not having been voted in at the time when there was a contestation for positions in CIFSA. And those very same people are here who voted against the honorable member. So this is a time to bite back. And that is what I was also trying to avoid, amongst other reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. I agree, and I'm not going to allow that. We have set boundaries. We would like the presentations to be without names or a rebuttal or any character assassination. Mr. Molepe, my apologies. Please proceed.
Okay. I just want to highlight one note, which is we have, in the 1 year, we have done the work that we were mandated to do. We've created the MOI. We did the national consultation as we were meant to do national consultation in 9 provinces. We developed what we called the conference framework. We implemented the conference and we did the conference report and interim report. All those 5 documents in terms of narrative on the performance and what we're meant to do in 1 year, it's all can be made available. I have already submitted all of that to the department, and I could engage further based on the work we've done in that 1 year, which is all in the reports. Thank you very much. And I would like Mr. Mteto to withdraw that word that I benefited out of this project.
No,
And he
Chair,
must make it
please,
publicly.
Chair.
Let me do this. You have mentioned an interesting point that you will send more stuff. I would advise some of the other committee members also to do same if they would like to submit more information to the department and the committee. I see another hand, and that is, how do you pronounce it, Kwetsimani? Please unmute.
It's Romeo Tetsimani, Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity, and also I greet all the members present. Chair, I think what is critical, I'm not going to repeat what other members have said, because I was serving that committee and also to the Secretariat, the people who were doing administration for that interim committee. But let me start with the challenge before I forgot. At that time, Chair, the industry was not united. We're not speaking in one voice. So it was critical for us to be assisted to establish this vehicle. We called it now today is CIFSA. So even amongst the interim committee members, we're not speaking in the very same understanding, because it was for our first time from coming from different sectors to try and build this vehicle called CIFSA. So there were a lot of argument even during our meetings. Our main mandate, Chair, was to deliver a conference where the industry is going to elect the leadership to drive CIFSA. That was our main mandate. So during that period, most of the things we're doing through consensus and agreeing during our meetings. Because according to what we signed with the department, we're not allowed to develop policies for the interim committee, but we're allowed to develop guiding document for the industry. When they are meeting at the conference, they will be able to take this matter forward and elect their own leadership. So as members have said, we created a project plan. We're guided by that project plan, what to do and how to do and how it's going to cost. In that interim committee, they were representative of the department. Whatever we're discussing or agreeing as a committee, we'll take it back to the department to guide us, because everything was guided by the department itself. So at the end of the day, we're able to deliver that conference under those difficult conditions, because it was not easy during that time. I remember we're supposed to have that conference in October 2014, since we were elected in March 2014. Then when we find out that they were not ready, we postponed to the following year, which was March 2015. But at the end of the day, in our side, Chair, all the decisions were taking, because there were no guiding systems or policies for the interim committee, were guided by the minutes of our meetings. As a result, all our meetings at that time as an interim committee, they were recorded, and all that minutes were sent to the department. So we delivered that policy conference for the industry to decide who's going to lead the industry. Let me end there, Chair, on my side. Thank you.
Yeah, may I ask the department, what happened to the presentations of both boards? Or maybe we should go for each 10 minutes now on the presentations that is left. The current board, you have a presentation. The second board also have no, you haven't sent anything.
No, Chair, we haven't.
You want to proceed?
Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, please do.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, Chair. I just want to apologize. The reason why we didn't have a presentation, I just landed this morning from Morocco. So I made it to I tried to explain to the department that, I'll be landing in the morning and strictly coming straight to the thing. And then I tried to speak to some of our board members to see what kind of documents we can put together just to make sure that we don't miss this meeting. Chair, from what Gobodo maybe has said, because we have a lot of things that we have done in that tenure, but I see is the amounts that are in question is that 772, where they say there was no submission, and there was at 5.4 unspent funds, and there was a 13 million of downtown music hub, and I think also the OSIBA awards. Maybe let me take it from the beginning, Chair, where after taking over from the previous CIFSA, we were then meant to hit the road running, but with that came in that 772 that it is reported to have no submission. And that 772 was an access that was coming from the previous administration. And the reason for that, it was because there were buses that came in, more buses than what was expected. And I'm not going to go into the details of that since the chair has called us into order. But the people who are responsible for bringing those buses, they know themselves. But the access of that money comes exactly from that from that period, and then it meant that the access, we then had to pay those buses from the CIFSA that we inherit. We had to inherit that amount, and then also ask to pay that money. And then I think the person who was taking care of that was Mr. Jack at the time. So we gave the report on that 772. So I don't know if Mr. Karabo from Kobot, he was saying that some of the documents are not available and stuff like that. If maybe that is part of the documents that were not available, but I will also refer this to my TG and my SG just to explain further in terms of administration and documentation that is there in supporting that for that money that was given. The 2015 and 2016, we gave reports and those reports were approved. So I think the question maybe then going back into the issue of downtown. With downtown, we were approached by the department, also guided by them in terms of asking, because the industry was really going on at us in saying that we need to save the industry, we need to save the music industry. And then one of the issues that came up was the Downtown Music Hub. The Downtown Music Hub was an entity that belonged to the NAC. We went to the NAC in inquiring to say, what is the problem? How come this entity is not operational? How come it's not helping people with such beautiful equipment, expensive equipment, and such a huge building? There were also people who were renting there, and some of our members who are in here had offices in that building. I will not mention names again, Chair. So we then spoke to the CEO after speaking to the NEC, because they were saying that the downtown is making an audit query for them. So we then went back to the CEO in time to engage with the CEO. And then we came up with a business plan. We approached the department. After the department came to us, and we went back to them to say, okay, here are the problems. This is what is happening with downtown. How then can we help in doing this thing? And that's how we came in, Chair, as a fiduciary. We're not running the governance of downtown. We were just a fiduciary body. I mean, we were just been giving fiduciary services towards downtown. So we came to a point where we would even pay some of the money towards downtown, and then downtown will pay back. I mean, we paid money to downtown as CIFSA, and then we would claim from the department the money that we have paid. I'm very worried about the 13 million that they said we spent in there, that was spent on downtown. We had a 2-year contract with downtown as a fiduciary body. And then we paid about, it was not more than, and I think my colleagues will come in there to help, but we didn't pay anything more than 350,000 a month. And then that was maybe paying for trying to get downtown in the green light with SARS, because they were in the red with SARS. There was issues of the city of Joburg with water and electricity. There are overheads and salaries. So we're paying that and then going to claim from the department. But I do not think that money got to 13 million. The other money that it was claimed that to be unspent, which is also raised the question, because it was the first time, I'm sorry, Chair, to indulge, but it was the first time I'm seeing this report being reported, being presented here. As I was making notes, that there was an unspent money of about 5.4 million that was unspent. I don't know where that comes from. I wish our colleagues from Goboti can be much more clear about that, because between 2017 to 2019, we didn't have any contract with the department as CIPSA. Our contract ended in 2016. The only thing that we did, obviously, was the awards and being the fiduciary body, being given the fiduciary services for Downtown Music Hub. And in terms of the awards, it was not only the awards, and I think maybe that is what making it to sound a bit ridiculous. We had a launch, we had a policy conference, and we also had the awards. And over and above that, the policy conference, we had to get buses to get people from delegates from all provinces to come to Johannesburg, be accommodated, and also be given meals. And then we went into the awards, and within the awards, we also push for the fact that whoever wins the award at least must walk away with something to go home. That's why I think Karabo was also mentioning that there was 20,000 that was paid to each and every winner of the awards, and those who did not receive that money and that we couldn't find, we actually handed over to the incoming board to try to handle those issues and go forward. So in terms of those three, Chair, I think maybe I've summed it up, and I'm sorry, I'm recalling just from memory and little notes that I have made. Can maybe I ask my TG or SG, if you're there, DSG, if you can help in maybe solidifying, and more especially in those three numbers, the 772, the 5.4 million, and the 13 million that was reported by Kobot.
Tony, I'm going to allow at least 2 minutes, but I just want to say thank you for your comprehensive presentation, and I get it. It gives us a solid base for questions. And thanks for your demeanor. You may ask or request your colleague to proceed, but only 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Manamudi or DSG, if you're there, or DG, SG.
Okay. I thank you very much, Dr. Koro, the chairperson, and the honorable members. I think for me, it is just to confirm that indeed, according to our MOI or MOA with the department, there would never be any submission without the supporting documents. I can confirm that the 772,883, it was primarily because of the debts that we have incurred during the conference, particularly because most of the provinces that were busing people, they have withdrawn their assistance, particularly the catering, the legal payments that needed to be done. So all that has been collated together, and it was handed over to the department, and then it was taken care of by the next administration, because the first administration, their responsibility ended in March at the conference. So the next administration, we had to take it from then. I think that is just what I wanted to confirm. Otherwise, I can request my colleagues to add if there's anything, but I will further later on confirm on what we have received on behalf of Downtown and what we have received on behalf of Usiba. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to call upon Ms. Mbewana. The final presentation, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is going to, okay, maybe let me start by saying that I was elected in 2019. So with what has been presented by the board, I think my colleagues have done justice in responding, I will not be able to respond to it, though I really have interest on what would be the way forward on this matter, because it has been a serious dark cloud hanging over us from the day we have inherited the organization. So there was a lot that was said about the organization being corrupt. So I think this sitting and the investigation is also assisting us. Though we also would love to see a progress, and because this organization was not built by an individual, it was built because of number of consultations that were done in the sector. And when I got elected, the first thing that we did with my leadership was to request from the department to be assisted with workshop on good governance, because remember, like Eugene said, we are creatives, we're performers, but now we're getting into the leadership position and we're getting into the space of government. It was the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture that has assisted us with that workshop on good governance. And then we also requested for the induction from the former leadership. The honorable member, Eugene Mteto, was the one who gave us the induction. And also with the advice from the DG, Dr. Kumalo, we then sat and look at all these reports, being the big report and Funan report, and worked on implementing the findings of those reports, which I believe that it was the results. It's because of those results that the honorable members, the department can see that we do not have any irregularities, because we are well monitored by the department. We have worked in trying to rebuild the organization. However, it has got to a point now where we come before this parliament last year, and then we learned that there are a number of things that need to be investigated, and we cooperated. So we've been waiting ever since. Little did we know that our budget will be, we won't be funded after we have reported, and at some utterances that were coming from the minister and that we have never reported at all, which came as a surprise to us, because we knew that the
Can
DG was
we
aware.
change the word some announcements by the minister, not utterance?
Okay.
Change
So
it
fast
to
forward.
announcements. No, rewind. Some announcements by the minister.
I'm sorry, Honorable Chair, I didn't get that.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So I'm trying to fast track things. The report that I've sent here to Parliament and to the department, it refers to us now trying to request for the report. And there's a letter that I also wrote that it would be difficult for us to participate in this sitting because we do not have a report. But our reason for coming here is because in my presentation, the second page, because I'm just fast forwarding it, I saw it was flat here. That's because we have not received the forensic report, and the budget was suspended. We did not receive a letter to tell us why the budget was suspended, because there was no hearing, there was no written reason, and findings have never been shown to us. And we have tried at least 8 approaches to try to.
Ms. Mbewana, just a second.
Yes.
Tisa, can you flight the presentation?
Okay, I'm on the second page already.
Yes, proceed.
Where we are. Thank you. Yes, like I said, at point number 3, approaches set by the department. Every statutory request, proposal, memorandum, and demand since we started in March the 3rd has been ignored by both the department, the minister, and the director general. We've never responded to any of our requests. And as as all the members of this parliament have said, it was a surprise for us that we have to come here without even knowing whether we're implicated or not. But we saw a public statement which was made on the 7th of May that conflicts it to administrating and implicate myself for 2019 findings. The correct demand on the 9th of May was ignored, where you said, we have never used 30% because that was talking to my term, that we're paying staff for 30% from the budget. So we are, the second slide, we are requesting the oversight action from this committee, that minister and the director general to account for non-compliance with NAIA and PAIJA, because we are told to follow that process, and we did. And we also are requesting action or oversight from the committee with the direct disclosure of the complete and redacted forensic audit report to the CIFSA president. And we also require a written reason for the funding suspension and buyers obliged. We also require a supplementary ministerial statement correction of the 7th of May and support condition. We also, honorable members, after the media statement, we then wrote to the department saying, let's find a way of restoring the restoration condition. That was not responded. Mainly for us, just that, and it has led us to look for the legal route that guided us to have what you call it, urgent application to court. So the matter is there because we felt that we are being ignored and we are implicated, and the public doesn't know what happened. But today we know, and we hope that the public will also get to understand. And I stand before you today as a democratically elected president of CIFSA, elected in 2019 on the 20th and 24th of August. And I'm here to speak not only on behalf of the organization, I'm here to speak on behalf of thousands of artists, cultural practitioners, and creative workers that their voices deserve to be heard. Honorable members, I also want to remind you that CIFSA was not created by an individual or a political party. It emerged from a government-led process that began in 2009, which culminated into inaugural national conference in 2015. The purpose was clear. It was to unite and organize and professionalize the culture and the creative industry of South Africa. It was also to strengthen governance within the sector and create a legitimate platform through which government could engage with the practitioners. I assumed the office in 2019. CIFSA was already subjected to investigation arising from matters that predated my leadership. My responsibility was not to defend the past mistake, but it was to correct them. We cooperated with the oversight processes, implemented governance, improved and worked to restore confidence in the organization. We even took it to policy conference, the department would remember. It is therefore deeply concerned, concerning honorable members that despite the completion investigation, provided with full investigation report, we have repeatedly requested access to the finding, including using the promotion of access to the information, yet we have been unable to receive the information necessary to understand or respond or implement any recommendation. Instead, we first became aware of the conclusion through public statement. Honorable members, this is an important principle of administrative justice. Organizations that are subjected to investigation should have an opportunity to receive the findings, understand them, and respond appropriately. Transparent strengthening government, secrecy weakens confidence. I respectfully request the committee to exercise the constitutional oversight responsibility by ensuring that the investigation report is made available to CIFSA so that the organization may fully engage with its funding. Chairperson, I also wish to raise a broader policy concern. South Africa adopted a white paper to guide the development of the arts and culture and heritage sector. So that policy framework recognizes the importance of organizing the sector in coherent and inclusive manner. Today, we see the establishment of multi-sectoral structures and significant public expenditure directed towards them. While every effort to develop the creative economy is welcome, yes, but we must ask whether public resources are being used in the most effective way. If government has already demonstrated constituted national federation whose purpose is to organize the sector, why duplicate structures instead of strengthening and improving what already exists? If there were any governance weaknesses in the past, those weaknesses, colleagues, should be corrected, not used as a reason to abandon an institution that has since demonstrated improvements in government and accountability. Honorable members, the cultural and the creative industry contribute immensely to the employment, tourism, nation building, social cohesion, and economic growth. Yet they remain amongst the least organized sectors of our economy. Organization is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Without an organized sector, artists struggle to access opportunity, governments struggle to consult effectively, and public investment become fragmented. During my tenure, Honorable Chair, our objective has always been to build a credible national federation capable of representing practitioners across the country. If our government has improved, if financial accountability has improved, and if clean audit outcomes have been achieved, then I respectfully ask, what object or reason remains for government not to work and strengthen federation? This is not about personality. It is not about political affiliation. It is not about preserving institution that belongs to, it is about preserving the institution that
Can you
belongs
please
to
wrap up?
Okay, thank you, Chair. It is also about respecting democratic election conducted by the sector itself. It is also about ensuring that public funds produce lasting institutions rather than temporary structure. Today, I respectfully request this committee to consider the following: that CIFSA be provided with a full investigating report, that the committee facilitate constructive engagement between the department and CIFSA, that government considers strengthening existing democratically institutions before creating parallel structures, that the parliament continue to exercise robust oversight to ensure transparent accountability and value for public money. Honorable members, I appear before you not seeking special treatment, but seeking fairness. I believe in accountability. I believe in transparency. I believe in democratical institution. Most important, I believe that South African artists deserve an organized, united, and respected sector that is capable of transforming lives and contributing meaningfully to our national development. I thank you for your time, Honorable Chair and members, your attention and your commitment to serving the people of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that presentation. Honorable members, we have 2 hours for questions.
Chair.
Honorable Potgieter.
My apologies. Sorry, I was hoping to take my hand earlier. I just wanted clarity because the slide that the presenter was speaking on spoke to parliamentary oversight before litigation, but then made a comment about the matter going to court. Can we just get clarity on that statement just before we go into questions, if you don't mind?
Ms. Mbewana. You see, there's also a plea being made to the committee for the report, and there's already the minister and the legal desk has indicated the procedure on making the report available. Ms. Mbewana.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, just very briefly, Honorable Potgieter has asked him just to give some clarity, which we appreciate. Also, my hand has been up for a while. Before we go into questions, Mr. Tony was also talking about buses. that's been used, if they can just go into it so that we can be fully prepared for interrogation purposes and elaborate on the buses, everything that we need to know from procurement to expenditure. And so once they've given us a comprehensive explanation, then we'll be ready for interrogation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Ms. Mbewana, can you take us through the issue that has been raised by Honorable Potgieter?
Thank you, Chair. It's the reason why we going to court is because, like I've said at the beginning, they've failed to even honor government's framework of accessing information, which is BAIA. Because BAIA gave them 30 days to respond. And we wrote 8, like I said, we wrote 8 letters trying to reason and trying to find an immaculate way of restoring the relationship or accessing information. So then we were legally advised that we should take the matter to court. We've just submitted papers, but we're waiting for the city to give us a direction. Maybe the department was also going to give us answers. Why are we not giving information? And we learned from the media that we are implicated. And we've even asked them to reverse some of the statements that were incorrect. But that was also ignored. And the funding was suspended without us being given any written notice, without us being called for any meeting, because we've always been requesting for the meeting to try to resolve these issues or to talk to these issues.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think, Honorable Potgieter, that's a process out of our control. We are going to proceed with the interrogation.
No, thank you, Chair. I just didn't hear it. I just wanted her to repeat. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tony, the buses.
Thank you, Chair.
Where to?
Yes, sir. The issue of the buses, it actually began in Mangaung, at the conference in Mangaung. And it raised alarm to us when we were then requested by the department to pay for those buses from the tranche, the first tranche that they were trying to give us. And we said, no, we are not responsible for those buses, which then made us to go into researching exactly what truly transpired. And what happened is that department made an allocation. Okay, the interim committee, let me not say department, the interim committee made an allocation for buses, and there were delegates that were taken from all the provinces to be brought to Mangaung. And those buses were counted, there was a number to it, and they were budgeted for, and it was sealed to say, okay, these are the buses that are going to the conference. This is how many delegates are coming to the conference. And this is how much accommodation is going to be allocated. And this is how much food then will be served to all these delegates, to the delegates that are coming. Over and above that, on the day of the conference, came in buses, extra buses that literally caused confusion. And those buses, if I may mention, I'm sorry, Chair, I'm just going to mention, they had placards and pictures of people in them, right? And I'm not going to mention the names, the people they know themselves here. If they want to explain themselves, they must explain themselves. So they had the names and the placards of those people chanting their names, saying that the other one was saying that this one is going to be the president. The other one was saying this one was going to be the secretary prior to the conference taking place. And that's where the whole confusion even of the conference started. So the issue of the buses and the money that was then it was then the issue of them obviously forcing themselves into the conference and into the accommodate. They had to be accommodated as well, and also be taken back and be fed and be taken back. So all that money that we were talking about of access, and that's why the addendum had to be made for that 772,000 couple of rands. The issue of the bus emanates actually from there. And that's what gave us the access of about 772 point something rands. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Yvonne, you want to add something? I want to give opportunity to members to start asking questions.
Yes, Chair. I think Tony has covered me there because that is where the buses came. But I was a bit perturbed a little bit by Mr. Mtetwa. he was part of the finance committee. And obviously, as he rightfully says, because I had a disclaimer right from the beginning with the minister to say, I will not be available every time. And the secretariat was allocated to us as well by the department. We were working hand in hand with the department to do everything. And for him to say there was no governance when he was part of it, I really find it to be a bit shocking as well. But be that as it may, the report was given. We submitted absolutely everything. And if there's anything from Koboto or any investigation, I would really like to see that, because I want to think that I worked with people who were very meticulous and we knew what our mandate was, and then we handed over. So I mean, he's a trusted member of the creative industry as well. If there were anything at that time, I would have expected him to raise his hand. Yeah, I don't want to say now that he's part of parliament, he's a bit conflicted. He was there at that time. And I want to think each and every one of us wanted to make sure that we put a structure that will serve anyone, everybody, and no one should have been left behind. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I'm going to give opportunities to members to ask their questions. Honorable Mutawung was first. Honorable Potgieter. Honorable Tetwa. Please proceed. It seems that it's the only Honorable Molatsani, Honorable Khabo, in that order. As members raise their hands, I will add, we do have only time up until 2:30, if I'm correct. Portfolio
Mr. Daniels,
Secretary.
My hand was raised, Chairperson. Note me. Thank you.
Mr. Daniels, and I'm going to give every member 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 minutes each.
Now, my
That
chair,
leaves
I
us
don't think
with
I'll take more
an
than
hour.
10
Members,
minutes.
you are happy. You are very happy to ask a question and also get the response immediately. I think that will be the best format, seeing that we had so many presentations. Direct the questions to the individual you wish to. And Honorable Khabo, we are doing it the interpellation style. Honorable Matong.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair. My question, I think, is going to be directed to Mam Yvonne, Tate Mpomolepo, and Tate Tshonogoroge, and Eugene Mteto. The first question is, do you think the department failed its oversight before they bring you here in this platform, before getting any thorough investigation whenever comes to the finances and everything that was entailed here today? That's the first question, Chair.
Honorable Mtetwa, you are in the chair. Please unmute.
Oh, the question is to me. Yeah, I'm wearing two hats. I'm juggling.
We need your information, Honorable Member.
No, I think that question would be relevant, Chair, to the people who are here as committees, as members of the committees, because I have been informed, I've been very much at the center of questioning the department's approach towards this. As I indicated, that this is not the first time. This is not the first investigation. But I've never heard Minister talking about the outcomes of that forensic investigation, the first one. Now we have a second one, meaning that the government, the department is spending another amount of money to investigate. Now, the question that always remains in my head is that why does the department always wait for a crisis to happen when it has signed contracts with the beneficiaries, but not monitor along the way what is happening and only be caught up at 11th hour when there are reports that are not forthcoming and then only now spending money to investigate? So I think even this meeting, it shows that not all of us were informed about what were the situation, what we should expect, you know. Let me not get into my other head, because now as I'm juggling around, I'm trying to juggle around, but I don't think the members were truly prepared. It is clearly that they were not truly prepared, because even their presentations, the presentation from interim committee was not a consultative process, because this was supposed to have actually been raised with the interim committee members to say, we are called to parliament. What is it that we were supposed to present? Okay, so that's my take on that one. Thanks.
So do you believe
Honorable
that the
Mataung.
department, so you believe that the department has failed the oversight before they called the interim committee to present themselves regarding the forensic investigation?
I can say without fear of any contradiction or intimidation that department constantly has not failed, has done what we expect of it, to fail to monitor, to fail to do an oversight. And that is why today we are sitting here, we are told as a committee, portfolio committee, now we must wait for the department. And this is commonly so in many ways than one you would hear. If we could go back to the recordings, the previous recordings, you will find that it was said that we can't get the report. The portfolio committee cannot get, I must change, the portfolio committee cannot get the report before the people who are, because they are still giving the people who are implicated a chance to respond. Okay, that's what was said. I bet you if we go to the, so it is, we are unfortunately, the department is failing. It has failed dismally. It has failed dismally to monitor, to do oversight on all these projects. You can mention downtown. This presentation of Gobodo shows a glaring, a clear picture of a failed oversight process.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you've upendulele now wonke umuntu. Chair, you know, I love to say something which is very, very important, and I think the committee has played a very beautiful role in terms of making sure.
We are losing you. Honorable Mataung, we are losing you.
That artists do attend, and them spending an amount of money. So organize at 80% of the time. And with that, I'll upload the hands for them to say, at least you have tried something to the department. But the department is the one that tend to ignore those documents, and that's why we are here today trying to table the findings of saying if CIFSA have done wrong, and we can't even find one thing even on the Gobodo findings. They are not tabled nicely. We don't see any documentation where the money went to, It's like we are presented with only a document that says this is what they spent, this is what has happened, but it's not tabled in terms of the bullet form to say this money went to this account and which this account was not supposed to do it. That is why we see that the monies they vanish wherever they're supposed to be vanished. But when I heard that Tony said they sent documents, when I heard that Mami Yvonne said they sent documents, when I heard Mpomulipo said they sent documents. So the department is the one that is failing us as a committee at the present moment because of they're supposed to do their oversight and compile all those documents and send it to the forensic guys to say, these are the documents that we've received from these individuals. Please look at them, please refer before we even table this whole thing. Because now there's a case at hand, which is Umam Zungulile said they've opened up a case because of the forensic report that is out, which is at the same time they were not consulted for them to say your names have been implicated here. These are the findings. What is your say? Before all those things say. So sometimes I believe that the department is trying to rush into finalizing things before looking at the small print at the same time to say this thing will hit back to them. So I'll have a question to the department chair. My first question to the department is more about the internal controls. Why did the department allow the interim structure to administrate millions of rands without first ensuring that appropriate governance system, procurement controls, and financial policies were in place? Why the department did not? So that's the first question, Chair. I think Dr. Kumalo might be able to answer that.
Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. As the report says, Chair, that has just been tabled, since 2021, internal controls have been put in place. I joined the department in 2020, Chair. So I would rather allow colleagues that were there during the interim committee. But from the reading of the reports that I have actually seen, there were quite a number of improvements that needed to be put in place, which obviously were not in place, which is why when we took over in 2021, as also the president of the current CIFSA executives indicated, we put quite a lot of measures that ensured that there were the improvements that Gobodo has highlighted in their report. However, the people that were there during the interim committee time can perhaps respond to through you, Chairperson. Mr. Mbiba is in the meeting. Unfortunately, he's the only one because others have since left the department that were there at that particular time. But I can only respond with respect to the current board, which is all the improvements that needed to be put in place. We tried our best to engage them and implement them. And the report does confirm that. There were, however, deviations, as you saw in the report, Chair, in 23-24, but I suppose we'll still speak to that. I don't know whether you'll allow Mr. Mbiba, Chair, to respond to the interim committee because I wasn't in the department at that time. Mr. Mbiba.
Chairperson.
Please proceed. It's the Honorable Matawung that have asked you the question.
Okay, Chair. I'm still on the department again.
Honorable Umtetwa, Honorable Matawung, they're still responding to your question. Just a second.
Okay.
Chairperson, Mr. Mbiba is the one who was to respond. He was in the meeting, but I can't see him now. I'm just checking with the head of that unit, because he was in the meeting. I saw him since the beginning. But as I'm saying, he is best positioned.
He is. I can hear him. Please proceed.
Chairperson, I was the interim SG. Is it possible for me to respond?
Yeah, please do.
Sorry,
My
Chair.
name is
Any
Tantla Sibisi.
information will help.
This is not Mr. Mbiba, Chair. This is Nhlanhla Sibisi.
Yeah, he asked for opportunity. I've given him an opportunity. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So we had a governance structure. I was the interim Secretary General. And I tried to join as early as I could. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. So we had an executive committee, we had an interim committee that comprised of a number of highly profiled people that would approve any transaction that we had. So I was told by UCC Vaughan just now, Uguti, Ubabu Eugene, Honorable Eugene Mteto, has been making accusations that I have no idea, because he was part of the finance committee. I have no idea why those accusations were made when he knows that there were governance structures that were put in place to ensure that any service provider that we appointed was in fact approved by the executive committee and the interim committee. So I don't understand why there is an accusation that there was no governance structure. I was not approached by the forensic guys. They should have actually approached me to ask me what actually happened during the interim committee. I mean, you're talking, Chair, about very, very highly profiled individuals that, from where I sit, were credible. Extremely credible, including myself. I'm an advocate. Extremely credible. So I don't understand why there are these accusations about the interim committee that I know. I mean, Mam Yvonne is a credible person. Ubabu Stole, who was the deputy chairperson, is a very incredible person. So I don't understand, Chair.
Yeah, can we deal with the responses of Honorable Matahung? If in this particular case someone said there was no government, meaning it is semantics. It's not that there wasn't really not a government. There was a government, but it's semantic. We understand in what way it was said. Honorable Matahung, your time has been eaten up, but I'm giving you extra 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay, Chairperson. I think, Chair, we'll be posing questions to the department, but we won't find any answers because of the people that were involved then. They are not part and parcel of this meeting. So for me, asking questions directly to the department, it will be unfair because I won't find any answers. Especially one, I wanted to find out who within the department was responsible for verifying the expenditure before authorizing the payments. You know, did the department conduct the site visits and monitoring during the implementation of this project? Were any weakness identified during the monitoring? If so, what corrections, actions were taken? So these kind of questions, Chair, because of now we're backdating from to 2021 to 2019, that means we will not find any answers from the department, meaning there was no handover regarding this case of CIFSA. So I don't know whether the department will be able to answer our questions today based on what Dr. Cynthia Kumalo said, that she only joined 2020, and the person who was there, his line is, or his network is like troubling us. So meaning we'll be doing back and forth. And I can't even ask the minister again to say, Minister, can you answer this? Because of the minister was not there. You know, it was Minister Mtetwa, it was Paul Mashatile who presented this as an initiative for SIPSA to be created. But where I'm sitting now is like Sipegi Poto ngeke livuthe, Chairperson. I submit and thank you so much.
I have just been informed that Mr. Mbiba is on the platform. Mr. Mbiba, there is a question, and I want to say to you, Honorable Mataung, don't feel discouraged. You ask these questions, it will be recorded, and your children's tomorrow will see this. And if you take over a department that is lock, stock, and barrel, this can't be contagious. There must be a way to stop it. Mr. Mbiba, please respond to the question. I'm not too sure what happened earlier on.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members, Minister, DG, and colleagues from the department. The question that was raised, it was about the question of systems, which I think Advocate Sivisi answered it correctly. To
No,
my
you must
understanding,
answer it. We want you to answer it, Mr. Mbiba.
Chairperson, I'm going towards that direction to say, to my understanding, when I was there in the department, we were given the role of assisting the secretariat. And what we noted at the ground is that within the interim committee, there were various committees that were established to ensure the running of the business of the interim committee on a day-to-day basis. Any committee would then sit and discuss ways in which they would implement areas. I think in this meeting, it was also indicated that some of the members that are sitting in here formed some of the committees. For instance, the finance committee, it was there. And then there was also a legal team that was assisting with the development of the memorandum of incorporation. So there were various committees that were set up to ensure that whatever that is being done in terms of the administration of the work of the interim committee could be done accordingly. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Mataung, I'm going to give you another opportunity later. I now call upon the Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just before I start, I'd just like clarity. Mention was made of a previous forensic investigation. Are we talking about the public protector investigation, or are we dealing with two separate forensic investigations?
The department?
Apologies, Chair. The understanding that I have is that the department commissioned, I'm not sure whether it was through public protector or what, but it did. There was a report that when I joined the department was done through a company called BIG, and that is the report that was then covering a period 2014 to 2018. I saw that report when I joined the department. It's quite a brief report that wasn't detailed, but we used it with the new executive. When I joined, they were 2 years old, to actually implement some of the improvements. So this report, my understanding is that it was commissioned. It might have come through a recommendation of the public protector. I wouldn't know, Chair. But yes, the
Thanks,
report
Chair.
was done by BIG.
Yeah.
It's called BIG.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Chairperson, I don't think we have a copy of that report, but if possible, if it is, from quite some time ago, if we can get a copy, it would give us a good basis. Then just with regards to the 772,000 rand. Sorry, Chair, there's just a noise here. Let me just turn it off. My apologies. Just with regards to the 772,000 rand, I think some clarity was given that it went towards buses. And my confusion here, if you read the forensic report, it reads as if CIFSA basically detected an error the first time round on the first R1 million payment that was paid over. That was in 2015, they corrected it. So instead of 6 million, it was 5 million. It then appears, because if you read the report as it stands without that explanation, that the same error was made the following year with the 772. So it's almost like somebody tried to pay R1 million and didn't get it right. Somebody picked it up and then paid the 772,000. I'm flagging that because that's how it can be interpreted without the explanation of the buses. I'm still not completely sure exactly how this bus, scenario turned out, or why they had to pay the amount because somebody sent buses. It doesn't quite make sense. The Gabota report basically says that was an unauthorized amount and it shouldn't have been paid. That's the problem. The problem is not what it was spent on. The problem is the fact that it was irregularly approved. And my issue with the report here, Chair, is that it basically fingers one project manager as being culpable in this instance, but it almost ignores the fact that there were other parts of this particular organization. So once this person had witnessed that addendum and somebody else had vetted it, they were not either the signatory of the addendum nor were they the implementer. But the Gabota report does not go into saying anything about the person who signed the documents and the person who paid the money, which are neither one of the people that they ask for consequences to be brought against. So I'm trying to understand: are these the only two role players, and what part did anybody else play in it? Because it can't be that they are solely responsible. It's like I say to you, I recommend you go and buy shoes for 500 rand. The shoes are faulty, and then you try and hold me liable because you want your money back. So if I can get an understanding of why they're the only two people that are implicated in this report in that regard.
Amid the fact that there was more than one with placards in the bus, can we respond to that question?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think probably it's going to be me because the member who've just spoken here made reference to the Gabota report and asking why are we making the recommendation mainly relating to two. Not to try to be long, Chairperson. If you look at the scope of our investigation, but most importantly, the part that deals with determining whether the officials appointed and empowered within the organization may have approved money where they were not supposed to have approved, meaning that where money disbursed in accordance with what the memorandum of agreement is dictating. And normally when we do this kind of investigation, we look at the responsibilities that are given to project managers. And we also take into consideration the role that project managers are requested, and the level of involvement and the level of scrutiny.
Okay, sorry, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. I understand how you would have done the forensic investigation. What I'm trying to determine is essentially these were the only two people that are named. One of them witnessed the annexure. The other one vetted it. Neither one of them, from what I can see, signed it or paid the money. So are they the only two people involved, and they were solely responsible for this money being paid out?
Okay, thank you, member. Remember, the other people that were involved would have been some would have been at finance, some would have been at the level of an accounting officer, and some would have have been at internal control. But whatever they do, they rely on the information that has been disclosed to them. And the level of reliance is placed in good faith to say, those people that give us information in the form of submission, supporting document, have done what they were supposed to do. Their responsibilities that, for example, someone in finance that is supposed to pay invoices, literally capture invoices, process invoice on the system. You don't expect that particular individual to go to an extent of going on the ground. I'm just making an example and verifying whether service that has been rendered. He rely on the person that was appointed to check and make determination that services have been rendered in line with the scope. So that is
I
why
hear
when
you.
we did this, we deal with the person that had first access to the requests that were made, meaning the person that would have drafted the addendum and the person that would have vetted the addendum before that addendum is being submitted internally
Okay.
within the department.
So are you saying then, because in your report it says that he witnessed it. So are you saying he drafted and signed it, he didn't witness it? Is that what you're saying?
There was a person from legal there who ought to have ensured that this addendum is in line with internal processes, meaning it meets the requirement of
Yeah.
an
I
addendum.
know,
Then there was
I get the process. I completely understand. But what I'm trying to determine is, how does a witness of an addendum be held responsible for the addendum itself? If I witness a contract, I'm not responsible for the contract. So what I'm asking is, did this person author and sign the addendum that is why you are holding them, liable for consequences?
you also vetted the addendum. It was not only a process of just a witnesses, for example, just coming across a secretary in the passage and asking him to witness. This is a person from legal who actually had to vet, check this addendum is fine as you are from legal, and then witness it for me because I need to sign it and issue it internally.
Okay, so what you're saying is these two people were the sole people that were involved in this addendum, and that's the irregularity.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Now, I just want to understand if the people in contract management and legal, etc., kind of realized that the R1 million the first time round was an error. Why did this? How did the 772,000 rand get through? This is not necessarily for the from the Gabota report, Chair, but possibly the department itself or the interim board. I'm just trying to understand this bus issue because it doesn't make sense. So very quickly and clearly, the buses were sent and then you were forced to pay the money. Is that how I'm understanding it?
I'm not sure if that question is directed to me, member.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's probably for Mr. I think Mr. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. No, the issue of buses, I think maybe the interim committee will answer that better because it was falling under their tenure. With us, sorry?
Please proceed.
No, it was me. I was saying maybe I will clarify it after because I was there.
Okay. So with us, it was just that when it came to us, we were then asked by the department to pay that 772,000 that we asked why should we pay that to, because it's not part of our new administration. We have to move on with the new things that we have to carry. And then they explained that no, it is an access that is coming from there. No, then we have to make it clear that this is what we're paying and you're going to pay us back this money because it's not part of our new administration money that we have to carry through. And maybe I'll give Mr. Mpomolepo just to give clarification of how it started and why it happened.
Yeah. That's fine. I don't need the clarity, but perhaps maybe the official who authorized or instructed that it must be paid.
Okay.
Zulake, can you please come in?
Through you, Chairperson, thank you. Let me perhaps maybe start from the question of the authorization of that amount, and I would understand where the investigators are actually coming from, but let me indicate that the absence of evidence at the time of investigation is not the evidence of absence. That transaction, it was properly authorized. And when we received the report from the CIFSA members, there was a clear indication that they were actually overspent. And the management had to concede and agree that because of the over expenditure, then something needs to be done. As it has been explained in this meeting, that there were other people who were not supposed to be in that conference, but ended up in the
Yeah,
conference.
sorry,
And,
Mr. Bieber. If I can cut you short because I don't have a lot of time. I understand the history of what happened. What I'm trying to determine is the buses were sent. Who authorized that the buses must be paid for? Where did that instruction come from?
The authorization came from DSEC management to say, given the over expenditure that happened at the conference, then there should be a way of addressing that. And I think in the meeting, it was explained that the conference nearly collapsed if it wasn't the then minister who tried by all means to ensure that the conference happened. It was going to collapse simply because of the process of, those, to my understanding, I was not at the conference, but we were given that report. But minister tried to handle it in a wise manner to ensure that those...
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Mbiba. I get it. I'm just trying to ascertain where the instruction came from because the blame is very squarely placed in one place. So I just need to understand that. Then with regards to the 5.4 million rand, and I think it was alluded to earlier just from the Gabota report. I'm trying to understand if the committee doesn't know where the money came from, whether or not the money remained unused and it should have been returned. Did the departments at any stage, and DG, maybe you are able to answer this or not because it's before your time, but did the department try and recover that 5.4 million rand to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, there is no recovery that was done that I'm aware of. At least there is no documentation that confirms that. But perhaps Velake has got a better response, Chair.
Thank you. And then just from the Gabota report, again, why is there only one official named in particular respect to this money? Because surely there were supervisors and the finance committee, and etc., and all of the people that were involved in the allocation or usage of this money. I find it very hard to believe that a sole project manager was the only person that you're finding against in terms of this money not having been paid back.
Thank you, member. I think if you will recall that I made reference to systems and adequate system processes in place. Unfortunately, that was the picture to say there wasn't a formal structure within the department, 3 or 4 people to say we've got this federation which is still a little baby, for a lack of a better word, that needs to proper oversight, proper monitoring, proper control. This responsibility was given to a project manager. So you then come to a point where why do we apportion then the responsibility? Because can we then go around the department and look for other people apart from the project manager? And then based on that, the fact that in the absence of a structure or coordinating or an ad hoc committee, the responsibility lies with that person that had the responsibility of managing the
Thank you very much. That's very clear. Chair, I would point out that that's a very dangerous arrangement. I don't know how that was set up in the first place, but it does explain exactly why this happened. I just want to go into, because there are some issues, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, and I've done a bit of research on this, but I do think that I'm trying to understand why the department didn't examine the level of care that was applied to the signing of the 12 million rand USIBA agreement. The particular official who signed that agreement was also implicated and found to have violated the Constitution with regards to motivating for the Gupta family's early naturalization. So I'm trying to understand why SIFSA handed the entire project to Mirror Events, first of all, and why the report itself doesn't properly examine the responsibility of the DG who signed that agreement at the time.
I think maybe the first question that relates to the members that were at CISA in relation to why did they allocate the funding to Mera events to undertake the implementation of that awards and conference. Thanks.
Yes, I'm here. For us, it was basically that we were not events company. So we needed people who can do that in organizing and doing proper eventing and in making sure that all those things that we needed there were made to its professionally. So that's basically why we had to outsource the events company to do that for us.
Honorable Potgieter, please conclude.
Yeah, Chair, I'm trying to understand. You know, we've got an individual who was at the very same time who was basically found to have violated the Constitution in another matter, who was then allowed to sign a 12 million rand agreement to hand over to Mirror Events. The same events company was not just simply an events company. It actually was directed by the former chief director of special projects in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. And essentially, that person then received funding for 3 consecutive years. I would think that the report itself would go into the connections here that are extremely suspicious, that probably should have come up and been investigated at the time. I do understand that, you know, the panel itself or the board or is not a forensic, you know, organization, but there are very big links here between both Mirror Events, the person who signed the 12 million rand USIBA agreement, and then again another official who served both as a SIFSA representative while also serving on the Ministerial Advisory Committee within DSAC, who, whilst receiving the departmental funding, was also adjudicating or advising the department on where to send the funding. And there are various connections here that for me the report is not making, that point to a bigger issue than just 2 officials who've signed an addendum here and there and probably made an error or kept money back. So that's what I'm trying to understand, is whether or not, and maybe this is a question towards the Minister and the DG, does there not perhaps need to be an expansion on this particular report? Because I don't feel that it's complete. If you look into this and you simply do a search on the individuals involved, you will find that all of these links exist. So perhaps maybe that's where the question needs to go, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, can I just point of order there, please, Chair?
Minister?
Yeah. Chair, you know, I do agree fully with what Mr. Potgieter is saying, simply because no matter how you look at this, we are not a company, we are not a business that's, or we are a government department, we're not a company that must even specializes in loans. And nowhere in CFSA or the DSEC, if you go and look at MOA or whatever document there might be, that it is even permissible to loan money or engage in that type of, that's not how government operates or people at government funds. So I just wanted to say I agree fully, because it is very obvious there needs to be further in regards to this issue. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Potgieter, you have to wrap up now.
You're giving me an ultimatum, Chair. Thank you. What I will do, Chair, is I will send this. I mean, it's not, believe me, it's not a forensic investigation in itself, but I will send you this information for the sake of, because it's a very long, convoluted exercise that perhaps maybe can support it. But my worry lies when we do forensic investigations, they need to be complete. I am concerned that it appears that members of the interim committees over the various period of time said they submitted documentation, but it appears that, you know, from the Gabodo side, they didn't receive, proper participation or lack thereof. whether the department got the documentation, it's not really upon them to give it to the forensic investigators. If they interviewed members of the interim board, etc., if they had that documentation, they could have handed it over. So I do think that them lacking a lot of that documentation is probably fundamental in this investigation. The other issue is the unexplained links between officials who served both in CIFSA and on the department at the time, and individuals who were suspended by the minister of the time, who had signed portions of these MOAs, and the officials who essentially were, found to be in violation of the Constitution and other matters. These all play into this particular matter. So I would welcome, for me, I don't think it's fair that it's closed at this point and consequences are implemented, but rather that the investigation is kind of expanded a bit. But again, that does cost money. So perhaps my last question, Chair, is what the cost of this particular forensic investigation was, and whether or not a subsequent expansion would result in excessive cost to the department. I don't want to put them under that kind of pressure. We already know how strapped they are. Thank you.
The cost of the investigation, the department.
Chair, CAE.
Thank you, Gigi. This cost was 685,000, and if we have to go into another phase for this investigation, there will definitely be further costs. I can't put a figure to it right now. It will depend on the scope. Thanks, Chair.
I just want to, based on the interrogation of the member, ask a question on behalf of the committee to the Gebodo. The buses, companies, and every company involved in what all of these payments concerned. Are you in a position to give the committee a report as to whether these companies still exist?
Chair, is the question directed to me?
Yes, my apologies.
No, thank you, Chair. No, we are not in that position. And one of the main reasons for us not being in that position is precisely based on the scope because even the member before that, similar to what you are raising, when this investigation are conducted, we focus mainly on the scope and so that we don't outstep our mandate. And our scope was not providing for conducting conflict of interest checks and possible, relationships between officials. It was mainly focused on the financial administration and the operational administration of the
Who would you say that? Who will you tell that will give us that information? Normally, after such big investigations, these companies are just closing down.
Yes, it will. I don't think it will be such a very big investigation. However, for purpose of ensuring that the information that are provided to you, Chair, and the honorable members are credible and are solid, I think a proper processes must be unfolded because we need to do certain testing to get that information to our CIPC directorship checks, try to go to a further extent in determining relations because there could be other background companies in the back which can divulge possible links between either officials or officials of the federation and companies that were involved. So if we got a scope that could determine possible relationship, we really go at a very large extent to make the determination by checking the directorship history of the members or some of the close relatives in question. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm still uncertain as to, after this meeting, will the committee be in a position to receive those, and from who? What resolution can we take?
Yeah.
Who's that?
In Nhlanhla CBC.
You may proceed, Mr. Nhlanhla.
Thank you, Chair. I think it would help the forensic guys to also have a consultation with each of the interim committee members, including myself. Because right now I'm listening and I'm worried that the Gobodo report is not complete. it is actually supposed to have investigated all of us, including the accusations about conflict of interest, which actually doesn't exist. I have reports that indicate the fact that we actually appointed all the service providers through proper channels. So I think, Chair, just for completeness, we just need to have all of those investigations done, because my name has been muddied.
Khobodo, what are you saying about the allegations that the investigation report is incomplete?
No, I wouldn't agree to that, Chairperson, because as I indicated earlier, is that we are confined to those four main categories that we are required to look into, which evolves around financial
You had a term of reference.
administration. Yeah, so if a conflict of interest investigation or determination is done,
Then you would have done
on
that.
all the
I
members.
understand.
Yes, on all the members.
I understand.
We are more than
Honorable
willing to do that.
I understand. It's fine. Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I think my first question, Chair, I just want to ask Gobodo, now that here we are today and there are members, members from CIFSA who are part of this meeting and who've said that they've sent information and they were not interviewed. Just want to check with Gobodo, how come did they conclude their investigation so early, and how many people did they interviewed all in all these committees? Chairperson, I will pause there for now.
Thank you. Through you, Chairperson, we interviewed quite a number of people. I think the main report indicates, if I'm not sure, it's probably in excess of 20 people. And as far as the committee members of the federations, that the main focus was based on was on the one from the board members, I feel, from 2015 to 2019, that were present on issues that we identified during the investigation. Because I think during the presentation earlier I indicated that as far as the members that were present in 2014, there were many issues there. Okay, one of the issues that was in dispute was the audited financial statement, which we managed to satisfy ourselves that audited financial statement was submitted for the 2014-2015 financial year. The findings that we made and the concerns and the irregularities that were reported upon here in the presentation, which relates to UCIBA, DTMH, and spent funds, those concerns or those findings took place between 2015 and 2019. That's why I indicated that members of the board that were there in 2015 to 2019, attempts were made to get hold of them, and most of them sitting in this platform were interviewed, Mrs. Molotani. And then from 2021 going onwards, from a reporting perspective, when we did our testing and our analysis and the challenges that the department faced, it was not necessarily that substantive. It was not necessarily that material, because we were really provided with almost adequate and sufficient information, which tallied to the amount that the department allocated, because we had to do a testing from a spending point of view, looking at the actual invoices, the proof of payment. So we then said, no, but there's no adequate basis for us to go and interview members from 2021 onwards, because based on what we will be confronting them and based on what irregularities, because the evidence that is presented in 2021 shows a lot of improvement. The glaring evidence that shows that there were substantive irregularities took place between 2015 and 2020. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Molatani.
Yes, Chair.
Please stay on your point, but is it procedural fair for, and as I understand the concern Honorable Molatani has raised, not to have interviewed the interim committee members? Isn't it risky?
On top of that, Chairperson, before they can also respond, I also want to check, now that you are having members here who are saying that we've submitted our documents, we submitted what has happened, and we are even prepared to be interviewed because we want to clear our name. How does that going to be worked out? The forensic auditor, because really it can't be right that people are sitting here, people are being have been named as one of those who are corrupt, and it's not easy for someone to come forward to say, I am here, I've raised my issues, I've sent documents, and nothing has ever been happened. I have not been interviewed. They are here now. What needs to happen further?
No, thank you, member. There's a part in our report, maybe for your benefit and and the benefit of other members, which talks, I think it's from a disclaimer's point of view, which talks about the fact that if there are any documents that can be produced, then we reserve the right to deal with the conclusions that were there. But this aspect must not be confused to the fact that when we did investigation, this information and this records, to a very large extent, we expected it within the department. We went to the department. We sat with project managers. We were given documents. We perused documents. And unfortunately, other documents could not have been found. We went to the other members also of the federation, and as you correctly point out, and their position is that we have submitted those documents to the department. But if they found those documents, then afterwards, it's something that can be discussed between us and the department. If those documents are then readily available, it is documents that can be considered if the documents are there, because these are some of the questions that we ask during an investigation, to say, please bring the information, because we are busy doing the calculations and we have to close the matter. The matter cannot be left hanging in perpetuity. And then maybe when we get to, I'm just making an example, sittings of this nature, documents then are being brought to table. So we are not taking a defensive position to say we cannot disregard any documentation that can still be made available, which can have an impact on the conclusions, the recommendations, and the findings of the report. Thank you.
Chair, if you allow
Yes,
me to.
Honorable Molatani.
Yes, I just want to check with the department now. The issue of MIRA events, where 8.5 was allocated, and then the 10% was for administration fee, and 90% was the money that was supposed to be used for the event. And now, according to the report, or 1.4 million has not yet been accounted for. I just want to check with the department that how does the department intend to recover that 1.4 million, because we can't always keep on doing to write it off as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. How are they going to recover that 1.4 million? On top of that, can I have 3 questions, Chairperson, if you allow me, because I know I don't have time. And the other thing that I want to check with the department, in the memorandum of agreement, what was the due diligence did the department undertake before entering into MOA with CIFSA? And what specific performance obligations was CIFSA required to fulfill before and after receiving the public funds? I will pause there and wait for the response, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Zwelakhe, can you come in first? I would add if there is anything else I can be able to add.
Chairperson, can I start from the area or where they were raising issues of concern regarding the submission of reports to the department? I can confirm that when I met with Goboto, I explained to them the situation that we have in the department, the systematic issues that are challenging us. We used to have a building in Arcadia, and when we moved out of that building, that building had a registry where most of the reports were actually archived. And when we moved into a new building, we were told that we cannot, because of the office that we have, that we cannot take all those documents into our offices. I'm just highlighting this matter to say most of, to my understanding, the investigation relied on information that was sitting in my office. And I explained to Kohoto to say some of the information could be sitting somewhere and they would have to try to access that information. Unfortunately, I tried myself to also access certain information from finance. I could not get that information. The systems kept on changing because we're talking for a period of about 10 years. And when you go into finance, when you look for information, you do not get that information. And the systematic challenges that are within the department kept on creating problems of us having to hand over proper documentation for them to be able to analyze everything that has been presented to us by CIFSA. I think those are the critical questions that at times it could be pushed to, to the level of the project manager, but without looking into the entire organization as to whether the organization itself has got some proper systems. And then coming to the question of the USIBA award, my understanding is that at the level of project management, there was an agreement that was done at a higher level than myself. And that agreement came down to us as project managers for us to be able to implement. And during that process of implementation, we noted that in the proposal that came from CIFSA, there was already an indication that because of capacity, they will be appointing another service provider. And the documentation that we then developed was to highlight exactly that, to say, this is the process that has been agreed with management, and it was approved as such, to say CIFSA will then go into another agreement with another company, which is a process that we as project managers we followed, having noted that, and it was approved at another level. And when matters are being handed over to us to say, come assist and manage, sometimes you may see my name or any other person's name being indicated there, and thinking that all the decisions are being taken at that level, but other decisions are being taken at another level. And at times, when you are managing that process, you are unable to contradict what has already been decided. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask just the CAE to add on the issue of recovery, Chair, because there has been a recommendation in the report itself, but we have then further consulted also on that particular aspect. CAE?
Thank you, DG. Just in terms of the recovery process, with regards to mirror events, that the director of that company has since passed on. So it's would be difficult then to actually recover those monies. Then also in terms of the recoveries from CIFSA, there were several changes in terms of the board members, and CIFSA is not constituted in terms of a company or a non-profit organization, so their recovery processes as well would also be difficult legally. And in terms of CIFSA doesn't really own any assets, so it will be also difficult to recover through a sale of execution process in that regard. Thanks, Chair.
Can I just say something? I find it difficult, Honorable Molatani, that the monies cannot be recovered. The money and the debt doesn't die with the person. I still believe, I would like to see that monies can be recovered.
Chairperson, you've just covered me clearly. Whoever who is responsible, the person who owns that mirror events and so forth, the department will have to see to it that that money must be recovered, because it means if we just said the person has passed away, we are allowing everyone who misused the department money to get away, not to pay whatever that it's supposed to be paid. You've just we cannot allow that answer, Chairperson. Department must go back and do their diligence work and come back to report on that one. That how are
Exactly.
they going to recover that 1.4 million? If you allow me, Chairperson, to continue with my questions.
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, I think I will put them in three so that time doesn't catch up with me. Chairperson, I just want to check again with the department. Why did the department permit CIFSA to transact departmental funds through its main operational bank instead of requiring a dedicated project account? Second question, does the department accept that the use of a single bank account created a material risk of committing public funds? My last question, before they can respond, has the department quantified the amount of public funds that cannot be fully accounted for because of this practice? I will pause there, Chairperson, and wait for response.
The department.
Thank you, Chair. Zwelakhe, can you please cover the response?
When CIFSA was appointed, the level of appointment, it was done at my highest level, and I was given documentation for me to process those documentation. I might not have clear answers as to how it was agreed, and if one would get in touch of those documents, you would realize that the interaction happened prior to me even seeing what was happening. All what I was doing was to facilitate the transactions, and that is all what I can account on. And perhaps maybe the limitation that we have.
Chairperson.
Honorable Molatani, proceed.
You know what, Chair? I know we're going to get into this stage where the department is going to run around instead of answering the questions. And we cannot be sitting here, Chairperson, and when asking a question, when we're supposed to get a response, will be given certain reasons so that we cannot get a proper response. Can the department give us the proper response, Chairperson? Whether this matter happened before they arrived there or during their time when they were already there. If you are a chairperson and then we do a handover, we do a handover of reports even when you were not part of that, and we're supposed to take accountable of those things that happened even before you became the chairperson. Can the department stop running around? Thank you, Chair.
The answer?
Thank you, Chair. I think Zwelakhe was still continuing, Chair. If you could please continue.
I think from my side, I've covered myself to say perhaps maybe management should assist in answering that question. We are sitting here in a situation where it seems like everything is being pushed down to the level of project management, but there are various managers that have been interacting with these processes.
Mr. Mbiba, the question is whether this happened during, before, or after your presence? It's a simple answer.
Come again, Chairperson. I couldn't.
The question was, all of this, did it happen before, during, or after your presence or appointment?
Chairperson, I think I have addressed that question to say, as a junior official, yes, it happened during my presence, but it happened at another level. I would not have all those answers.
No, the question is before, during, or after your presence. So, Honorable Molotani, it's during the presence of Mr. Mbiba. Please proceed with your interrogation.
And now, Chairperson Ms. Dimbiba said that he was a junior official who was responsible during that time.
Thank you, Chair. I think in
Mr.
20...
Mbiba, no, Dr. Kumano. Mr. Mbiba, who was responsible at the time? You were junior.
Chairperson, I'm not sure if I should say the name of the position.
The question is who was responsible at the time. The answer is simple. It's Joe Maglua, it is Molotani, or whatever the case may be.
The documents that I received and based on the information, it shows the DDG of that division by then.
Who was the DDG?
Who was Monica Newton.
Now the question doesn't say who was responsible according to the documents. When you were a junior, who was responsible? You were reporting to who?
The chief director was Mr. Mabaso, and the DDG was Monica Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Mbiba. You will be and you are protected, so don't be scared to respond to questions. All that we do is just our oversight. The Honorable Molotani, proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope, because remember, at the end of the day, those officials who are implicated, the department need to deal with them. Hopefully, also these ones, they will be part of those officials who are implicated. Chairperson, I just want to, the forensic report concludes that the procurement process for the downtown music hub was conducted in a piecemeal manner without required bid specification and bid evaluation committees. Who authorized this deviation? And why was the treasury procurement prescripts was not being followed to the latter? I will pause there for the response.
Who and why and what is a piecemeal manner?
Yes.
Thanks, Chair. If I may respond to that through you, Chair, the concerns that we raised, which led us to making that conclusion that it was a piecemeal, is to say that the department embarked on a procurement process, but mainly focused on the discussion of the submissions that were made at the bid adjudication committee level, forgetting that there was support, or for a lack of a better word, excluding the bid specification committee and most importantly, the bid evaluation committee, where both submissions ought to have been adequately tested. And then the person who would have authorized that would have been the DG that was present at that time, because the report and the submission that would have served before him indicated that after made reference to the bid adjudication committee, they made a recommendation. But also not only the DG, also the bid adjudication committee, members of the bid adjudication committee at the time, because they ought to have known that we're busy involved in a procurement process. That's why we call ourselves a bid adjudication committee. But there are two committees that ought to have, considered and be engaged in interactions to ensure that the submission that reached us went through the entire process and was adequately tested. So it would have been the DG at the time as well as members of the Better Education Committee. Thank you.
Honorable Molotani.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I just want to check, has the department referred this procurement irregularities for disciplinary, civil or criminal investigation?
Department.
Sunita.
Thank you. Thank you, Gigi. Yes, Chair, these irregularities were reported to the CFO for following the National Treasury irregular expenditure framework in doing the determination test for irregular expenditure. Thank you, Chair.
Has those officials who are involved in this process, have they been charged, or what has happened to them, or are they still working for the department? It's normal as it is.
Chair, through you, if I may.
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, Chair. As I've indicated, we are still waiting for the internal controls to run their processes regarding the determination testing for irregular expenditure, and thereafter the necessary steps will be taken. Thank you, Chair.
Hopefully through you, Chairperson, we will be informed, because we know there are so many officials in the department who have done something, and as the portfolio committee, we've always requested to be given information. Until today, we haven't received anything, and those officials, they are still coming to work as it normal. So I'm not sure whether in the department we have the golden boys and the golden girls who are untouchable. I don't know, Chair. Hopefully with this time around, we will get the report. I think, Chair, my last question that I want to pose, I just want to check, especially regarding that issue of the loans, Chairperson. Let me just go through my notes quickly, Chairperson, regarding that issue of the loans, because I still don't understand how are we end up finding ourselves in a situation where the funds from the department have been used in loans, Chairperson. I'm trying to check. Yes, I just want to check, Chair, what was the purpose of the 2 loans made to DTHM, and were those loans authorized under the memorandum of agreement or any treasury framework? Has the department recovered the outstanding balance due from DTHM? Thank you very much, Chair.
The department.
Okay, I think I'm not sure whether you're allowing Gobodo to come first.
Please do, Gobodo.
Thanks, Chair. I think we'll explain the circumstances that we have determined, but as far as the recovery part of it, it may be difficult because it's on the department. I think Mr. Albert, my colleague, who's also in the platform, was more privy to those transactions because he looked at more deeper than I. Mr. Al, do you want to come in through your Chairperson?
Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. The loans, firstly, were not properly approved, but monies were given to DTHM. These were supposed to have been recovered with any future funding that DTHM would receive and would be deducted. But we did not come across any repayment of the loan, and that is why we reported it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No repayment, Honorable Molatani. Please wrap up.
Chairperson, yes, I'm wrapping up. No repayment up to so far. Can the department follow that matter up and report back to the portfolio committee, Chairperson? It can be that everyone will just come and put the hand in the cookie jar and be left unattended. Can the department follow it up and come back to and report back to the portfolio? My
Chairperson.
final.
I'm sure they
Chairperson.
can. Who's that?
Chairperson.
Who's that?
Is Mr. Mbiba?
Yes, Mr. Mbiba, there's a
Uh,
button there you press and it raise your hands.
Yes, I tried and I noted that this matter could just pass, but due to technical issues, I thought perhaps maybe I could quickly jump in. Chairperson, my understanding of the loans, those loans were not coming from the department, and perhaps maybe CIFSA could assist on that. It was a loan coming from CIFSA to DTMH. And
Yeah, but
that
I
was
think if my understanding is right and
Remember,
I've read the
the money,
documents correctly, the money came from DSEC.
the money of CIFSA came from DSEC. CIFSA on its own, it doesn't have money. It survives through the funds from DSEC.
That's my
So
understanding on the
we have
report
the
earlier.
right to ask that question, and we have the right to tell department to go and get further information and tell us how are they going to recover those loans. It's not the money that has fallen from the sky, from the department to CIFSA, because without the department, CIFSA could not survive.
Yes, it actually begs the question, what was the oversight role of the department on monies allocated to CIFSA? Because my understanding earlier with some of the reports was that monies that was allocated to CIFSA was given out as loans, if I'm right. Proceed. Honorable Molatsani, you have to wrap up.
Yes, Chair, I'm
I
wrapping
just
up.
give you extra time due to your profile picture.
Thank you, Chairperson. let me wrap up. The issue of USIBA ministerial awards, it's my final questions. Why was approximately 8.5 million transferred to Mara events without sufficient financial reporting requirements? That will be my first question. Did the department approve the appointment of Mara events as an implementing agency? Why were detailed invoices and supporting documentation not obtained before or after the payments? Was the monitoring of Mara events during the implementation? That will be my final question, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
The department, financial requirements, Mara event details not included.
Thank you, Chair Zulaki. You can also refer to the relevant person. Yeah.
Yeah, to my understanding of the records based on the proposal that was presented to at the department, and the information that I received to the then acting DDG, there was a discussion prior to the approval of the funding, and a clear indication that CIFSA would appoint a service provider to that effect to assist coordinating the conference and the awards. And the approval was then made based on those discussions that were entered between management and management of the department and CIFSA. And from the level of officials, we ensured that such agreements are also included in the submission so that it captures what was discussed prior the approval was done. And in relation to the reporting, what I noted from having been in the department for quite a while, the reporting in the department kept on changing based on recommendations that are coming from the Auditor General. At that point, when that particular project was reporting, the system that was used, it was solely relying on the invoices that would come from the service providers, but not rather going deeper into the areas where if they had subcontractors, they would end up gathering that information. So the reporting, yes, it was presented at that level, And the information that was presented by that service provider to as an invoice to CIFSA, it was submitted to the department as part of the reporting, and through the internal system, that information was verified, and the information was approved as something that would suffice based on the requirements of the department. And if I recall, that particular project was even part of the departmental APPs. Normally, what it will be done is that if any information is still missing, a project will not be accepted as achieved. But in that year, that project was accepted as having been achieved based on the information that was presented at that level. However, as years were going, I understand based on the Auditor General's recommendation, they will be changing in terms of the reporting requirements within the department. Here we're talking about, many
Please
years
conclude.
ago versus what is currently being done. So the differences, I think, should be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon the Honorable Eugene Mtetwa.
Before Chair, one question which was not being answered from the same item. Why was approximately 8.5 million transferred to MAGA events without sufficient financial reporting requirements? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Buale Rona Bagait.
Are you responding, Zwelakhe?
Chairperson, I thought I answered that there was an invoice that came from Mira, and a detailed analysis on how the money have been used, and of which it formed part of the CIFSA report that was presented to the department. And as I indicated, the requirements by then was not as so detailed as the requirements that could be used currently. And that is why even when the report was taken through various sections of the department, whether monitoring and evaluation and other divisions, finance and the like, that report was seen as something that would suffice the requirements of the department. Thank you.
The Honorable Mtetwa.
Hey, Gunsima, Chair Gunsima. May I start by this disclaimer and say lying to Parliament is a statutory offence. Misleading us is a statutory offence. Section 24 or 26 of the powers and privileges, the ethics, immunities of Parliament, and Section 20, Act 4 of 2004. I'm saying this to everyone who is responding here because you seem to be very economical about the truth. Honorable Potgieter, you nailed it. You nailed it on the head. There's no truth here. Gobodo forensic, the Gobodo forensic report, I did say that this forensic report is a miss of correct terms of reference. And this, I believe this was done deliberately. But maybe I should also not say maybe it was done deliberately, because if I'm not mistaken, are you the same Gobodo that did the Sambro forensic investigation on the 48 million that went to Dubai? Let me start there.
I can't recall because we're involved in so many matters, but I don't think I was involved in that particular matter. Thanks.
The pattern seems to be the same, because with Sambro, you only identified the CEO as the person who was responsible. And I argued that with corporate governance, there's no way a CEO can transact 48 million alone. There's no CFO. There was a CFO at Sambro who transacted basically. There was a board that took decisions, resolutions, and decisions. There was a committee, audit committee, that must have looked out after this. But for so many years, money went out. For so long, money went out. And the only person that is implicated in your report was the CEO. Now, here, again, it's only two people who are implicated in this report. So I'm sensing the pattern. But be that as it may, I want to find out, to ask you, whether which years were not audited of CIFSA, because you seem to be very strongly saying from 21 upwards, all was well. Which reports were not audited, financial reports, which years were not audited?
I think 2015, 2016, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, the financial statements that were provided, they were not audited. It was financial statements that were reviewed.
Now, let me turn to the department. Department, where did you get, or maybe let's finish with you in terms of, or you're saying that they were not audited, so you did not have any interviews with the audit firms that claim to have audited. Is that what I'm understanding from your statement?
Yes, member, that's correct. Those financial statements were only reviewed, were not audited. So you couldn't
Thank
get
you
to the
very
level
much.
of auditation.
Thank you very much, DG, Dr. Cynthia. I asked for the reports of CIFSA, constantly asking them. And they came with audited financials, with audited letters, auditors who have audited. Where were these audit letters coming from?
From 2020-21, all the reports that I have came with audited reports. Anything prior to that, my colleagues can respond.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
Honorable Member.
Let me clarify. I've got auditors for 2014 to 2015, which is well run general. The one that I say it was appointed a day before we went to the conference. And these are systems failures that we are dealing with. And then from 2016, you have CIFSA saying, the Tony Khoroge CIFSA saying, 2016, the contract had ended. It ended in 2016. But CIFSA continuously got funding beyond 2016, including the money that went to CIFSA for Downtown Music Hub, the Usiba Arts. They had no contract with the department. Now, you have a company by the name of, what's that? Yeah, maybe just whoever that can give us the auditors firm, those auditors, where did they come from? There's Well Run, and then the other one, I think it is, I forgot the name, but I've got a letter from them confirming that they audited, because there's a signature.
Yes, in terms of that particular period, again, it's going to be Zwelakhe, unfortunately. But I would like also Temba to come in. But as I say, from 2021, all the reports that were being processed through myself as the DDG actually came with those attachments. But Zwelakhe, if you want to talk to the years before that, you can please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I think I will have to be assisted by CIFSA on this matter, because based on my records, yes, there were statements that were submitted to the department, and Honorable Mthethwa might be talking to those audited statements. And as I indicated, the SIFSA matter is a matter that is very old. And when we were sitting with Goboto, I highlighted to them to say, based on the limited number of information I have in my office, I might not have all the information.
Maybe, Chairperson, let me ask Zwelakhe direct and reminding him that lying to Parliament is a statutory offense. I want to ask you direct, Mr. Mbiba, do you have audited financials of SIFSA? Did you have audit, or do you have audited financials of SIFSA from 2016 to 2019? Do you have that? Did you receive that? Not statements. Did you receive audited financials?
Honorable
Which would have
Mtetwa,
had, yep.
Honorable Mtetwa, I indicated that I need to be reminded. It's an old matter. SIFSA will have to remind me based on the information that I might recall.
Mr. Mbiba, please, Mr. Mbiba. You are thrown under the bus on these issues, because you are the one who was managing this. Goboto says those financials were not audited. I'm saying to you, I have in my possession, not hearsay. I had in my possession letters that confirms that department received audited financials. How can you forget whether the department did not get or did it get audited financials? Because that is the ground for the payment of the 10% that is remaining annually. If you are funding the entity, you don't give the entity the full amount. You give a portion of it, 80% or 90%. I'm not sure. But then when they provide audited financials, you then pay the rest of the amount. So you don't know.
Honorable Mtetwa, I responded to that matter to say, based on my records, audited financials were submitted. And because documents were taken away from my desk, I might not have the evidence with me right now. That is why I'm requesting to be reminded by SIFSA just to account on that. Information that was presented to me is no longer sitting with me. And I don't have
that's fine.
all
That's fine. I wanted to find out whether you did receive audited financials. So Goboto's report is inconsistent with the truth, or you are inconsistent with the truth between the two of you, because we are contradicting Goboto's forensic. And that is why Minister and Honorable Potgieter, I agree to further investigation of this, because I would have thought you would appreciate, especially Minister, that the person who was part of this process is now in the portfolio committee holding people to account, and you will get the truth from me. Even the issue of buses that they are insinuating, I dare. General Mkhona says that there is information that can be retrieved. Let them do section 205 of our phones and find out who was organizing those buses and do that. But be that as it may, let me further on. Ms. Mbewan, you came to the portfolio committee to report about SIFSA. Please, can you tell the portfolio committee and everyone who's here, when did you get the reports before you came to do your reporting?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think, though I'm not sure, but it was just few days before coming before portfolio committee.
Few days before or a day before?
It could have been 2 or 3, I'm not sure. In 2019. Yeah.
Now,
it was just
now here's you coming in as the new board, as the new leadership. What led you to not to have in other words, are you suggesting that you never had a handover because handover would include the financial reports, the reports that you were supposed to get. So you didn't have a handover of that. You just came and you only got the reports, financial reports, 3 days this year, 3 days before you appeared before the portfolio committee.
Honorable Chair, I thought you were referring to me presenting in 2024 in November, the last time I was in this parliament. That's when we received those reports few days before the sitting of the parliament. We did not have those reports. And when we did hand over, we could not have all the members of the former leadership. So the report were not handed over to us. And we were asking for them from the department, and we only got them few days when we were to come to parliament. Hence, on that day, I said, I'm not going to report on things that I do not know about, if you recall very well.
Yes, I remember you distance yourself. Let me rekindle your memory. In Mpumalanga, you were there. The reason why I wanted Ntsigi, because I wanted Ntsigi to confirm that this CIFSA that says it did everything had not even said even once for the AGM. We had to force it to go on an elective conference. And I want Ms. Mbewana to confirm or to nullify my statement when I say, in the conference, in the elective conference, where audited financials were supposed to be presented, did you see audited financials in Mpumalanga in 2020? Was it 2020 or 2019? Did you see?
It was in 2019, Honorable Member. I did not see any report. I remember that some of the report, I think the treaty was trying to present was rejected by the conference. So yes. I did not see them.
It was rejected. I was the one who was arguing that these reports, this financial report should be an audited financial. There were deviations that happened during that particular period, and there was no proper process that was followed according to Treasury regulations. And he admitted. Now, today we're sitting here, we are told that they were audited financials. They were not able to present financials, audited financials. It was a 3-pager, if I'm not mistaken, at the elective conference. And today we're sitting here, we are told even by an official that they were. Unfortunately, I don't take that as the truth. There were no audited financials. Gobodo confirms there were no audited financials. How was CIFSA funded if there were no audited financials? How was CIFSA funded from one year to another year, because PFMA would not agree to that? Mr. Mbiba, how was CIFSA funded? What was the procedure of funding CIFSA? What were you doing? Did CIFSA bring a report and then you looked at the report and you approved it? And then you paid them the last tranche, and then you gave them another? Or were there any business proposals, business plans that were presented by CIFSA to you?
Answers, people, answers.
Yeah, through you, Chairperson, yes, that will be the process of funding CIFSA. They would present a proposal for a particular year before any funding could be transferred. I should indicate that they will start by submitting all reports, and then they will present a proposal in a particular year. That cannot be done according to the systems within the department. It cannot be approved if those processes are not followed. Thank you.
Honorable Mtetwa, 1 second. I just want to rewind the meeting a little bit. Ms. Mbewana, when did you hear about this meeting? When did you receive the invitation of this meeting?
28th of July. Honorable
28th
Chair.
of July.
Yes.
Thank you for just confirming my opening remarks. Mr. Mtetwa, please proceed.
I was saying to Koboto, can Koboto confirm that it saw business plans that would match what the monies were spent on? Apart from the MOU that is signed with the department, there should be in that package, there should be an attached business plan that says, when we get this money, this is how we are going to spend it.
Thanks through you, Chairperson. I think there was about 2 or 3 business plans that we did see throughout the entire period. I can't recall from the top of my head, but what I can confirm is that there were some business plans that were presented to us, which was submitted to the department preceding those conclusions of those MOAs. And I recall that there was a business plan that was submitted asking for a lot of money, but the money that was eventually then allocated was not talking in line with the business plan. But to answer your question, I think there was about 2 or 3 business plans during that entire period that we saw, or at least we saw. Thank you.
I can confirm a business plan that was there 2014, 2015. But I cannot state the same because I was not part of 2015 to 2019. But as far as I know, what led us to force CIFSA to go to an elective conference, it's because CIFSA was not doing what it was supposed to do. So that would be very funny to say, you are not helping me when you say you don't remember, because I would have, or maybe I should ask, this should be information that is readily available. Chair, can we be able to ask that we be provided with those business plans, including, maybe I should also ask, was there a business plan around the Usiba Awards?
It will be difficult for me to recall that the business plan for the USIBA award was one of the 3. I can't state it, but it's, I think in the main report that information should come up. But at this point,
then it means that you didn't do justice to this investigation, because that's what informs what, if I apply to the department, I have to state that this is what I'm going to spend the money on. And the MOU then becomes a confirmation of what I have. But a detailed, itemized budget comes from the business plan, not from the MOU. Okay. The MOU would just say, okay, fine, we are issuing you, we're giving you 15 million. In fact, that time, 15 million would have constituted 3 years. Now you have the interim committee that did its reporting somewhere that I don't know. I was part of that, but I never saw the report myself. Even when it went to the conference, I didn't know about it. Our finance committee had never said, not even once. And I would probably remind Mr. Sbisi that I wrote him an email. I will send him an email where I wrote to say that our finance committee had not said, not even once. I have that email. I will provide that as evidence. Should there be any further investigation, I would be willing to testify and show and give evidence. So I'm saying your forensic investigation seems to look at the end. Oh, okay, they were given 5 million, they bought a car. Whether it was necessary to buy a car or whether it was approved or not, then it means that you wouldn't know, because if you don't have the business plan, you don't base your investigation on the business plan, then it means that you are only concerned about how the money was spent and the receipt, if there was a receipt. In your report, you're stating that there were no receipts to prove that these spendings were not irregular or irregular. But you don't have business plans. I don't know. I'm failed by this situation, Chairperson. Maybe let me go further and interrogate the department. The department, in terms of the processes. When you apply for any funding, or department, did you have a business plan for the Usiba Award? Mr. Mbeba, did you have a business plan for the Usiba Awards?
Honor, through you, Chairperson, to answer Honor Mthethwa, yes, there's a proposal that is part of the agreement.
That came from who? The proposal was made by who?
It came from the CIFSA.
Okay, so CIFSA applies for 10 million. Okay, it applies for 10 million. What you are actually scared to say that there was political interference, and I put it to you that there was political interference. It was a top-down approach where you were just given things that were initiated by the minister and camouflaged.
Mr. Mthethwa, please emphasize the minister or the then minister, because on
the then minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Mackenzie will attack you now.
Thank you, Chair.
I would like to see that also, if we can request that business plan, Chair, because it doesn't follow that you are the Minister's Awards. They were called the Minister's Awards. But these Minister's Awards are CIFSA's awards. Not even the Deputy President of CIFSA knew about these awards. Penny, Kobane, Mr. Kobane, that's why I wished he was here. That's why I was requesting him to be here, to be part of this, because he was going to confirm that he was very angry on the day of the Usiba Awards, saying, I don't even know about these awards. Now, you get this amount of money. Immediately you transfer without, again, these are public funds, without following the procurement process that says there should be 3 bidders or 4 or 5 bidders, so that when you then identify a particular bidder, then you appoint based on that. And I want the interim also to provide those documents that shows that there were these bidders, because I don't remember any publicly announced a process that says we are looking for this particular services. Well Run was appointed. Well Run was appointed without any advertisement, without any knowledge of us. The company that did MOI was appointed without us knowing, me and the Treasurer General not knowing that there was an appointment. We're caught up.
This is
wrong. You can't do that. You can't do that. You're not gonna do that. This is not your meeting. This is our meeting. If you want to take me to court, you can take me to court and nullify that. Without the procurement process, given to somebody who's sitting around the committee, who was a legal person sitting around the committee, that's not corporate governance. You have comparative advantage over others. You're supposed to issue an advert to say, we are looking for this. And that MOI, by the way, Gobodo, you are talking about the MOI. That MOI was never adopted. Believe you me, Etmangaung was never adopted. We compromised to a particular...
Mr. Ntlantla, Honorable Mthethwa, just a second. Mr. Ntlantla, you are doing it now the second time.
I apologize, but
the member is addressing us, and it is on an informative manner for this portfolio committee. A lot of issues is coming out here. Things like evidence that requires both sides to be heard that we hear did not happen. We hear stuff like overall plans. We hear stuff where, Honorable Mthethwa, he's asking a lot of things that must come to this committee. And I actually want to say to him, I will allow that with a provision that he assists us with the information on the procurement of buses. Is this the reason why we want to quiet the honorable member? The honorable member is doing his oversight work, and he is key to what we are seeing here happen in this country, to information on what has transpired with wasteful money. So if you are going to speak again without being allowed to speak, I will ask the admin to remove you from this platform. I have given everyone a reasonable time to speak and to address. You have raised an issue, Mr. Ntlandla, where you feel that you were not interviewed. Is the issue that has not now been discussed, and that's why I'm saying if there is no evidence required from both sides, then or stuff that has been heard, then this is a fruitful exercise. And where this is hiding to is a clear indication that this committee should consider a reconsideration of extended time and a different type of references for this investigation. Honorable Mtetwa, please proceed.
I think, Chair, we should call General Mkhanas to come and investigate. Or we should go to the Madlanga Commission, because honestly, I don't want to be made like I am lying. I don't speak things that I don't have evidence of. I
No,
can
Honorable
provide.
Mtetwa, you are protected.
Fine.
Speak.
Thank you, Chair. And then maybe I should ask, I should ask the chairperson of the interim committee, Ma'am Yvonne Chakachaka. Were the interim committee's financials audited, ma'am?
Thank you, Chair. I was overseas. I wasn't there, but the report that we sent to the Minister Mtetwa, everything was audited. And I would ask you to help me on that because you were part of the financial team, Mr. Mtetwa.
You've just contradicted me by saying that I was part of the finance and you were expecting. And I'm telling you that as part of the finance committee, I never sat in that committee. That committee never sat, not once. I'm telling you, I'm putting it to you that that committee never sat once. But be that as it may.
Okay, sorry, Chair. Why didn't you sit as the committee? Because it was over a year. We were all appointed on the 20th of March. And as I said, Chair, right from the beginning, I told the minister that during that period, I was doing all my UN work. All that I helped contribute was to make sure that the structure from what I had learned from UNESCO was put to make sure that we've got the bargaining power as the creative industry and to put everything. And that's why the department insisted that we have the secretariat, Mr. Mtetwa, that was going to run with everything, isn't it?
I guess you would have signed the appointment of the auditors. You would have attached. How were the auditors appointed? Who were the auditors and how were the auditors appointed?
I wasn't in that meeting. I wasn't in that meeting, but I know
But you
that
signed.
Dodo, and yourself and Nhlanhla and all of them, and I think with Mnetisi and all of them, were they appointed the auditors.
No, that's not true. I'm putting it to you today that well-run general, if you want to contradict me, take me to if you can take me to the cleaners. Those auditors were appointed single-handedly by Dodo at night a day before we went to the conference. So
and
those
why did you allow that? Because you were part of the interim of the committee, Mr. Mtetwa, and you were part of the finance committee. Why did you?
I think it will help you not to speak on this matter. Just say you are not informed, but you attach your signature. Because what I did, I'm saying to you, I've got an email that I'm going to forward to the committee to show that this is me saying, Chair, SG, Secretary General, I am concerned that the organization is spending money that has not been approved correctly, because the finance committee must then make recommendations to the board, I suppose interim committee, to then say, we approve, we do have these funds, we have approved the spending of this much to a particular program. But that process was not done. It was done single-handedly in silos. I'm telling you, and I'm putting it. So it will help you not to speak on the matter, because you will be implicating yourself. As long as you say you don't know, but you signed. And this is what corporate governance says. You are severally and jointly liable. As soon as you attach your signature, whether you knew what it was or you didn't know, as soon as you attach, you are implicated. And this is what I was trying to say to you, that you have worked so hard for your name. I don't want to drag you into this. And I was trying to protect you against it, because I know I was advising constantly, sending you messages. No, don't do this. Don't allow this. But
Mr.
be that as
Mthethwa.
it's okay, ma'am. You have answered me.
Can we give each other the time to be heard? Just a
I
second
think
for me. Just a
sure.
second for me. Take a deep breath. Let us give each other time to speak and to finish, and then we respond.
I'm
Honorable Mthethwa,
highlighting,
proceed.
thank you, Chair. I'm highlighting the failures of the system, because when you have public funds, you can't just spend public funds willy-nilly. You can't and say, because I've got a receipt, I can allocate money to do a flag, my friend do me flags, and my friend will come back and put a receipt that says this much. But how was the process done is very important. This is what we are talking to when we talk about governance. Be that as it may, Mambewan, SIFSA, the current SIFSA had a different account, a separate account that you opened when you came in. What was that account for?
Honorable Eugene, I think you'll remember that we were mandated by conference to register CIFSA as an NPO, so that it is a maths-based organization. So all had to change with the new registration.
Okay, let me rekindle your memory, because you seem to be losing your memory. Were you not having problems with the transfer of money that was remaining from the SIFSA 2016, Tony Goroge's SIFSA? Were you not confronted with the issue of the money, the remaining money that was presented, the budget that was presented at Mpumalanga conference? Did you get it from SIFSA as it was presented? How long did it take for you to get the money? How long? Why? How did you? Yeah.
The handover process itself took close to a year or 9 months, because we couldn't get the rest of the leaders in one room, and we did not get any money, because we're struggling even to go to meetings, and we will ask Utudoto to book us flights from that remaining money. It was not handed over to us.
Now you see, you've got SIFSA, outgoing SIFSA, retaining money in its bank account. You want them to pay for your flights, but you've got a different MOU. Now it's a new year, it's a different MOU. How do you consolidate that? You've got a new bank account. Did you get the money that was presented at the conference as the remaining budget as it was? Why were you operating under the mercy of the Tony Goroge or TG Dodomenamot? How was that recorded?
Honorable members, it was very difficult, because we were elected in August, and in March, COVID came and there were restrictions, and unfortunately we needed to work. We could not wait for that handover that really frustrated us, in a manner that that issue was resolved by the department itself. We had to escalate the matter to Minister Natim Tetwa, issue a handover. But unfortunately, there was no way that we could not work because of the status of the industry at that time. So hence, while we're still waiting and hoping for the handover, we had to work at the mercy of the former leaders.
Okay, let me do the last question, Chair. I can show you, I can tell you that there's no accountability. You can see you've got another, you're operating from two bank accounts. You are an organization that is funded for 2020, or 2019, 2020. You're supposed to be funded. You're not funded, but another entity, another group of people who are running who are in the old leadership are still transacting. This is where the department, you see that the department lacks to hold people accountable. Monitoring is terrible, Minister, with your department. Now, let me come to the Minister. It will be my closing, because I've got a lot I can say. The mirror events, you have money that is transferred into a company that was not even procured properly, and then it comes back, it reports, it just gives you a report without proper documentation and then the department does what? It approves the report. This is what Mr. Mbiba is saying. He says that they approved the report. Yet there were not attached documents as evidence that, yes, this money was spent. Let me tell you, Chairperson, CIFSA was used as a conduit. There was a political interference in the processes in the running of CIFSA. CIFSA was a family business or family entity. If you remember, Minister, there must be an investigation here. You have the director, as Honorable Potgieter was saying, you have a director of mirror events who was appointed at the department wrongfully, incorrectly. Because of people raising concerns about her appointment, she was removed. Where does this come from? Including the wife to Mr. Khoroge, because they were both helping Minister Natim Tetwa's wife with the wedding, with their wedding. So it's a give back, it is a payback time post that. That is why some of us were appointed by the Minister Paul Mashatile. We then had people who were brought in when there were people who were very sound within the acting and the film industry. Eric Mieni, very sound people. But there was a need to bring in this one because it was a payback. And I put it to you, let it be investigated. Let these issues, they need proper investigation. Minister, now closing with you. In fact, with due respect, Minister, I am not here to fight my battles. I am not here to fight my battles, but I am staying.
Sorry, Chair.
We follow them.
Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Umtetwa, proceed.
Can you stop blaming?
We say hashtag we follow.
Hold on.
We follow the money.
Hold on.
Hashtag
Honorable
we follow the money.
Umtetwa, proceed.
Chair,
Thank you, Chair.
This man just mentioned my wife.
Thank you, Chair.
I just wanted him to say it in record on what he's saying right now.
I said she was appointed in the department and there was a very big hullabaloo around that, and the minister had to remove both of them, your wife and Ms. Sanele. We know that was in the public space.
What was about the payback? What was the payback?
That was in the public space about the appointment. I'm done.
Please,
Let me continue. Minister,
you
said earlier on, you said that this is the first forensic. I want to remind you, I've got a response from you when I requested a list of all the forensic investigation that you are doing as the department. CIFSA was not part of that list. Okay. This is not the first investigation around CIFSA. It has been confirmed that there's big report. What does big reports say that you are not satisfied with, that you had to get another forensic at a very costly? Since you said that you are the one who initiated the forensic, you are not pressurized.
Honorable Tetwa, I think.
Must I answer? I can answer.
Because I was
Yes.
just about to say that the minister is between a car and a building. That's fine. Minister, you can respond.
Right. Honorable Mtetwa, you know, being a minister, it's running like a going concern. You believe a certain matter, and then more evidence surfaces that necessitate for you to move your position. I knew little about CIFSA when I was appointed. People like yourself and many other people were telling me that this organization is corrupt. Others were telling me it's good. And as you say, we are to look and listen to people and follow the money from inside. Hence, I realized that the thing is far and it is wide. Hence, we said this investigation should commence. And listening to what I'm hearing about the buses and all of that, which has not been covered. I cannot, in all honesty, I do believe that it's impossible that two people can be implicated in such an elaborate wrongdoing. Surely there's more in the department. I listened when the portfolio committee said, do not, it seems like, I think it was Honorable Muletani that said, some people are being protected. Maybe they are untouchables, if I'm not quoting it wrong, which we should not have. We should not have at all. So I'm saying that by the time I told you about the one investigation, I cannot now just have one investigation. I spoke while the chair was reprimanding the member that kept on interfering. I sent a message to the DG, a WhatsApp message like, we have to investigate and dig deeper. So I hope that I've answered you, Honorable Eugene Ketwa.
Thank you very much. You can end by apologizing because you said I'm fighting my battles, but you can see what I was saying.
Honorable Tetwa, you have to wrap up now.
You have to wrap up. I would have apologized, but the chair spoken. I must listen to the chair.
Okay, no, that's fine. In closing, Chair, I want to say, indeed, here we require an SIU investigation, either the Hawks SIU to dig deeper, because it doesn't make sense, logical sense, that you have a report that says there were no, and I'm telling you, I know for a fact that there were no audited financials. The department is playing naive, is very economic about the truth. When we went to Mpumalanga, there were no financials, audited financials. They couldn't present audited financials. Now you have a Gobodo forensic report that says there were no financials. Then the minister must ask, how was CIFSA funded year in, year out, without reports? We've had that, even the Mshito, it's the same thing. Mshito, it didn't focus on governance. Now, having said that, Chair, I plead with the minister. That indeed, please extend this investigation. Please do extend this investigation so that we dig into, there's no way that we can just lie down and say, no, the money is gone, people cannot. Even the person who does here terms of reference, I don't think she's willing to really go deep down into it. She's giving deliberately terms of reference that are shallow so that there's coverage. We are doing something, but no, we are not doing anything. Thank you, Chair. I rest my case.
Well, Portfolio Secretary, just take note of the recommendation of the honorable member on behalf of the committee to extend the investigation. Dr. Kumalo, the CIFSA has been informed about this meeting on the 29th of July. The CIFSA, or rather the committee's program, has been communicated, an invite has been communicated the 1st of July. Is there any reason why this has been done?
Thank you, Chair. The invitations or the letter that was inviting the boards to this particular portfolio committee were signed by the acting DG and sent on the 17th of July, Chair. The only error that we subsequently, when we were speaking to you, acknowledged is that the invitations should then go to individuals, because those particular letters that I'm referring to were sent, and I have proof, Chair, I've asked for proof, I've got proof that that was sent on the 17th of July, not 28th. The one on the 28th was when, using the letter that you had also forwarded to us, we then sent to individuals. That's what I can explain, Chairperson. We use the format of inviting boards by sending chairpersons, but in this instance, we acknowledge the fact that perhaps even then the invitation should have gone to individuals, given the nature of this particular organization.
Yes, I'm mentioning this, Dr. Kumalo. We talk about a 2 weeks time frame here. And the question arises whether Parliament are being taken serious in this regard. That is the very first important thing. And also, we are not vindictive. If you listen to this meeting and the inputs and the highly respected oversight manner members are dealing with it, with their work, and the plight of Mr. Nhlanhla and others also to extend this investigation, it bring about the fact that we as South Africans really care, and we are passionate about our oversight role. So I want to, as the chairperson, call for indulgence when we deal with these issues. We understand that the minister, the deputy minister, and yourself are busy at times and cannot attend meetings. But it is sad that we send invitations a month before time and a day before the meeting that these meetings have been cancelled. It even resulted in a resolution that the committee has taken to write to the speaker on this absence because these prevent us to execute our duty. We have 2 members done, and I have given the opportunity to members using my discretion due to the validity of this case. And I don't want us to come back. Ever since day one, when we put our foot in office, this issue of CIFSA comes up. And I don't want us as Parliament to ever come back. We are going to make our recommendations after this meeting, and we can just wish with all the challenges that we have in the sector, and not only in this portfolio, in the country. We can just wish that we will overcome this, and we can only overcome this with robust debate of this nature, and also robust oversight to see that everyone in this sector get a fair share of the cake. The Honorable Khabo.
Ooh. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would request that as when I present my questions, I would also indicate as to whom must respond to those questions. And I would equally request either the official to also indicate or put on their video so that we can put on their face to the name. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, with that being said, as much as we must agree that there might have been challenges that CIFTA might have failed or might have encountered along the way, certain obligations that they might have failed to fulfill. At the center of it is the question of the department as to where was the department when all of these things was happening. And secondly, what were the measures that were in place as a way of trying to mitigate all of these issues? So my first question will go straight to the department. Firstly, to check with the DG as to whether there any investigations before and how many investigations were conducted before Gobodo. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. My understanding is that there was an investigation, as I had indicated, that was commissioned and was done, and the report was issued for the 2014 to the 2018 financial year. That's the report that is referred to as a big report.
Thanks, DG. Is that the only forensic investigation conducted before Gobodo?
Where's my content? That's the only investigation that I'm aware of that has been brought to my attention. When I arrived, this is the report that was shared with me. I think a year after I had arrived, or 6 months. I'm not aware of any other investigation aside of the big report and the Gobodo report. Chairperson, I'm just checking whether I'm audible.
Honorable Khabo, please proceed.
Did we lose Honorable Khabo, Chairperson?
Yeah, his network is very bad. Chairperson?
May I suggest, I'm not too sure is it my side or your side, that you switch off your video, Honorable Khabo. Portfolio Secretary, am I audible or is it the problem from my side? I'm having two gadgets on.
You are audible, Chairperson. It's Mr. Khabo that we seem to have lost, Chair. But he's on the platform, but I don't know how we've lost him, Chair. I'll call him.
In the meantime, may I call for a...
Am I audible now, Chair?
Yes, you are now. I think you should
thank you very much,
off
Chair.
your video. You're much better now.
Thank you very much. And
are you now on the mountains of Christiana?
No, I'm in the villages. Internet is a luxury in the villages.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
My question was that I wanted to check the time space in between the two investigations. What was the time difference? Whether Gobodo was conducted 2 years down the drain after the big was conducted. That's what I want to check from the DG.
Thanks, Chair. The big report is dated March 2020, and this particular investigation commenced in 2025, the Gobodo investigation. So there would be almost a 4.5, 5-year period in between.
No, thank you very much, DG. Did any previous or that investigation of Big Work in particular identify financial mismanagement, irregular expenditure, governance weakness, and non-compliance or failure in CIFSA's management of public funds?
That particular report was it mainly covered about 4 areas in terms of how it was structured. And I do need to indicate, Chair, that I really found the report very flimsy. It would have a finding, and then it will talk about possible effect and risk effect, and then make recommendations. And the recommendations inter alia were around the fact that the department needed to make sure that CIFSA comes up with systems and policies. And secondly, ensures that there is segregation of duties, because my understanding when reading the report was that what was found was that there was no clear segregation of duties in terms of that previous, because that was applicable to the previous, the then executive of CIFSA. The other area that was covered was the fact that when they were submitting reports, there would not be a proof of payment in terms of the transactions. Fourthly, and lastly, was the issue of record keeping and documentation. I need to understand to indicate that in terms of systems, it also spoke to a need to make sure that CIFSA implements consequence management wherever applicable. This is the report that we then took and discussed and set with the board at the time when I arrived in 2020-21 to make sure that they put those things in, which they did. They had a policy conference, they developed policies, they developed systems, and made sure there was segregation of duties as well. And they also opened an office, because that was also another issue that was not necessarily in the report, but was implied in terms of the record keeping, etc. Thanks to, so on the whole, even though I'm not going page by page, it's a 10-pager. Honorable Potgieter has asked that we share this report. I'll share it, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So, DG, it would be safe for me to say that there are a few identical issues that are coming or cropping up every time there is an investigation. The big investigation had identified irregular expenditure. It has identified governance weakness, non-compliance of PFMA. The same Gobodo is identifying the same issues. And you are reflecting on the interventions that the then board of CIFSA has embarked on, and part of it was to convene a policy conference so that they respond to some of the issues that were raised. I want to check with you, DG. The department at that time obviously would say that the basis of them continuing to fund CIFSA was that at least there were reports provided in relation to responding to some of the issues like convening of policy conference. I want to check with you, just be clear in terms of the justification and the risk assessment supported on the continuation of funding. Before we get to Gobodo, on 2020, if not mistaken, was the department having any assessment that justified their continuation of funding of CIFSA? Did you?
Yes, there was. In 2020-21 financial year, my years might be a bit wrong, but it was in the 2021 year. There was a transfer of funds, which was based on the fact that the requirement, also in terms of the business plan that was signed, was for them to ensure that they produce policies and submit systems to prove that they have actually put interventions that arose from the big report in place, which they did. So the transfer that was then done was informed by substantiated information, which we received for 2.5, and they did not get the whole amount. I think the project manager would have a detail around that. Subsequently, with the structures and the systems and the policies being in place and the business plans that they would then submit, the payments that were then subsequently made 2022, 24, 23, 24 were actually based on the business plans that outlined what exactly they were actually going to do. That would be my response, Honorable Member.
No, thank you very much. DG, so all recommendations by the big investigation were implemented?
No, not really. I would not attest to that, Honorable Member, because, for instance, the bulk of them, in terms of segregation of duties, transactions, and submission of proof of payment from 2021 to 2024, you will see that they were doing that. However,
Okay.
I do
No,
not
let's
have.
agree. Let's agree that you
Okay.
should provide us with a detailed report on all recommendations that have been implemented, including those that have not been implemented, with the reasons why. The last question on this matter of the big investigation, has the report ever been taken on a review?
Chair, no, I'm not aware of it being taken on review, Chairperson.
So it's safe to say that the recommendations of the big investigation stands.
It's safe to say, Chair.
Okay, DG, now that you were aware that some of the issues that were raised by the investigation of big, or the big investigation process, were similar to the ones that go board in line with their terms of references were about to, in fact, there were similar issues that they had to investigate. Just for clarity's sake and interest sake, have you ever shared before, of course, now that these issues were aligned and the recommendations that you had implemented had not yielded any positive results in putting systems in place? Because those issues kept on cropping up. Have you ever shared the investigation report and its recommendations with the Gobodo?
Can I just start by commenting about what you said? It is incorrect, Honorable Member, that the recommendations from the big report were never implemented, which is proven by the fact that in the Gobodo report, it does indicate that there were vast improvements from 2021, from the time that the report was implemented. But in terms of if you look at, you juxtapose the two reports, the Gobodo report went back, and I would say, if you look at the detail into which they went compared to the big report, it actually raised findings that gave a whole lot more detail compared to the big report. So the work that was done by Gobodo, even though it has been indicated today that there is a need to extend the terms of reference, it did actually assist in terms of further measures that
No,
could
that
be
one I
put in
get it,
place for
DG.
improvement.
Dr. Kumalo, I heard you. You said that their recommendations were flimsy, if I heard you correctly. And that's why I was asking you as to whether, and in your interpretation or your explanation, you were creating an impression that their recommendations were not clear as to what needs to be done and who needs to be held accountable or who needs to do what. So that's why I was asking you as to whether have you ever taken it for review. And I've requested you to give us recommendations that you have implemented, including those that you have implemented. My question is, DG, at least now I've worked with you for almost 2 years now. I know some of your approaches and responses. I'm asking you a question as to whether have you ever shared the report of the big work and recommendations, including the work that has been done on CIFSA, handing over to Gobodo as an entity that was appointed to conduct an investigation on 4, if not 5, critical issues. And some of those issues are identical to the very same issues that the big work was investigating. As much as you said that Gobodo, I'm not disputing the work that Gobodo was done. I'm just asking you a simple question. Have you ever shared it, yes or no? so that we can move to the next question? I'm running out of time, DG.
Oh, no, we didn't, Honorable Member.
You never shared it with Gobodo?
Not from my desk, Chair. I wouldn't know in terms of the other people they interviewed, but I didn't.
Okay. No, not a problem. Let's go straight then. Chair, if you allow me, can I pose my questions to Gobodo in particular? Gobodo, the five, according to your terms of references, and take into consideration the fact that you said that you were unable to access certain information from the department. How has that impacted on your investigation?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, when you can't find certain documentation, that have a huge impact because I think there are parts of of our report where we indicate that we can't really make a conclusion because in the absence of certain documents and records, it then becomes difficult to fully conclude as to what would have transpired or what transpired. So there are limitations here and there. I cannot say that the fact that we were not provided with information that didn't have an impact or didn't limit the investigation that we undertook. Thank you.
Yeah, no, based on probabilities, then, Gobodo, to what extent did the missing documentation and limited cooperation affect the reliability and conclusiveness of your findings?
Perhaps you can rephrase the question, honorable member, so that I can ensure that I understand you before I
I
fully
was
answer.
saying, in terms of balance of probabilities, to what extent has the
Are we,
limitations of access?
are we talking about
Sorry?
percentages? Are we talking about
Yes,
percentages?
yes. That's
Probably
what I was saying in
20.
terms of.
Probably 20,
Sorry?
because probably about 20%, because based on the materials that we received, when one looks at the terms of reference and the work that we did cover a very big ground, especially when you look at the terms of reference and trying to quantify as much as possible the spending on the part of CIFSA and identifying some of the loans that we made and some of the issues of concerns that we raised. Thanks.
Honorable
No,
Khabo,
Honorable Chair.
my apologies. You raise a very important question. If you cannot find documentation for a report, it's a red flag. It is outright a red flag because you can't verify anything. There is sound possibilities of PFMA breach, and also when it comes to audit findings, it's also have a negative effect. I am concerned over this, and it also your interrogation lead more and more to the fact that they must extend this investigation. Proceed, Honorable Member.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. In extending investigation, it's one thing, but critically looking into the terms of references is the other thing. Because once you lose the correct conceptualization of the terms of references, you have lost the plot. And that is how most administrators are able to get away with murder. And we'll get to the point of terms of references. But I do take note and I fully agree with you. But would have to also include some few issues that the investigation must look into as part of their terms of references. Now, and I'm also happy that you are saying that 80% of the work is reliable and 20% might be questionable. And that's why, Chairperson, the Editor General sometimes would say that he would rather reserve his or her opinion on the matter based on lack of evidence that was provided. And with that being said, Chair, I would want to check with Gobode in relation to the 5.4 million. Did you also look into why the DSEC has failed to recover the 5.4 million? Because part of your terms of reference, I think is point number 4, if not 5. It speaks of the role of the department.
Yes, we did pose those questions to them to say were there any recoveries that was done, but what we have found in terms of the department is that some of the people that were given the responsibilities of managing that program from a governance point of view and from an administration point of view. It could have been certain systematic gaps, which even them themselves, the level of due diligence that was conducted year in and year out, did not lead to them in identifying that their money that ought to have been recovered. Thanks. It was not a simple matter of them knowing that, yes, we had money that needed to be recovered and us asking them why didn't you recover. We had from the first onset showing and discussed that from the investigation, from the evidence that we have, this is the money which seems to be unaccountable, and only then can you pose that question of why the money that the money should be recovered, which then becomes a separate process altogether. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would request that probably that aspect of systematic gaps, you give us a detailed report on it, because it speaks directly to the internal controls. And your part of your investigation must be able to assist us to close those gaps, even from a legislative point of view, but also from a consequence point of view. Before we continue on the 5.4 million, DG, the issue of access to information, why was that the case?
Access to information, Chair. I would, I think they just trying, sorry, to orientate myself here. I'm made to understand from the report that the investigators indicated that some of the people were not responsive. The ones that were in the department that needed to be interviewed were interviewed, and whatever documentation was available with the department was made available. But I am made to understand, I stand to be corrected, that when they tried to get some of the external parties, they struggled.
Okay, DG, how many of the officials were unavailable for interviewing the officials of the department? In fact, let me start with Gobodo. Gobodo, how many officials were unavailable for interview?
I stand to be corrected, but I think there was about 3 officials that we couldn't reach of. Some of those 3 had resigned, but I'm just
Do
trying.
you still remember their names and positions?
No, absolutely not. I'll have to go to the report, unfortunately. Thanks.
Can you please provide us with such information in writing? DG, for
Okay.
those who were, I assume that the DG is aware who are those people. What were the reasons for their unavailability to participate on an investigation?
No, Chairperson, I'm not aware. That was not brought to my attention. The investigators were working with the CAE on day-to-day basis. That information in terms of a particular official that's not participating or responsive wasn't brought to my attention at that particular time.
Gobodo, who were you communicating with at the department?
It was we are working with the office of the chief audit executive. Perhaps I must indicate earlier what I said. Is most of the time, and I'll check the report as well, you find out the main challenge is that officials internally within the department that are still working for the department that were privy to the matters do come forward and avail themselves. But then there are those where we find from the documents that this person is made reference to in the report, but is he still working on the department? We get information, we get the contact numbers, but when you try to reach out to them, our effort then become unsuccessful. Thank you. But we were working with
Thanks,
internal.
Gobodo. Like we said, we request the names in writing, the names, including their positions. Like we have indicated that they are still in the department. And the DG would like to get a report in writing as to what happened to these people in terms of consequence management. Because to a large extent, this is an obstruction of justice. And we can't allow people to run amok in the public institution and expect people to take the institution serious. You can't do that. So we must get a detailed report on consequence management, or what has happened and so forth. Kobodo will also give us the names, including their positions, especially now that they are still in the department. In terms of justice, there is no expiry of injustice. So we'll still run after those people and would still make sure that they account and participate in that process. If it means that they must be subpoenaed to that investigation, so be it. and would be expecting a report from the DG through you, Chairperson. My apology. Let me go back. Kobodo, let's speak about this USIBA, USIBA. What were the reasons of continuous agreements that were entered into despite those irregularities that were identified in the earlier program?
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chairperson. There was only one program that was concluded for USIBA to as an implementing agent, as an FSF, an implement agent to hold the ministerial awards and the policy conference. As far as the decision to appoint USIBA is concerned, I wouldn't be privy to that because it will have, the department have made the decision based on the submission of a proposal that they have received from CIFSA for them to be appointed as the administrator, for lack of a better word, of the awards and then policy conference. But you are correct in saying that when they were appointed is 2016 or 2018, I stand to be corrected. There were previous MOA that had been concluded with the same federation, of which concerns, as indicated earlier during the investigation, have been raised. Perhaps it's a question that the department may be in a position to answer, because
No,
basically what you are saying, sorry?
no, Gobodo, you are progressive. I've read number of your investigation reports. You have always been progressive. The person that must respond to this question, in fact, is the DG. Thank you
Okay.
very much, Gobodo. Thank you very much. You are such a progressive patriot, but not unfortunately not of the alliance, but a patriot of South Africa. I hope the minister has heard me correctly. Can you, DG, provide clarity on that matter?
Sorry, Chair. I just want to say, you never know. Thank you very much.
Let me reserve my comment. DG, can you respond to my question as to what informed the continuous funding on this matter, even though there were irregularities that were identified?
Would have to ask the officials to have. I'm understanding these awards were in 2018, Chairperson. Can I seek the assistance of Zwelakhe then to provide the clarity?
Please do.
Chairperson, my recollection of information is that the USIBA Awards happened in 2018, and any other investigation then came after the USIBA Award, and that was in 2022. So the dating, I think, is very important. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe we can get that in writing, because I'm trying to summarize here and I'm worried about the follow-up questions on the responses. And I would plead with you that I submit some of the questions, Chairperson. Can we
Of course,
quickly
we'll take that as a recommendation. It's fine.
All right, Chair. All right, Chair. Can we quickly go to the current status of CIFSA, and would want to speak to the department if they can clarify to us what is the current legal status of CIFSA, its governing structure, and has its prescribed term of office expired? The legal status, the term of office, including its governing structure. Can we get clarity from the DG?
Thanks, Chair. Up to the year that where it was funded, the structure that was in place was legit. I wouldn't know about the current status. The department is not funding CIFSA currently. But up to the year that we funded them, the structure that was in place was legit. And there was an executive that was in place that was submitting reports to the department. The
Honorable
current status,
Kabo.
I wouldn't know.
Thank you. Honorable Kabo, I want to piggyback on your question. Mr. Kobani, is CIFSA functional or not? Mr. Kobani? It seems that CIFSA is not functional. Proceed, Honorable Khabo.
No, Chair,
Can
maybe you want to
okay.
go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not sure is it I can
Proceed, Honorable Khabo.
Can I
thanks,
answer
Chair.
to that? Oh,
Yes.
I don't know. I think maybe you wanted to ask Miss Joy Bewana or Tommy Khoroka. But yes, CIFSA is still functional, but struggling because we do not have funding from department. But we cannot shy away from the issues of the industry that the organization is still functional and needed by the sector.
Okay. Thanks for the response, Sister Joy. While we are talking about the functionality and the negative implications that the withholding of funds has had on the functionality of CIFSA, can we talk about the leadership status of CIFSA? Is it an interim? When last did you go to a national conference?
Thank you, Honorable Member. We were supposed to go to the conference when this investigation started because our term of office were supposed to end in 2024. But leaders can only be elected in a national conference. So we are still functioning as the current leadership. We have lost our DSG and we still have everyone. And we still have structures and provinces as well.
Joy.
Yeah,
Joy. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
also a politician who's very active in terms of court proceedings. And in most of my court applications, I always question the powers of that structure at that time. So the legitimacy of the structure is quite important. And I'm asking you a straightforward question. I don't dispute the functionality as to whether you are still relevant or no. I know how a national leader is elected. I've led national structures on a number of structures. So let us not go that route. When last did you go to a national conference?
When we were elected in 2019.
Okay, according to your term of office, when was it coming to an end or when is it coming to an end?
5 years.
When is it coming to an end? In 5 years?
In August 2024.
2024. When 2026? We are in 2026, but not department and finance.
I'm struggling to hear you, Honorable Member.
That should get clarity. If, sir, as it was. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
We are break. I can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yes, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, Sis Joy, I wanted to say...
You are loud and clear.
All right, Sis Joy, I wanted to say that in terms of your constitution, and how you have explained that you were elected in 2019, your term of office is 5 years. Would I be right to conclude that your legitimacy is questionable because you have went beyond your term of office? Unless you are saying that within your constitution, there is a clause that allows you to stay beyond your term of office. And if there is such a clause, how long must you stay beyond your term of office? Maybe we can respond to those two things, if not three things.
Yes, I can stay in the office up until it does. The Constitution allows up until the next conference, elective conference. It does allow me. Unfortunately, we are not going to be able to go to conference up until we get a proper guidance and funding. We're expecting that
No,
this
no,
rating is
that one, no, let's leave that one. I'm asking, is your constitution saying that for as long as the National Executive Committee is unable to convene a national conference of which is part of his core function as the National Executive Committee. They can then stay in office for as long as they want, or for as long, maybe let me correct it, for as long as they will be in a position to convene a national conference. Is that what your constitution says?
Yes.
Can you please share that copy of the? Are you saying that? Maybe let me understand you from a villager's point of view. We are very. It's a very difficult thing for us to comprehend with some of the things that, to a large extent, we believe they are abnormal, and maybe to other institutions they are seen to be normal. Are you saying that in your constitution you are allowed to finish your 5-year term and without any reason, or you can decide that you, with the reasons that you have, you are unable to convene a national conference, and for as long as you are unable to convene a national conference, you'll still remain leadership?
I think it's not only in CISA, in all the organization, the leaders are elected in conference. So how would we have another leadership without a proper conference leadership?
Let me give you an example, Joy, because we are dealing with a legitimacy here. And I thought I must raise the issue of legitimacy before I jump into issues that you have raised as areas that you feel you are uncomfortable and there was unfairness. We'll get into those things of your 33 million withholding. The department will have to clarify, including the allegations that you have leveled. But I thought, as a public representative who would want to speak on behalf of the creative sector, I would want to do that, pledging my support, understanding knowing very well that their legitimacy, even in the court of law, that's why I was talking about the legal status. Even in the court of law, this matter will hold water. And I'm asking you these questions for you to convince me and make me understand, as a politician who's quite interested in advancing your interest as the creative sector. But at least I would want to enter into a battlefield having been sure on the number of things, and part of those things is the legitimacy, so that later when I ask the department as to what informed they are withholding, they must not tell me that no, their leadership is under question, the constitution. That's what I'm asking you. So you must not be offended on the questions that I'm asking you. I'm trying to establish a ground so that later I'm able to raise issues to the relevant people. So if you can clarify this part, and which clause in particular of your constitution gives you a leeway to stay in office beyond your term of office. I mean, you are aware that the Parliament has given us, or has invested, a lot of money in making sure that we have gadgets and we've got access to all the necessary information. You just give me a constitution, your clause. I can quickly browse and get you that clause and begin to engage, because I just want an affirmation of your legitimacy as a structure. Thank you very much.
Honorable Khabo, just hold that. You asked this question, and my mind is now going to the provincial structures. Amid the fact that the department is not giving finance anymore, I wonder who's financing the provincial structures. And I wonder whether the provincial structures is functional. On behalf of the committee and in terms of your input, Honorable Khabo, I would like to recommend that we get a full report of the functionality of the provinces in terms of their staff, their budget, the office, and program delivery. Now we hit to the core of what is real in front of us here today. Proceed, Honorable Khabo.
No. I've passed the ball to Sis Joy.
Okay. Noted, Chairperson. Yama Provinces. Thanks, Honorable Member Khabo. Ngicela ukubonga okokuqala ukuthi unenhloso ukuthi kulunge, because that was my main concern ukuthi I'm coming here for the third time over the very same issues, the same report, etc., etc. We have tried, after we have not been funded by the department, to We continue to have our own meetings with provinces as the National Executive Committee, which include chairpersons and secretaries of provinces. And we felt that if the department is not assisting, if there's a resolution of the provinces of the National Executive Committee to continue.
No,
then
Sis Joy. Sis Joy, let me disabuse myself from you. My question was that give me move again. I'll be patient with you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Now, my question is that let us not fall into a trap of explaining other things that I've never asked. My question, in fact, my request was that, and I want to move forward so that I save you. I realize that you're about to fall into a serious trap. Let me save you from yourself. Give me a clause in your constitution of the last the constitution of the last conference that was adopted. Give me a clause that speaks of the legitimacy of the national structure, its existence beyond the term of office. And I will leave it there. I would request you to put it in writing so that I can do. You can even
in writing, Honorable Member, because in my invite, I was told that we are going to be dealing with 2014 and 2019. That was written in the invite that I got from the, if I knew, I would have prepared something to present in that regard, but I will do it in writing.
No, thank you very much.
Well,
Thank you very much.
you have to conclude. But
no, the last one, Chairperson.
Yeah,
I just want to check
before you conclude, we receive on the issue that you raised now numerous concerns and questions from the public. If you go onto the CIPC, there is so many numbers, registration numbers. SIFSA must also tell us what is their real number. Because some of the complaints that comes through, Honorable Khabo, is that last time when people were checked on this registration, they were deregistered. And thank you for raising this, Honorable Khabo. It came to mind now after you mentioned these issues. It's
thank
going
you very
now,
much,
this
Chairperson.
meeting is going from bad to worse now. But proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me now go to, as I summarize, Chair, other things I'll submit them in writing because I've got a bunch of questions here. The department, there is an allegations from SIFSA on the withholding of the 33 million. And I want to check with you as to, before withholding the 33 million, what were the intervention measures that you had put in place based on issues that you had identified? And secondly, whether SIFSA was given enough chance to respond or develop a turnaround strategy on issues that you would have identified. Obviously, as an intervening party, you would identify key areas of concern. You would also request the sitting structure a particular time to look into them and request them to give you a report. At the later stage, you come and make an assessment. If you realize that certain things or all the things that you had mentioned have not been given attention, you then take the route. Now, I want to check that process that you had followed as the department.
Thank you. May I answer this one?
But also, I will plead with the department that I'm asking this question on the interest of the artist, noting that the legitimacy of the leadership might be questionable. Remember, the structure serves the people. The leadership's responsibility is to facilitate the affairs. So as much as the leadership's credibility is in question, I'm much more interested on that process because now people who are impacted negatively are people on the ground. Thank you very much, Chair. My apologies for disrupting the respondent.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khabo. In order to fully answer your question, I just have one question myself, and then I'll answer your question, Honorable Khabo. The question is this for SIFSA. Which date in 2019 did they have the conference? That will help me a lot in my response to you, Honorable Khabo. If we can just hear 2019.
Or maybe the department can help us also,
Yeah,
Minister.
It is, I assume it was August, Honorable Chair. Now, when we came in, Honorable Chair, from 2019 to 2024, when we came in around that time. CIFSA was already an illegitimate organization, Honorable Chair, because it's unconstitutional to serve beyond your term. And there's no clause, no matter what the Honorable Member will say, that says organization after 5 years of serving that you can continue until, because then leaders that love power will always make sure that they make it very difficult to host conferences. And such one will be unconstitutional. So to answer the question, we had no intention to give CIFSA money, them being one, unconstitutionally assembled. Current one is current leadership. Secondly, there was such a big cloud hanging over them and so many complaints. And we've not left the others dry. We have started other avenues of making sure others are represented. And so, yeah, I just wanted to get that one clear, that I cannot answer tomorrow. Well, how will I answer if let's say, Mr. Ntetwa, which was one of the first people to complain about CIFSA by me, and he says to me, why did you give them money? While you know they were not even having a conference. Thank you, Honorable Khabo.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. You
Chairperson,
now have to wrap up.
No, I'm wrapping up, Chairperson. You know the story of CIFSA and its number of accounts that are under CIFSA on the CIPC. I think we need to align our reports properly. And must be able to come on board and say, during this term of, or during this financial registration number, and give us all each and every year from 2015, so that we are able to make a proper analysis as to whether have we been interacting with the right CIFSA here. And also the department largely has a responsibility, because amongst others, before it can verify the internal controls, it has to verify the legal standing and status of CIFSA. And that's why earlier on my question to the DG was, what is the legal status of CIFSA? I'm suspecting, Chair, I'm suspecting that CIFSA, that's why there are internal battles. And that's why earlier on I was requesting you that, look, failure for us to identify the main problem here, we are going to allow preliminary or face value issues to downplay our meeting. So I'm pleading a report on all CIPC registrations, as much as we are given a report that it's in good standing. But let's get all those reports of the CIPCs on different years from different allocations, but also from the side of the department. It is identified that it's not for the first time that CIFSA was declared to be a non-legal status or non-legal entity. But the department, to a large extent, continued engaging these people. So I would want to get a report that is fully fledged, not only in verbal from both sides. So, Chair, that is my submission in closing.
Thank you. Can Edmund please mute Mr. Ntlandla? There's some strange sounds coming from his gadget.
Chair, if you allow me,
raise my hand.
Allow me, Chair. I was just tempted to engage on that.
Honorable Khabo's gadget is now overheating.
But I'm happy that you entertained it. Can I submit my other questions in writing? Because I still have a bunch also based on what the minister has also raised on of the further investigation. I'll send it in.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. So noted. Honorable members, it's 5 to 10 to 4. I'm now going to give Honorable Daniels an opportunity. Following Honorable Daniels, we will have a 30-minute break, and then we will proceed with our agenda on the second item on the agenda.
Chair, can I speak?
Honorable Daniels.
Sorry, Chair, can I before Honorable Daniels, because the minister spoke and I didn't get a chance to respond, and the last question from the last speakers. Can I respond?
No, it's now the opportunity of Honorable Daniels. Honorable Khabo has raised an issue where the minister responded. He raised it on behalf of the committee, directed to the minister. He responded. We are not going to give an opportunity for SIFSA or the department to respond on the issue which the minister already responded. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, you know, when this meeting started, I was clean shaven. Now I can feel I need to. We've been around for the whole day. I want to commend you, Chairperson, for your whole posture and your aura and your calmness throughout this meeting. I understand how important this particular item is. We all understand the significance of this item, and we're very happy that it has found its expression now in this portfolio committee. And I'm very happy, and I want to commend you for giving it the attention it deserves and the time it deserves and not rushing a Chairperson. I'm very pleased for that, because the seriousness of this item deserves this patience in dealing with this. So thank you so much for that. I'm also sensitive of the time that you've just raised now, Chairperson, and that other item is equally as important as this one. So I'm just wondering. Yes, I'm just wondering, seeing that it also deserves some attention and patience to go through this very important item, the second item and the last item. I don't know if you, Chairperson, as a Chairperson, will see it fit for us to even run that marathon with the last item, or if we can consider, because of time constraints, to move it soonest, because of having to give it the same attention that this item that we are now is receiving, because we can't rush that thing at the end also, Chairperson. But thank you for this opportunity, Chair. Chair, you say we are doing it interpellation style. So I would like to request that Mr. Tony K can switch on his video, because I'll ask direct questions to him. Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon to you. I just want to check, man. There's this issue. 3 of our colleagues has touched on the issues of the buses. Now, I need you, sir, to just give me clarity on. You said the extra buses caused confusion, and there were placards and all those things on it. And what I need to know from you, who recommended that those buses must be procured?
I think, just recalling from memory, there were buses that were procured by the department. And those buses, I think there were about 9, if I'm not mistaken. And those 9 buses were coming from all 9 provinces, having delegates from all the different provinces to go to the Mangaung conference. Over and above that, there were buses that came, and those buses, obviously, they had, so there were 2, maybe let me just paint a picture of what happened at the conference. There were 2 candidates for the presidency. It was me and Mr. Eugene Mteto competing for the presidency of SIFSA. In those buses, the extra bus that we didn't know of, that surprised and caused confusion and nearly broke into a very violent situation, where, you hear colleagues talking about the minister having to come in and calm down, Minister Natim Teto at the time, having to come in and calm down the situation. The buses had Eugene's face on it, Mr. Eugene Teto, and another colleague called Constable. I think Eugene was gunning for the presidency, and Constable was gunning for the Secretary General. So they started singing his name, Eugene Mteto's name, and then he was, being paraded everywhere in there. With ours, it was not quite clear from the beginning of who was going for that, because we didn't want to put our cards out there. So basically all that. We also had our own Free State, like a night vigil, where Mr. Eugene Teto and all these people came there. And then we told them that you're not welcome here because you're not from the Free State. This is for the Free State people. So please go back to wherever you come from. And they went back. And then the next day then that happened, it was on a Friday. I think the next day that happened, it's when we got all those buses. So that is the story of the buses from my side.
Right.
I think maybe in terms of administration and people who are organizing buses, Mr. Mpomulepo would be maybe in a good position to explain, because he was the one who was preparing the buses and coordinating.
Thank you so much, because you've actually taken the questions out of my mouth. And the way I want to lead this particular question, you've also assisted me there, Mr. Mpo, because my interest lies now in, was there an instruction given for the buses to be procured? You also mentioned that there were extra buses, which confused the people. So was there an instruction for the extra buses? You have now said that you think that the department paid for the 9 buses for the respective provinces, but there were extra buses. Who paid for those buses, those extra ones? Mr. Mpo, can you please assist?
The extra buses were about 4 of them that came on the first night, and we refused them entry into the conference. And in the following morning, that's when we realized that there were also old people in the buses and all of that, and they were crying of hunger. We then allowed them in when the conference was starting. We allowed them in to go for catering, because we were also feeling very bad that all these people slept outside the venue. They were not catered for. We did not know where they came from. And while we brought them into the conference venue to catering in the morning, instead of sitting at the catering room, they then went, after eating, they went straight to the conference, and that's when the disruption of the conference started.
Thank you so much. Please tell me, Mr. Mpo.
And that becomes the amount of money that we then incurred in terms of their accommodation, their catering, and actually paying for those buses, because then they stayed for the entire conference.
Mr. Mpo, hold on. Tell me in no uncertain terms, these 4 extra buses, where did the funds come from for those buses?
I think from assumption that they came there chanting for one person, we all believed that they were organized by Eugene himself, because they came for him.
And who paid for it? Organizing something
We don't
is
know how
one
he paid. I don't know how he paid for them to come, but they were his people and they were supporting him, and they disrupted the conference with him.
All right, no, that's fine. That's fine. So if I ask you where the CIFSA paid for those buses, what would your answer be?
No, CIFSA didn't pay for those 4 buses.
All right, so it was
the 9 buses were paid by government to various provinces, and those were official delegates.
All right. Please tell me now, those buses that came here with the placards and stuff on, who were the occupants of those buses? Were they artists?
It was young, old people from various provinces. We don't know if they were artists or not, but some faces of other artists were there who were also in support of Eugene.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. All right.
If I may come in, I work for an organization called the Recording
Mr.
Industry of South
Ndlandla,
Africa.
Mr. Ndlandla,
Hold
please,
on.
please proceed,
Okay.
Honorable Daniels.
Thank you very much. So I'm happy that you've given me or us the whole picture of the extra buses that came to cause confusion. But you made mention that that is where the other expenses were incurred because the people catering and accommodation, the extra expenses that were incurred for those people who came there hungry. Which expenses are you referring to? I don't want to assume anything. Expenses from where? From which coffers?
From us as the coordinating committee of the interim committee, we then had to arrange for them to be accommodated at the venue, which was extra. We didn't budget for that. We had to arrange that they are now included as part of catering at the conference venue. So when there's a discussion around 720 that was carried over as a debt in 2014, that money came from that expenditure that we had to incur from the venue and the catering, which we did not budget. It was not within the 5 million that we were given.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Ntetwa, is that the conference, the elective conference, where Honorable Ntetwa did not make it, where he lost?
That's where Tony won the conference against him, Tetwa, which was really chaotic.
All right. My last question then, or statement here, is that seeing that this was a very heavy contestation, I couldn't expect it to go smooth. And Honorable Mtetwa didn't make it there. Was he aware at the time that the expenses incurred for catering for these people that came with the buses that he arranged, was he aware that that's coming from SIFSA?
I guess when we carried over the debt, by that time he had lost the conference, and I mean, it just became worse, the situation there. But I guess he wouldn't have known that we're now incurring the cost for his people or whoever those people were coming from, whatever the case may be, and how they related with him. Because he was not interested in listening. He was interested in getting the leadership. And that's why the conference was disrupted. And people shouldn't lie about that conference. When we arrived as an interim committee and we wanted to present the report.
Sorry, I don't think my interest lies in how the conference went. That is, with all respect, irrelevant for the purpose of this interrogation.
Okay.
That is a contestation that took place there, and the outcome was then clear. So, Honorable Mtetwa at the time served as a member of SIFSA on the Finance Committee. Is that correct?
100%.
Thank you very much. I would like to, I stand down on my questions on the buses. I would
Honorable
like...
Daniels, before you go to your next batch of questions, I see a few hands. I just want to explain the process. We gave the department, we gave the entities opportunities to present. They have presented, and now it is the opportunity of members to ask questions on what was presented. So I find it a little bit difficult to give an opportunity while honorable members interrogate and decided and chose who to interrogate. I find it difficult to give members of entities an opportunity if they raise their hands. If it's really crucial, I will give an opportunity later on. But I want to bring all of us again back the fact that we have set boundaries. And I think what the committee is interested in this whole exercise of what is transpired here today is not personal issues. It is the community at large, and we as a committee are interested in issues that involve public funds. The issues been mentioned, and I can't dictate what to ask and not to ask, but I just want to caution. The issues mentioned now, it's clearly issues that has to do with personal issues that has transpired there.
No, Chair. No, this is not personal. It's not personal, Chair.
If the
It's not personal.
questions, if the
No, no,
questions
No.
is related
but don't interject when
to
the chair.
the spending
I'm
of public
quiet.
funds
This has been unfair, man.
in terms
Chairperson,
of the
can I
boundaries
rise on a
that we
point
have
of order,
set.
Chair?
Point of order, Chair.
Can I rise on a point of order, Chair?
What's your point of order, Honorable Kabo?
You know, Chair, it can be correct that, and for a long time, you have allowed this behavior to continue. And you know, a behavior that is left unattended, it continues as if it's a normal thing when it's an abnormal thing. There is this official by the name of Mpo who continues to disrupt you while you are making your inputs there. And this is an attendance that I've been observing in particular on how these officials are conducting themselves, as in when statements are being uttered. It cannot be correct, Chairperson. I was calling order on Mpo, or the official by the name of Mpo, who kept on saying, no, this is unfair, no, this is personal, when we were raising the views, Chairperson. And I would want us to look into this matter. Specifically, the administration must be able to identify this official, and we attend to this official because it cannot be correct. This thing has been happening for too long. It's now as if we are invited by CIFSA to their meeting, where they would behave as if they are in their own meeting. And this is a parliamentary sitting. Would plead with them to respect this sitting and respect themselves in the process. But if they are unable to respect themselves, they must at least respect the decorum of these engagements. Please, Chairperson.
I agree, Honorable Kabo. I've made the point, and I belay the point again that we cannot allow that this meeting becomes a public trial. We are interested in the I'm going to give you an opportunity now. We are interested, and again, I want to say, in the systemic issues of CIFSA. Honorable Molatani.
No, Chairperson, I support Honorable Kabo, and we can't be bullied by that official. I think it's more than twice or thrice you've been calling that official into order. Take him out, Chairperson. He mustn't come here and waste our time.
It's not the only official that is doing this, but I'm lenient. I want them in this meeting, and I want them to hear, the truth. Actually, also with the demand from various members to extend this investigation. The Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Sorry, Chair, through you. He's not an official, just an ordinary member of the society. It's not an official.
Who's that, Honorable Mtetwa?
Sorry, Chair, I said through you, Mpo is not an official. He's an actor. He's just an ordinary member who's just being arrogant here in this meeting. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for the rectification. The Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I want to move on to another point, and then I'm going to wrap up after that. Ms. Yvonne Chaka Chaka, our Princess of Africa, can you switch your camera on, please? Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, sir.
I just want to check with you. Honorable Mtetwa, with his opening statements and or remarks, he said that you were innocently being misled. And then later on, when Honorable Mtetwa was busy with interrogations, you were grilled and told that you've penned your signature to certain documentations. So my question to you is, did Honorable Mtetwa, who initially said that you were innocently misled on a few things, did he take the time to come to you and consult with you and talk to you in confidence about the things that he believed was not right or correct, about the things that he believed that you fell in a trap being misled innocently, as Honorable Mtetwa has put it? Did he take the time to come sit with you and discuss those things with you from a sincere point of view to assist in the matter, with him being a member of CISFA?
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you for that question. I think the intention of us forming this organization was for the good of the industry. And it is known that artists are not together. So Mr. Mtetwa is a respected member of the creative industry. So are the other people. As I said, with my disclaimer, I was not in most of the meetings because I was traveling, doing all my UN work. So most of the time, Mr. Kit Sitole would be there. Once or twice, Mr. Mtetwa came to me. I think he complained about, well, he didn't complain. He just said he wants to make me aware. It was Ndlovu, Mncedisi's company. These are the lawyers who were helping us to put the MOU. And those were not asked by us. They were brought to us, that I can confirm, by the then minister, Mashatile. He's the one who introduced those people to us because we were the interim committee and we had to consult with the minister and the department for everything that we were doing. Obviously, governance plays a very important part. But at that time, as I said, we were appointed in March and we kept on working from March until September. Money was only put in the account in September for us to do all the work. It was just only then, because I even said at the beginning of the meeting, I don't like sitting with the creative industry people because 5 or 10 years later we'll be called to come and account. Now we need to do things correctly. But because there was not much time, the Ndlovu people were brought by the minister, and I know that it was consulted with the department to have Mpho arrange for all the provinces because he had the know-how and he could do it. So for Mr. Mtetwa really to say I was misled, I know he spoke to me after this to say your intentions were very good, but half these people were stealing money when you were not there. That's what he said to me. And I said, I find it very sad because I thought we were working with credible people. So, Chair, I'm tempted to say it's actually very sad that here we are not playing the ball, we're playing the man. And this should not happen. I'm an elder, but I respect everybody who's here. I think the rift between all these people should come to an end. I'm subjecting myself to the committee to say we as the interim committee did what we were meant to do. And if there's any interrogation that needs to be done, I'm open to it and I would let everybody do that. That's why when I was given 5 days to put that document, I took my time and I did that because I had nothing to hide. And I was hoping that everybody who was part of putting CIFSA together, we had one common goal, to put the creative industry in the good stead. But as I'm sitting here, people are trying to settle scores, and this is not right. This should not be happening.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the context, the broad context, and giving us all as committee members insight into what is going on. Just one more question, and then I'm going to move over to Honorable Mtetwa, to where I'm going to wrap up. Ms. Yvonne Chaka Chaka, Forgive me if I didn't get it. Did Honorable Mtetwa come to you for like somebody who comes with a shoulder to lean on as a supporting structure to say, you are being misled, let us discuss this with you. I need to help you because you're falling into traps because you were, like you said, innocently misled. Did he come and offer you that support?
As I'm saying, Chair, Mr. Daniels, as I'm saying, he only complained to me once about the company called NFC Ndlovu something, because he said they were helping us put all the documents. And these were the people who were brought by the minister, Mashatile, at the time. That's the only thing. Otherwise, I even said to him, I expect you to do the right thing. I expect Nhlanhla to do the right thing. And in fact, somebody came to me because I had said, we need to do all this work without getting paid. And I was told that somebody said, who the hell do I think I am for us to work for nothing? But I promise you, when I was chairing this, I was hoping that I'm working with men of integrity and women of integrity. So if Mr. Mtetwa felt there was something wrong, I wish he would have come. He said that to me afterwards to say, I know your intentions were good, but the people that you worked with were robbing you blind. I think those were his words, something like that. I said, I feel very, very bad because my intentions was not to make money from CIFSA or to steal money, but to make sure that the industry is put in a good state and we've got a great bargaining power. So he probably was concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, my last person I'm going to call into the stand is Honorable Mtetwa, Chairperson.
Honorable Mtetwa, please take the stand. Proceed, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, I'm here, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Mtetwa, you said with your opening statements that you were barred from saying anything. That's correct. I heard you correctly, did I? You are now on the CIFSA side.
Participating at this
You are
meeting.
not now a member of the committee.
I'm saying that you said I'm conflicted and you were trying to bar me from participating because you are concerned about my confliction. That's what I meant.
You
From
so
participating,
when you
gag
spoke,
me from participating, and I don't understand why.
so the clarity I'm seeking, you made reference to being barred from speaking. You did not refer to as a member of CIFSA. Honorable Mtetwa?
Am I losing? Am I losing you or what? Is it my network?
I'm not too sure whether
I think it's your network, Honorable Mtetwa. If you can switch off your video. Honorable Mtetwa.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't get the question, Chair, because he was breaking on my side.
No, sure, I appreciate that. Let me rephrase the question. Was my understanding correct that as a member of CIFSA, when you saw all these things that you did not agree with, that you were barred from saying anything at the time? Is my understanding correct?
I was bad.
Yes.
Oh, you're talking about during that time, during the time when I was a member of CIFSA. I thought you were referring to the beginning of the meeting.
No.
This meeting. Okay. Yes, I was barred from talking even at the conference,
Yes.
the interim committee had a meeting alone with the minister. They never invited me. I was sitting in my room because I was not supposed to be in that meeting because they knew that I am going to raise my concerns. And one of those concerns is that when you talk of this company that was given this responsibility to draft an MOI, it came at a cost of 300,000. Where have you ever had an MOI coming at a cost of 300,000? And by a member who
Okay,
was
no, that's fine, Honorable Mr. Mtetwa.
Yeah.
I want to remind you, sitting on the side of CISFA now. You are not on our side.
Okay. Okay, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much. Now, we know that injustice continues to grow and thrive when good people do nothing to check it. And you were barred. Now, with all this mess that brought us here today, and these investigations of which you were very much a part of, and even worse, on the Finance Committee, are you saying that you were barred because you are playing victim to the mess that the institution finds itself in? And don't you think that you must take a share of the apportionment of all the wrongdoings that brought CIFSA here before us? Don't you believe that you must take a apportionment of the wrongdoings there as a member?
You see, when it comes to corporate governance, good governance, I know it from A to Z. In meetings, was noted as saying, this is not right. I wrote an email to the Secretary General raising my concerns. I have that email. I've written 2018 to the SIU requesting an investigation because at the conference I couldn't speak. I couldn't speak. I was, in fact, the mic was taken away. The minister sent somebody to take away the mic from me when everybody else was queuing to speak on the line. I was the only one who was not allowed. Okay.
Now, Mr.
I've
Mtetwa,
written to the public protector. I'm showing you that I've made effort to get this thing. Why would I do that if I'm part of that? I've distanced myself nicely. Even in the court of law, I will take
Mr.
it.
Mtetwa, Mr.
Yeah.
Mtetwa,
The honorable member.
I was about to ask you, you've written, you've sent emails, you've made submissions earlier on that you've insisted on audited financials, you've sent emails citing that the finance committee is not sitting. That is not somebody that's bad, because you've expressed your dissatisfaction in doing so. Now, with all the mess that's been going, you need to tell this committee, what did you do as a member? Because from where we are sitting, we see you as someone that was swimming alongside the same stream of maladministration and corruption.
You are trying so hard.
So what did you...
Sorry, honorable member. I'm saying you've been trying from the beginning of this meeting. You are trying to drag me. I'm saying
what did you do?
I've brought this CIFSA in front of this portfolio committee. I'm the one who requested this CIFSA to appear. The first time, the second time, I'm the one.
Order.
Yeah.
When you were at CIFSA as a member, you are responding to this committee as a member of CIFSA. What did you do then not to swim along with us in the same stream?
What did I do?
Yes.
I don't know whether you're deaf. You're not hearing me when I say I did APC, everything that I did when I was with CIFSA. And when I came to become a member of parliament on the 6th parliament, I'm the one who was requesting, was looking for CIFSA, downtown, all these things. This is not the first time I've been raising this on the 7th. And what is it that I was supposed to do when when you, or maybe I was supposed to do what General Mkhwanazi did and go and do a public, a media statement, because I've been talking to the powers that being. Nobody listens. Even the minister, I reported to the then minister, these corrupt activities that were happening. He never did anything about it. What was I supposed to do?
So
you can advise me, what was I supposed to do?
Chairperson, my question directed to Mr. Mtetwa is not as any bearing to do with at the time when he was a member of parliament. My interest lies when he was not a member of parliament, when he was a member of SIFSA. So my question speaks purely to when you were a member of SIFSA and there was no committee sitting and that. My question is very simple, and I trust you understand. Not unless I have to give pictures to accompany my questions. Please tell me if I need to do that. As a member of SIFSA, what did you do to go against the stream?
I did indicate that listening is a skill. Listening is a skill. I said to you, during the sittings, I said to you, if you can listen to me, you see now you interject me. When I'm answering you, you interject. That's why you can't hear me.
You insisted for audited financials?
Can you allow us to talk, please?
You are not allowing me to respond to your question. I'm not talking about bringing the forensic, but I'm talking about when I was in the interim committee appointed by Minister Paul Mashatile. During that period, I raised my concerns in the meetings. If you ask them to give you minutes of the meetings, ask them if they do have minutes, I wonder. Ask them to give you the minutes of the meetings during the interim committee and see who was against so many things that were happening. Even the issue of MOI, I was saying we should resort to the constitution. We can draft the constitution of this organization. But because there was a clear intention to siphon the money out of SIFSA, there was intention. And I spoke against it. I'm saying to you again, Secretary General Dlantasidis should have an email from me where I was complaining about the finance committee not having said, and I was saying, I don't think we are capacitated. Mr. Dodoma Namodi, there's an email from Dodoma Namodi where he's saying, he responded by saying that he was coming from a funeral of his relative. And I said, but how does that, what do you want me to do? You want me to sympathize with you? I'm not here to be blamed for things that don't happen. And I was concerned about processes, systems. That's what I was concerned about. I was not attacking people. I was saying, as far as I know, the finance committee is the one that prepares recommendations to the board to say that this is fine, we can. This is the key. But how do you start spending money as an organization without those approvals? There was no approval. I don't remember. They can give me those minutes to show that the board, I call it the board because the interim was acting as a board of the interim SIFSA. Let them give you the minutes. Let them give you the minutes. That shows that Eugene was quiet, didn't say anything.
We will request copies of those minutes. And my last question to you, Mr. Last you, because it's important because you were a member of parliament today. You were not back then, and it's important for the country to know what you did. So my last question to you is: you also made allegations that there were no procurement processes in place, and that members of the interim committee appointed their own people and family as service providers. That is what you said earlier on. Can you just take 1 minute to elaborate on that, please, for us to understand as a committee?
I will forward you a communication that I had with SIU in 2018, okay? With all these allegations, and I'm saying allegations. I'm not saying Eugene procured the buses. I'm saying allegations. And you can draw from I think Dodoma Namod is here. He can answer to say how were the auditors, supposedly auditors, who were also auditing his own company, who ended up supposedly, how do you audit a night before the conference? That's why I distance myself even from those financials. At the conference, I told them I'm not gonna allow those financials to be submitted with there's no auditing that happened there, I can tell you. And the company, go and check it. I've just asked somebody to check it at CIPC. Go check it. Who are the directors of Well Run? It was alleged that one of the directors is Dodom Namodi's, Mr. Dodom Namodi's deceased sister, who was then given I mean, even the chairperson herself doesn't remember, doesn't know how those auditors were procured. And this is what I'm saying. You can't procure. If they say they procured in a proper manner, then they don't understand what PFMA dictates, where there's public funds used. They must show you adverts that they issued to request the services. They must tell you minutes and show you if there was a committee that was dealing adjudication process that was dealing with selecting a particular company from 5 that came forth. Please let them send you those minutes and show you adverts that they were issued under the interim committee. Those directors must be, the directors, as far as I know, they must be declared delinquent if they don't take fiduciary duties. We were there to look after the government, the public funds. We were there to guide. Minister Paul Mashatile, when he nominated people, he nominated them based on where they were coming from, the skills, based on from the sectors. But there are those who were parachuted for a deliberate. And unfortunately, he's not here to answer. Minister Natim Teto is not here to answer. There's no such.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would request that Honorable Mtetwa backs up what he said and submit those things that he sent to the SIU to the committee, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Mtetwa. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I raise my hands. I raise my hands. I just come now. I'm sorry. I asked the meeting that I will be late. Now I'm here more than 1 hour. Can I say something? Because here
Doesn't work
you
like
just...
that. You should know how the committee works.
Where do you come from? Honorables. Can I talk, Chair?
But that's not how the committee works. I'm not the chairperson. Chairperson, thank you.
No,
I'm
I'm
done.
talking to Chair. I'm talking to Chair. It's off.
Unmute, please, Chairperson.
Can I continue, Chair?
Aye.
Aye. I've been listening here. I'm sorry for coming late. I went somewhere, but
Can you please mute Mr. Kobani?
Mute what? You want to see my face?
Can you delete Mr. Kobani from this meeting?
Aye.
Thank you so much. Aye. I'm not a thief, sir. Thank you.
Please, thank you. Yeah, we are two hours behind our time. I have given members the opportunities, and I've given the last opportunity to Honorable Daniels, who has interrogated a former member as well of the board on issues that he raised. I just want to mention that for clarity. I want to say thank you to everyone for their contribution. I think this meeting was long overdue, and we have now better insight on what is transpired in SIFSA. Numerous recommendations has been made. There are concerns, there are rebuttals and responses on CPIC. Thank you, Honorable Kabo, for mentioning that. The issues raised on agreements, the issue raised on piecemeal reports, which raised the eyebrows, and also the Audi Altram rule and natural justice that I feel as the chairperson of this portfolio committee was not fully adhered to have a full, complete understanding of what is transpired. We also call for closer working relationship, as our icon Yvonne has said. Let us focus on the resources that are accounted for. I think that's the crux. And what is happening in some of the entities is actually shocking. But members who enlighten us with their knowledge and their expertise and their way of interrogating and their way of oversight, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the department. Again, we have to work closer to one another. We cannot have an entity preparing 2-3 days before reports. And also the fact that some of those, as reported by the department, were not in reach. But we have a duty to this country. And we should not stop in the way and the manner and the fashion we are dealing with these issues. I'm now going to adjourn this meeting for 20 minutes following our second point on the agenda. I am so sorry for giving a comfort break only now. I'll safe to say that I was the only one most of the time with my video on. So I could not leave my video like Mr. Kobani, who just left his video, and when I call upon him, he was nowhere to be found. So this is not a sponsorship. We will deal with Parliament the way we want to. I'm going to appeal to those that still have some pressing issues on their heart to submit in writing to the department and the committee their submissions. And we will also circulate or find these resolutions on the website as far as the recommendations from the committee is concerned. Our second item on the agenda will be the report by DSEC on the lucky fans, officials, and other selected people who traveled to the World Cup. It's now 16:40. We will proceed exactly 5 o'clock. This meeting is adjourned until 5 o'clock, and see you there.
Thank you, Chair.
Dank u. Dank u, dank u.
Baie dankie meneer.
Thank you, Donald Duck.
Thank you very much.
Fatampoza.
Sure. See what?
Mute Mphoso zindaba zakho.
Portfolio Secretary, am I audible? Am I visible?
Welcome,
Chairperson, yes.
Chairperson.
May I ask that those who have no interest in this meeting may leave this meeting?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Yvonne, also that the fact that it's an open meeting,
Can I leave?
those who would like to stay on, you are also welcome to do so.
Okay, Chair.
Portfolio Secretary, please inform me as to whether the members are present.
Yes, Chair, we have the members in the platform. I'm not sure if they are back from their comfort break, Chair, but they can indicate if they are ready seated to continue the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
I am in the meeting.
Let's just make sure those who have joined us in the earlier meeting note that you are not allowed to participate. We will just allow you to sit in. Honorable Kabo, Kosi.
Chairperson, thank you. I'm in, but if it
That's
happens,
fine.
yeah, but Chair, if the meeting it happens that it's not done at 6 o'clock, I've got another meeting to attend. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, I'm in the meeting. I have a meeting at 8 o'clock. I'm still here up until 8.
Yeah, I want to remind members, it is not me, it is members who said, where is the money? So members can't now come and say, I'm having a meeting 8 and 7 and 9 o'clock. Even if we had to sit up until 3:30 tomorrow morning, this meeting is just as important as the previous one.
I will apologize.
Honorable members.
Chairperson.
Honorable Molatani.
I will forward my apology for the next meeting, Chair. Don't stress.
I was just testing your grounds.
Yeah.
Whether you are weekend special.
No, Chair, don't do this to us, please.
Chairperson.
Honorable members, we are
Chairperson,
going to. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. As much as you say that we mustn't now come and say we've got meetings here and there, we work, Chairperson. We from recess period where we've been on the ground, all of us, all parties, for the upcoming elections. And
yeah, thank you. Honorable members, I think this is a meeting that many are looking forward for. Honorable members, again, I want to say this is a meeting that many of us were looking forward for, and the rest of South Africans. This is a very important meeting, and I want to start off in saying that as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, I want to kick off in saying that I would like to express my dissatisfaction on the way and the manner things has transpired pertaining to the meeting that we have today, with a very serious agenda point, and that is a report of the FIFA World Cup. And I want to categorically state that as the portfolio committee, we stand behind Bafana Bafana. We stand behind every single national team of South Africa. But also, as South Africans, we must be aware that we have a duty, and that is to have oversight over the department. Hier is nie 'n heksejare nie. Dit is oorsigwerk en ons is verplig om ons oorsigwerk te doen en te kyk in hoe mate gelde gespandeer word binne die perke, veral wanneer ons so swartheid deurgaan met finansies in Suid-Afrika. There are currently austerity measures when it comes to various budgets in Parliament. But as a committee, once again, our displeasure, I would like to express on a program that we have adopted for today. And also this meeting of today has been communicated to the department. I would like to inform everyone that we have set dates for submissions of presentations and briefing of documents. In our early meeting, we have indicated that
There's nothing in the fridge. It's fine.
submissions has been made on the 1st of July on what we would like to see as a committee. The 1st of July, we've made it clear that we ask for one thing, and that is, where is the money? We requested from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture a detailed breakdown, a detailed expenditure, a detailed list of delegation, a detailed list of their designations, their roles, the purpose of their attendance, and a detailed report of the lucky fans. That information was due on the 29th July. Mainly so, very important was the issue pertaining to a detailed list on the financial issues. And I want to say it has not been submitted. Honorable members, we are sitting here today without the most basic information required to do our oversight. What is the basic information that we need as a portfolio committee? It is the money. How the money has been spent. We have received a general presentation without finances. And this is not oversight. It is a waste of this committee's time. It is a waste of Parliament's time. I want to be direct, honorable members. This department, Sports, Arts and Culture, cannot pick and choose which committee requests to comply with. When this committee requests information by a certain date, we expect it. Failure to submit undermines the work of Parliament, and it also undermines the role of accountability. Not only accountability to the committee, but also accountability to the entire South Africans. So I am going to give an opportunity to the DG, Dr. Kumalo, to explain to us what are the reasons that we have received a willy-nilly report without any finance. We cannot do our checks and balances on what has been spent. People out there want answers. Yes, we've seen a report, but that report means nothing to us. Simply because when you follow the social media, TikTok, Facebook, and the like, you will see content creators thanking the minister. Thank you, Minister, for making it possible for me. Those names are not on that list. So I am going to give the Director General an opportunity why this committee here today are presented with a wishy-washy report without financials. After the Director General explained to us the reasons, I'm going to give members of every political party an opportunity on their view pertaining to that report and as to whether we are going to proceed with the meeting or as to whether we are going to proceed with the presentation, and I want to emphasize, without finance report. The DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, indeed, the report that we forwarded at that time, the cost breakdown was in the process of being finalized. Hence, it makes reference to broad categories in terms of the financial responsibility areas. However, Chair, we have discussed this request, and I would like to request that the Deputy Director General then gives you a more detailed and more specific response to the issue that you are raising. Through you, Chair, if DDG Campbell could then come in.
DDG.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, DG, let me just greet the Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members. I think, Chair, the DG has covered me. We at the time of us submitting the report, Chair, and in fact, we are just about to conclude on the final reconciliation of all the expenditure, Chair. What we don't want to do, Chair, is to submit to yourselves as the committee a report that has not been fully verified, not been checked properly with all the checks and balances in relation to the finances, as you correctly pointed out, Chair. It is in the public interest for us to do exactly that. And we were not going to submit a report, Chair, that does not conform to what we know you would expect as a committee. So, Chair, so the report that's in front of us, Chair, you're correct, is just an overview in terms of the brief, which spoke to the issue of the lucky fans, the influencers, the media, and how they were, and how that unfolded. And we commit ourselves, Chair. When I checked yesterday, we were just about 80% concluded, Chair, on the final reconciliation of all the expenditure on the World Cup. And once we are done, Chair, we will then forward that report to yourself, Chair. So we beg your indulgence, Chair, that this report be considered and that we will then submit the final report on the reconciled financial statements to the committee as a matter of urgency, Chair. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Molatani, followed by the Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me again greet honorable members, Deputy Minister and Deputy Minister, as well as the DSEC staff, including our professional staff. Chair, straight to the point, we are not going to accept that report. I think the department, we gave them enough time. They were supposed to go all out and do the full report. The same way they're supposed to give that full report their attention, the same way they'd give themselves an attention to attend the World Cup. I think I'll have to check the date where I've sent the questions to the department to say that who are the officials? My question was very clear. Who are the officials who are attending? I think it was even before, who are attending the World Cup, and they attend the World Cup on which capacity? So officials have failed to give us an answer on that. And for them to come again today to say that they are almost at 80% regarding the report to be concluded on financials and so forth, it's a lame excuse, Chairperson. If you fail just to give us the name of the officials who were attending a World Cup on which capacity, and then you come back again with this excuse, to me, it's a lame excuse, Chairperson, and there is no way we are going to accept that report. And Chair, we cannot be sitting here wasting the taxpayers' money, wasting the time, Chair, for the report that it's half cooked. I don't see the reason why the report was sent to the portfolio committee when they know very well it's not a full report. And Chairperson, I'm a little bit worried that if this is how things are going to be, I wonder moving forward, how are we going to trust the DSEC officials that they are going to give us a full report? Possibly, Chairperson, it's going to take another month or so before we get that report. And they know very well that for them, we have schedule of meetings for the whole term. So does this mean that we are going to sit again for the whole term without having any report, and we are going to receive the report in the next month? We are not going to accept that, Chairperson, and I'm still waiting for those answers. Who were the officials who attended the World Cup and on which capacity? I remember in our last portfolio meeting in the last term, where we were given Mr. Ndima as the acting DG, and then he decided to give the same position to Mr. Twenyane, who said that he won't be able to answer the portfolio questions. Chairperson, it can't be. It can't be, Chairperson. Really, the officials of DSEC, they are taking us for a ride. The same energy that they show when they went to World Cup was supposed to be the same energy that they put when they were doing this report. So this is uncalled for, Chairperson, and the report is not, I'm not going to accept the report. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. DDG, what is the 20% you are referring to? What, or is it the important part?
Chair, we want
You
to
refer
submit to you.
the report is 80% complete. So what is the
Yes.
20% left with? Is it the important part? Is it the money part? Is it the proof? Is it risk? What is it?
No, Chair, it's the entire report with regard to the World Cup finances.
No, you
expenditure.
said it's 80% finished.
Yes.
What is the 20% left with that you have to complete?
Chair, it's just reconciliation. Chair, remember we worked across a range of service providers, a range of activities. We had 5 or 6 activations, and we just reconciling that particular income statement, so that and also the expenditure statement, because we also had sponsors on board. And just to give you an example, Chair, we need to also reconcile that particular aspect of the work. So in terms of the entire financial statement for the World Cup, Chair, we should be ready within the next week, Chair, to give you the full breakdown in terms of what we've spent on the World Cup, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, before I'm going to give to Honorable Potgieter, DDG, on behalf of the committee, I would like you to go out and make a affidavit on why you could not submit the report and send that affidavit to the portfolio committee. Second to that is these things are not happen without any reason. There's a lot, as you have heard in the earlier meeting, transpiring into most of our entities. And we want to reconcile ourselves. We appreciate the fact and we say thank you to the sponsorships out there. But let me tell you, it's more than just an announcement of sponsorships that allow people to go and watch the game. For us, it's about the allegiance of those sponsors with the department, whether they are the ones involved supplying water, the big walk event and all of that. So we really want that report. It is urgent and it is important, but we will make that recommendation after every input of every member. The Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. And perhaps I can explain this so the department and the minister can understand where I'm coming from, because this particular issue for me is particularly important. 31 million rand is a lot of money. It's a lot of money that could benefit children who would otherwise not get an opportunity. It could benefit, various sectors within this portfolio. I've been asking, and I've asked 6 separate questions since March with regards to this trip. It concerns me, the report that we received, which appears to be, full of pictures and vague statements such as, if I can quote, broad descriptions such as coordination, oversight, communication, and stakeholder management, which is used to justify why officials traveled for 3 to 4 weeks on government money, which essentially is South Africans' money. That for me is not accountability. And what I'm specifically looking for, and I've written to yourself, Chair, which I'm sure you've provided to the department, is exactly what we're looking for in respect to this particular trip. If everything was above board and the country received a benefit, then 100% absolutely the money is justified. But it is beyond me that we received this report that lacked complete detail. Complete. We have highly educated and professional officials in this department. I would expect a lot more from a presentation from them. I would have also expected that a feasibility study, or at least an estimate cost, would have been done before anybody left the country. It would have been known what you were going to spend. There has been a ballooning of costs in this particular exercise. We've gone from a couple of million to 19 million to over 30 million, and we still haven't finally reconciled it. And that is, it's disturbing. The other issue is that the claim has been made in response to questions that this money was taken from every single program within the budget of the department. But if you go to the vote, vote 37, which is within the budget, you cannot pinpoint where this money came from. So I do have a very viable concern that there was defunding of other programs or initiatives in order to sponsor this, because it was not initially laid out in the budget and you cannot find it. And as members of parliament, we should be able to find that, with just by looking at the budget. So I do want, Chair, and I'm going on the premise that this has been provided to the department, that we get full details. It's a 151-person delegation. Exactly what they were there for, why they were selected, what, predicated their selection as opposed to somebody else. What benefit did we get from the podcasters and the chefs and et cetera that went over there? What commitments did we get in return? And I myself, I've sat on mayoral committee and I've gone overseas only once that it was actually paid for by government. And I specifically went there to secure 3 conferences and I came back with them. So the cost or the benefit outweighed the cost that was spent because we got so much back from it. This department's role is not to promote tourism or to, bring in economic developments, etc. Its role is to support sport, arts, and culture. And yes, a modicum of that is involved, but it cannot replace other departments' mandates. They already have that mandate. So I would like the roles and responsibilities that they were given, the exact details of their itineraries, the money that was spent on each person, why this benefited us, what did we get back in return, conferences, sponsorships, infrastructure that's being put in schools, that sort of a thing. And I would expect that would be given to us in precise detail. I'm not asking too much, Chairperson. I don't think that I am, but I am getting frustrated with having to ask it several times over and then being accused of being political because I'm asking it. And yes, I am political because I'm a politician. So it will be what it will. And I'm sure many times in the future, I will clash with members of this portfolio or with the minister himself. But that's the name of the game. But really, at the bottom of it, I would really like to take the DDG up on his offer of saying that they will have this report ready within the next week, and possibly from the committee side with your condonation, that 7 days be given to them to provide us with a full report, and that we do not delay the interrogation of this, to the next term. I know we must find the time. I will find the time. If you find it at 3:00 in the morning, Chair, I will be there. But I would propose that we work on the 7 days. Thank you.
Can the Honourable Minister inform the country whether there's any consequences for this delay? Is the Minister in the meeting? He informed me earlier that he's running between the car and the hotel. The Deputy Minister? DG, any consequences for this delay? 4 weeks to complete a report. It's unacceptable.
No, Chair, as DDG has indicated, we have received some of the reports, but because there was a variety of activities that were taking place, while we did receive, for instance, a report from the service provider that was doing the exhibition stand, the EKAYA, on the 17th of July, the sport branch is supposed to then verify that particular report so that we adopt it and incorporate that into the entire cost breakdown. We are awaiting a finalized report from, for instance, I don't know whether Sport has received it. I haven't received it from the travel agency of the department consolidating the actual cost. The project that we undertook, where we had the Legends match, the Legends from 2010, and we had a match. That particular report, for instance, I have not, as an accounting officer, seen, because all those reports have to be verified by the sport branch before we can consolidate. So this is mainly the reason, Chair, where we couldn't actually be able to forward to you the consolidated cost plan. Yes, we do have the budget against which we were working, but we thought that the request from the portfolio committee was for us to then submit a cost breakdown, which to date had not been finalized, as the DDG says.
Nothing to do with delaying tactics.
Not at all, Chairperson.
The Honourable Mataung.
Oh, thank you so much, Chairperson. I don't know why always whenever we're dealing with the department, then we have to face this kind of challenges. Then we'll have the minister who's missing, we'll have a deputy minister who's missing, and we'll only be left with Dr. Kumalo. And this whole thing for me, I see a defensive mechanism because of if people went to the World Cup, they know what they've spent. They've received quotations from whoever that was doing placing whatever boards or advertisement or anything. They have all those things. So, Chair, it goes back to these things that we keep on saying, that the department itself, it doesn't do oversight in their own department. Because of there is no way, Chairperson, that when was the World Cup ended? When did Bafana come back? You know, and this is so paining when we need to hold the department responsible and accountable with everything that they have done. Then we coming to these lame excuses of saying they're still busy with the findings. And yet the minister himself, he did post a draft of what expenditures or what was spent in your Twitters, your TikToks, and everywhere. And suddenly, boom, they don't have a full report. I think, Chair, we need to have ways of dealing with the department to summon them and giving them a certain time whenever they need to come and answer to us in the department, because of we cannot go on like this. Yes, as Honorable Mulotane said, we don't have time in regarding to our program of the year. Where will they fit in next week? You know, if they say by next week everything will be ready, in order for us to get this report. It's shaming coming from the department, and it's really shaming from Dr. Kumalo to answer the way they're answering us today here, because of we're looking forward, even South Africans are looking forward in knowing what happened and how was that money spent, the 331 million, how was it spent? Yes, Honorable Potgieter is right. That money was supposed to be directed somewhere else to infrastructure development, but for the fact that we don't have the report in our eyes, then surely, Chairperson, I'm so disappointed once more. I thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Nkosi.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chairperson, I think my colleagues has just covered me at a large number because, Chairperson, you know, we are not being taken seriously as this committee. Officials, they are aware that they are coming to us today and they must bring this report, a full, complete report. Indeed, Honorable Letsane is quite correct to say that they are aware as to say who is going, who is not going, and they know as to how much they pay. So why is it so difficult for them to give us the full report? And you are asking as to say how this 20% is contained of what? We can't get a clear answer as to what is it that is left with this 20%. So, Chair, I fully agree with my colleagues that here we are being delayed unnecessary. There's hide and seek that is being played by our officials, and we are not going to accept it as this portfolio committee. I would love to join my colleagues to say, let us not accept this report. Let them deal with this report and come with a proper report that is having the whole information that is needed. They must conclude this report. This issue of saying 20% left in order to conclude the report, why is it 20% being left? What is it that is left out before the report is concluded? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mtetwa, my apologies. I've given the Honorable Nkosi an opportunity due to the fact that she also have other obligations. The Honorable Mtetwa.
No, thank you, Chair. That's very much welcomed. Chair, how do you arrive at the total when you don't know what makes that total?
It's called their own goal.
So you start at the end and then calculate backwards. 80%. I doubt that this 80% makes 80%. Maybe it's 80% or 50%, not of 100%. Because why I'm saying that, when we looked at the report, it doesn't table the criteria. In fact, it doesn't table a number of things that we are concerned with. How people were selected, how it doesn't explain all those things. It just says this is what we did. Now, first and foremost, before you do anything, maybe we must be descriptive into what this 80% should contain when they come back, because we are not going to continue with this meeting. This meeting will be fruitless if we continue with it and hoping that we will be able to match the numbers and the discussions that have taken place today. This is a matter that is of public interest, judging by the media companies that are here with us. It shows that there is so much interest, public interest, and we can't delay that. I would like to be descriptive in what that 80% should contain, because I don't want us to say, why didn't you add this? Please allow me, Chair, that first and foremost, I would like us to get a concept document that informed all this program, because you can't just go as if it's a plane that has been, it's an aeroplane that has been built whilst it's flying. You know, you see when we get there, we'll cross the bridge when we get there. So there must be a concept document which would clearly also define the KPIs or have a relationship with the KPIs of the department. The itemized budget, because before you go anywhere, you do anything, you must have sat and discussed the concept document and then came up with a budget for that. Itemized budget. The second thing I want us to ask for is the criteria for selection of different categories of beneficiaries. The MOU between the department, that's the third one, the MOU between the department and sponsors, so that we get the terms, what are the terms contained in those MOUs, and the returns that were committed by department towards those companies. And then beneficiaries, different categories of those beneficiaries, the gender of who benefited, was it more males or females, young people, racial dispensation, demographics, where are these people who benefited come from? Are they coming from all over the country, or was it biased towards a particular region? And then the procurement process. The procurement process is something that takes a bit while. You cannot procure whilst you're on your way to the World Cup. So I think we would request that. And if there was any communication around these things, whether there was an advert to suggest that people can apply and how to apply and what, if they could also furnish us with those. And then if as usual, I'm sure Dr. Kumalo still remembers that we want the pictures with the reports as portfolio of evidence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. You've raised an interesting point, and that is the submission of the procurement processes, quotations, et al. And now, with that comment, you have now, allowed the report to be 60% complete. DDG, is there any outstanding monies payable to service providers? Dr. Kumalo?
So sorry, I was speaking to myself. Chair, we've paid out.
No, DDG. The question
most of the money.
Is there any outstanding monies payable? Skuld julle nog iemand?
And that is why we're speaking about the reconciliation, Chair, because there's a few things that we need to verify before we can pay. For example, I think Dr. Kumalo spoke about, for example, the TWF traveling costs. which also includes, for example, the ground transportation, etc., etc. So those few things that are still outstanding has not been processed and paid. And once we've done that, Chair, and that is part of the reconciliation I was speaking about, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think I must just switch off my video because I'm having a problem of network.
You
If
may
you
leave
allow
it
me.
on. Your sound is still solid.
My sound is still solid. I will not
Yes.
want to be tempted to
I will
apply it.
indicate when to switch it off.
No, Chair, for now, let me just switch it off. Chair, if you allow me, let me start
Proceed.
firstly with the report, Chair. It is firstly, let me check. Is the minister part of the meeting and the deputy minister?
But for the secretary,
Chairperson, the deputy minister is. Oh,
I'm in the meeting.
thank you, DM.
the minister is not in the meeting, unless he's using another device, but his device is not in the meeting that he was using earlier, Chair. So the department can respond on that. His office is in the meeting. Amelia is in the meeting.
Can we get clarity on the whereabouts of the minister, Chairperson?
The department.
Amelia is in the meeting, Chair, I think.
Oh, okay. I was asking her to respond to the PLO in the Office of the Minister.
Chairperson, I'm struggling to find my hand. It's Nonsekela Lopule, if I may.
You may.
Good evening, Chair and honorable members. I was of the view that they would have communicated with you, Chair, that Minister had a scheduled flight back to Joburg for 5:30.
I'm not aware of the time. The minister has indicated that he's between his car and the hotel. Proceed, Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I wanted to ask the minister and the deputy minister if this report has been presented before them. Maybe now that the minister is not here, we'll firstly check with the deputy minister if she has had an opportunity of going through this report.
Good question. DM. The deputy minister. Have you seen the report? Have you idea? Please unmute, Deputy Minister.
Oh, sorry, something went wrong with my gadget. I don't know who's laughing now.
Proceed.
No. Thank you very much, Chair, for the question. You know, normally when we are scheduled to present ourselves before the portfolio committee, we do call for briefings, but I don't know what happened to the unit on Friday when we were preparing. They were not available, and I can confirm that there was no report that was presented to me.
No, thank you very much.
I received an apology. I received an apology from Mr. Campbell that is not able to present before the DM's office.
So is it safe to say that, Deputy Minister, that this report, we have not seen it?
Yes, Honorable Khabo, I haven't seen the report.
No, thank you very much, DM.
Honorable Khabo, before you proceed, we are talking about two things here. There's a report already submitted to the portfolio committee, the one that we said is without the financials. And then the discussion now is about the financial report that has not been submitted. So I also want clarity, Honorable Khabo, whether the minister have seen the report that serves in front of the committee today. Honorable
Are you
Deputy
referring
Minister.
to me? Are you referring to me, Chair?
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
I am saying that on Friday I did request that I be briefed on items that will be appearing before the committee. That is a normal standard practice. I received an apology that Mr. Campbell is not available to present to me in order for me to be prepared and to be preview of the reports that they are taking before Parliament. So, Chairperson, what I'm saying is that I haven't received any report in relation to this agenda item.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Proceed, Honorable Kabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. DG, can we get clarity as to why Mr. Campbell could not take the Deputy Minister into confidence in relation to the report before the report could be presented before the committee?
As the deputy honourable member, as the deputy minister indicated, the office of the deputy minister would always request for those briefings, and the DDG consent. If he's not available, at least the officials that are senior in that particular unit would then make themselves available to brief the deputy minister or the minister if it's a request from the minister's office. So DDG Campbell is best positioned to then respond to the question. Because
But
as
before
DM
the
says,
before the DDG, yourself as a DG, I would want to get clarity from you as to why the deputy minister's office could not be briefed, according to
the
the report that you have.
documents, yes, the documents that we always prepare would be
No,
sent
no,
to
no, DG.
ministry.
No,
The
DG.
briefing.
DG. My question is, now that you are aware that the DDG could not brief the deputy minister, I'm asking you, do you have any report as to why the office of the deputy minister could not be briefed?
I do not have a report, honourable member.
Maybe you must request that and brief us on what has been the steps taken against the official.
Let's check with the DDG, Honorable Kabo. DDG,
I was going there, Chair.
was there any other official available to brief the DM?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yes, I did submit an apology, and the apology was based on the fact that I had to attend a 2027 Cricket World Cup session with local authorities and the provinces on Friday in Sandton. I then asked that the acting chief director, Mr. Make, attend on behalf of the department or of the branch. But I was also then subsequently informed, Chair, because we had competing priorities, because there was also the launch of the Combi Court in Westbury as well as in Eden Park. So, and Mr. Marker also then attends to those particular aspects. So that was the reason why there was no attendance there, Chair. Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Kabo.
No, thank you very much. DG, who prepared the report that is before us that does not have the figures, including the amount of money or financial commitment made by sponsors? Who developed this report?
It's the sport branch, honourable member.
As a DG, did you go through this report yourself?
Yes, I did.
Is it the type of format that we use for purposes of accountability, especially on a public institution, take into consideration the National Treasury Framework, which emphasizes structured performance reporting against approved plans and budget, and financial information accountability, and evidence-based reporting or reported performance?
I believe, yes, I did go through the report. Perhaps to answer that question first, the request that came from the portfolio committee was for us to submit a report on Lucky Fans, the officials and other selected people who traveled to the World Cup. And this particular report that I then further submitted subsequent to the branch submitting did cover those particular areas. What was not covered, honourable member, was the request that then subsequently came, which we were to submit a cost breakdown by the 29th of July. However, in terms of the brief that came from Portfolio Committee, these matters in the agenda are contained in the report.
No, my question now is, as the DG, why do you present a briefing instead of presenting a report that is aligned to the National Treasury's framework, which emphasizes structured performance reporting against approved plans and budgets, financial information, accountability, and evidence supporting reported performance? And that's what honorable members are raising as items that the report is lacking. Now, my question to you is, as a director general in your position, why would you allow, maybe just to borrow from you, why would you present a flimsy report before us?
I don't agree, Chair, that it is a flimsy report. The report is according to the briefing in the agenda that was sent to us. What is not there, which
I'm
we have
asking you now as a DG,
acknowledged.
let us not use the request of the portfolio committee as an opportunity for us to disregard accountability. For obvious reasons, as a DG, after having spent public money and after having realized that the country is interested on knowing the processes that were followed, on selecting the participants, the country is interested on understanding what was the role of these people. Why would you want to come before the committee and present such a flimsy? I'm going to maintain my position, and I will explain later why I'm saying such a flimsy report. And I'm asking you, from the base of your understanding of cooperative governance, why would you present a report that does not present the finances?
The reason, honorable members, we said earlier, the finances are not there because they have not been concluded. But
So
I
why
do believe
did
that
you agree to submit why did you agree to malicious compliance, submitting a report which you know does not reflect or comply with the prescripts of a proper report or reporting format, which must, amongst others, reflect the finances?
Chairperson, I agreed because it was my belief that it covered what is requested on the agenda.
Okay.
Why I agreed.
Honorable Khabo, I want to come in there because this is now a direct or indirect onslaught on my office. The word subsequently cannot be used in this meeting because that means it was later requested, which is not the case. Which is not the case. And I'm going to, for your purpose, because I know you're just not going to take my office. The letter sent to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture on the 1st July was a marathon of presentations that we need. It was the expenditure. The first point was the detailed breakdown of this expenditure for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, including details of delegation, designations, and. We asked the Cricket South Africa quarterly progress report, we received that. PACOFs, we received that. Karate South Africa, we received that. Report of the National Arts Council staff, the strike and resolution, I'm not sure, but I think we received that. Except the presentation, detailed breakdown of expenditure. So the message was loud and clear from my office on behalf of the committee what we need. I just want to put the record straight on that one. Proceed, Honorable Khabo.
No, Chairperson, obviously I'm raising this because I've been making a comparison between the briefing that has been presented by the department led by the DG, and that's why I wanted to ask the minister. And it's quite a coincidence that at such a critical moment, the minister will not be part of this meeting, because it cannot be correct. As much as I agree and appreciate that the minister has made a commitment of responding or accounting for every little cent, what is presented before contradicts what the minister has been saying. Because here you are presented with a briefing that even is not aligned to the National Treasury framework, like I've indicated. And I'm going to ask the DG to explain to us
amongst other things, in the briefing that has been presented, Chairperson, the performance against approved budget, were they demonstrated in this report, DG?
No, it wasn't, honorable member, because the
Or no,
costing
it's
was not
fine. It's fine. No,
finalized.
it's fine. I will not want you to expand. I just need yes or no on a few of the questions that I'm going to ask. Have you presented the actual expenditure?
Have we presented it, honorable member?
Yes. On this
The answer
report,
is no.
Is it part of the report?
No, we haven't.
Part of the report, does it include the budget and the actual spending?
No, honorable member, it doesn't.
Does the report include procurement or the supply chain management processes that were followed?
No, it doesn't.
Does the report indicate the sponsorship value from different sponsors?
Not the value, it just shows the model, the sponsorship model.
Does it indicate the value?
No, it doesn't.
For interest sake, DG, would the sponsors provide sponsorship without any return of investment?
It depends, honorable member. We have had, because of the exposure that they could be getting from sponsoring that particular project, there would be other instances where there would not be a specified return that is being expected by the sponsor.
It's fine. But DDG, having in this report, have you included the supporting annexures that are needed to confirm your report or verify your claims?
No, there were no annexures, honorable member.
So would you agree with me that the PFMA framework specifically places emphasis on reporting financial and performance information, especially for public entities, which require to provide strategic objective, performance management, and actual performance against those objectives to be disclosed in an annual reporting or after the conclusion of a program?
If you put it like that, Chair, honorable member, then I agree.
So would you also agree with me that your report makes conclusion without providing the underlying accountability framework needed to test those conclusions? Let me give you an example. Part of your submission when you are dealing with the 2026 FIFA World Cup report on lucky fans, you are saying your report concludes that the initiatives were independently adjudicated and transparently administered, and that private sponsorship minimized costs to the state. But unfortunately, the report does not even reflect how much was the sponsorship, how much has the sponsors provided, and what were the agreement on and around that sponsor. It is for that reason I'm saying that you have brought us a flimsy report. Would you agree with me that this report lacks critical issues that will be able or that will allow a committee of this nature to play oversight? I mean, members have raised issues on a number of issues that they've raised on and around your statements that you have uttered. You can't clearly provide us with clear evidence or an explanation. The list. I want to put it to you, DDG or DG, that your approach towards the World Cup, the idea might have been good, but the administrative systematic flaws has created a problem even for the minister. And I'm going to explain why at a later stage. Secondly, before I get into other issues of a way of I'm trying to demonstrate, Chairperson, that the capacity of our department internally overseeing its own operation is very weak. And I want to also demonstrate that would be unable even to provide the necessary support to federation, including other entities, if ourselves as a department, our house is not in order. I'm raising all of these things because of with the format that has been presented, and with all the critical issues that must form part of such a report of this nature, that must be tabled before a committee of parliament after the World Cup, after the funds of the public has been spent. We were supposed to be clear in terms of the funds, especially when it involves the money, Chairperson. Let me go to the next issue. I want to put it to you and make it clear, according to me, Chairperson, and the general view that I've observed. The report is not sufficiently aligned with the principles of accountability, Chairperson. The report is not clear, it does not contain adequate performance, financial governance, risk procurement, contractual and assurance information to enable this committee to exercise effective parliamentary oversight. And it is for that reason, Chairperson, I've managed to demonstrate to the DG that she has brought us a flimsy report, and I've learned something today, DG. Thank you very much. I was not aware of the word flimsy, so I've learned it from you, so I'm using it against you now on a lighter note. I'm going to explain the other part, Chairperson. I'm going to join other members who have requested that we should not accept the report. But I would not mince my words. We must reject this report. We must reject it. This report does not make sense. This report is very flimsy. This report, even the person who has prepared this report, including the DG of the department herself, she has confirmed in this meeting that this report was not done in line with the framework of accountability, especially of a public entity. And it is for that reason that, Chairperson, I will agree that we are going to reject this report and at the same time request that we be provided with more information, Chairperson. Like I said, we're rejecting this report, and the committee should just agree at the same time, echoing the statements that were echoed by other members, that the department must give us a report of all the things that we have requested in 7 days, Chairperson. And secondly, the department in particular must give us an explanation why they have brought us a report of this nature, which is not aligned to the accountability framework, Chairperson. And we have previously demonstrated why we have rejected this report because of the number of issues that we have raised, but we would equally submit even some of the issues that we had identified. It's unfortunate that the minister is not part of this meeting, because I would wanted to get clarity on some of the utterances that he has made during the World Cup. And I would wanted to get clarity on some of the commitments that he has made during the World Cup, especially when the World Cup was taking place at the time when federations did not receive their allocations as they were promised, especially at the time when the DG and the minister had appeared before this committee and committed to this committee that, in fact, affirmed to this committee that federations have received their allocation. And it is for that reason, Chairperson, I wanted the minister in this meeting to confirm or deny that he has misled once more again. He has misled this committee when he said that the federations had received their funds. I'm raising all of these things because of, Chairperson, I'm suspecting here. I'm suspecting, number one, that since where the department cannot give us the finances, there is a budget vote that has been compromised to fund the World Cup. And I would want the report also to indicate as to the funding of the World Cup, which budget vote was compromised. That is the first thing. And the second thing, I would want to get clarity as to, particularly on and around the sponsorship, Chairperson. To which extent have they participated financially? Who are these sponsors? And what was the commitment of government? I mean, we are standing opposed. I mean, we are opposing openly. We are opposing the inclusion of gambling in our sporting activities. We are not part of that shenanigans, and we cannot allow these people to disrupt the day-to-day livelihoods of our people in the name of sponsorship. It is for that reason, Chairperson, I'm much more interested on what were the contents of these sponsors. And because I know very well, Chairperson, in most of these commitments, Betway would always demand that they should be at the center stage. I'm assuming, I stand to be corrected. I'm assuming even in this case, there were certain rights that the department has agreed to. And what if the minister has committed this department on certain things that we cannot even agree with. The minister is not going to be the minister forever. The minister is not going to be the minister after the next 5 years. Hopefully, he will remain a minister unless the president responds to our plea as South Africans that the energy of the minister is mismatched. He's quite energetic, but unfortunately does not respect the processes and procedures of the state, including public entities. With that being said, Chairperson, I'll submit my other things in writing to avoid dragging this meeting for too long, because it is very clear. South Africans must know, as a committee, we are rejecting this report. It does not make sense. The minister was not even here to try and attempt to defend to this clumsy and flimsy report that is presented before us. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Khabu. The Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just see if I can. Are you okay, Chairperson?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Chairperson, yeah, it is unfortunate that the financials are not before us today, but listening to my colleagues and with a lot of things that they feel needs to be included in the financials, which is they expect or suspect is not there, it's probably a good thing that we didn't receive the financials, which is half-baked. So I welcome the DSAC's commitment to attend to the financials and then consider all the inputs by the submissions made by our colleagues. And then, Chair, there's over 20 billion video views of the World Cup globally throughout the duration of the tournament. And if I can just reflect, we're talking about 31 million spent. But I want to take a different angle, Chairperson. If we reflect on the solemn moment of silence that was held in a quarterfinal game between who played there, England and Norway, they had a solemn moment of silence for Jaden Adams. And the world was watching. And there is no ways that we can attach a price tag just by the humble recognition given to such a humble athlete that we had in the form of Jaden Adams, who sadly lost his life at the age of 25 when we buried him 2 weeks ago. The world was watching, and South Africa, in the midst of that, featured globally through the icon, Jaden Adams. And may his soul rest in peace. And we also extend our condolences to his family and his loved ones. Now, we know, Chairperson, that companies generally pay a lot of money to have their companies showcased on the playing shirts of any sport, for that matter. And it doesn't come cheap because it's got to do with brand awareness and exposure. Our country received maximum branding and great exposure. When I looked at those clips, Chairperson, of Simpiwe Tshabalala, who scored the first goal against Mexico in 2010 when we hosted the World Cup, I saw some clips there when he was walking on the field at the stadium, and how the crowd went crazy to see him there. And I felt so good. I mean, most of us played the beautiful game football, Chairperson. And I felt so good and a little bit envious when I saw how the crowd goes on, and I thought, this must be huge. This is amazing. And it's a good reflection and ambassadorship by our people who's gone there to represent the South African flag. Now, I believe that we've really been put on the map for some somber moments and for some better moments. Chair, one thing I'm grateful for, considering that England also contested to host the World Cup. Chair, I'm glad they didn't get this World Cup, because can you imagine if can you imagine, Chair, if this World Cup was in England? Then this 31 million would have been around just over 40 million rand spent. You know, if we consider the exchange rate of the British pound and the rand, Chairperson. Now, I'm really happy it wasn't there. It would have been worse. The media would have gone more crazier, of excess of 40 million spent. But if this was 2010, Chairperson, and the World Cup was here by us, then I think factoring in the exchange rate, we would have spent somewhere close to 2 million rand only for this World Cup. So it's a bit of different angles and different strokes for different folks, depending on personal viewpoints. It's like beauty, Chairperson. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And one can look at it as an independent beholder of how we see it. And I think, in conclusion, Chairperson, I really think that the American dollar versus the rand is 16 point something to the rand, 31 million. That's how I look at it. It's about 2 million rand that we've spent, and we cannot help for the FIFA World Cup be hosted in a place where the currency is the American dollar, and we cannot be held responsible for the reason that our rand is not competitive on a global scale. But dankie Here, Chairperson. Die World Cup was nie in die UK nie, want hy het ons so onseerder gemaak het. I thank you, Chair.
I think it was Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, I think Honorable Khabo has sufficiently covered me, because I was going to raise the issue of federations which did not receive their allocations. Whereas in the past, we were told that federations have received their allocation. And the other thing, Chair, is that I'm surprised when Office of the DM did not get the report. Out of so many people who've attended the World Cup, even one person failed to go and give the Office of the DM report. If Mr. Campbell he's held up somewhere, out of so many officials. If you still remember, Chairperson, the last portfolio meeting, I've raised this to say that people who are supposed to be part of the trip are now left at home. People who were not supposed to be part of the trip, they've went to World Cup, and they are going to fail to give us the report. And it happened exactly the same way I've predicted. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. I've been informed that the minister is back. If that is the case, I will give him a small summary, and also would like to have a response from the minister. But the department is welcome to keep the phone wires hot between themselves and the minister, to just keep him informed of what is transpired during his absence. I have, Minister, indicated that you are between the hotel and a car. But I'm happy that the minister is back. Thank you, Honorable Molatsani. The Honorable Potgieter.
Chairperson, yeah, look, I did mention it in the beginning, and we had this issue last year. And again, I'm going to say I'm an avid football supporter. Anything that promotes sport in this country is welcome. But we had this issue with the federations last year. They were defunded to sponsor VAR. 62 million rand was taken away. Then it was a compliance issue. Later it was determined that it wasn't. They were actually all compliant. There was no issue. They were paid their funds late. In a question to the minister, he replied back that they would not be paid their funds late this year. Again, it has happened. I indicated in the beginning, and in a shortened version, but I do think it's a very valid concern that needs to be addressed. Again, these federations are sitting without money. That doesn't Suffice to say that the federations are perfect, they have their own problems, but I would expect that the department's role is to facilitate and oversee so that they can fix these problems. That's the first issue. But I just want to remind this committee that we find ourselves in the same situation that we did with the Mzansi Golden Economy issue, where the deputy minister was sent to come and account on separate occasions when she was excluded from the process and the minister was not present. Now, again, we find ourselves with the deputy minister not having been briefed because apparently there were launches of combi courts, which I failed to understand lasted an entire day. I live in Johannesburg. I saw those launches, and I can guarantee that there were a lot more hours left in the day in which to at least give the deputy minister a briefing on this particular report. But there is a direct correlation between the MGE issue and this FIFA World Cup issue, where again we are being faced with a complete lack of accountability or presence or whatever you want to call it. And I'm failing to see why we should be accepting that, Chairperson. I mean, it's not fair to us. I don't think it's fair to the citizens of this country. And I would remind you that because of this trip, it's not just the federations we should be worried about or where the money came from in the multiple budgets, programs that it's listed from, but it's also the fact that our particular committee had to suspend proceedings for almost an entire month, including our oral question session in Parliament, because we did not have a senior official or ministerial delegation available to come and account to the committee. So technically, whilst we've been on constituency period for the whole of July, we were also on recess for the entirety of June. So it cannot be that in order to market something that the business of Parliament completely ceases to happen. And I think that's a serious issue. It means we're now delayed by over a month in the reports that we were supposed to consider in that time. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Potgieter, the Honorable Matahung.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Mine, Chair, I think I'll go back a little bit again to say, from what Honorable Khabo said and Honorable Eugene, if the department is failing to compile a full report, how do they expect other entities to be able to compile a report? And this thing, as I think we're finding it from a lot of entities when they come before the portfolio committee, they're having the same problems. I think, Chair, maybe us as a committee, we need to have a standardized template of saying when you bring in or when you are called in the portfolio committee, these are the kinds of reports that we need. And also, we also need to send to these entities or to certain individuals that are called a document that will say, if you lie under oath, these are the repercussions that you will face. It's time, Chairperson, for us as a committee to be firm and to hold each and everyone responsible. And it's so sad for the deputy minister. It's not the first time when she appeared before the committee when she said she was not informed about certain things, and which is I don't understand when Dr. Kumalo will say an office was supposed to do this and that, but they allowed her to be in this platform and attend this kind of a meeting, but yet they know that she was not informed or even briefed before coming to this meeting. So, Chairperson, I think as a portfolio committee, as I said, let's look at the sections in our constitution that will be able to bind ministers, DGs, deputy ministers, and all the entities that will come before us, so that whenever they come here, they need to make sure that whatever we need as a portfolio committee, they will deliver it with honesty, with accountability, because we cannot go back and forth with the department that doesn't want to present itself to the South Africans, not only to the portfolio committee. I submit, Chairperson.
The Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to address the issue of Deputy Minister, Chair. I did address it previously that it seems like this department doesn't take Deputy Minister serious. It undermines, or in fact, they totally ignore her. In the same breath, this department doesn't take the portfolio committee serious. This department undermines the portfolio committee because when you listen to the reasons why the deputy minister was not briefed, and then why we were not provided with financials, that in fact deputy minister was supposed to be briefed by DDG, and then DDG had another responsibility and then gave the responsibility to somebody else, and another somebody else has had also other commitment of launching the courts. So whatever that is required of us, it's secondary to launching the courts. That's what they are actually saying to us. So I want us to note that this is deliberately, but I wanted to also ask the minister the same question that was asked, that if the minister can confirm whether he was briefed this report, well, he was given this report before it was presented to Parliament.
Should I give you an opportunity, Minister, to respond to that question before I'm going to enlighten you on the comments of committee members? Minister? Please unmute.
Chair, I'm not sure if Ms. Pule can indicate whether the minister has left. I don't see him on the platform again, Chair.
Oh,
any clarity?
DG can confirm if the minister was briefed or was presented with the report before it was brought to us, and if he approved it.
Honorable Member, there was no formal briefing for the minister, but the document was forwarded to the office of the minister, but there was no formal briefing.
So that clarifies what I've just said, Chair, that this department undermines us, this department undermines the deputy minister. There's no, maybe we need to remind the department that the people who are accountable to Parliament is the minister and deputy minister. The staff is supporting or technical support for the deputy minister and minister. It's not the department that is, the officials who are accountable to us. So if you bring a report to us that was not even presented to the minister, sending a document to the minister says nothing. Because the report that's supposed to come here, it's supposed to be a report that has been approved by the minister, who knows who can confirm in terms, if we take him to the ethics committee, he should be able to say, yes, I did sign this. Under oath, I confirm that I did sign this. But you are bringing a report that was not even approved by the minister. No deputy minister knows it. So we are undermined, Chairperson. That's what I wanted to display to this committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable members, it's more likely that this meeting is not going to proceed. Thus, we will not allow the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to present their presentation to us, and let the department take note of the comments and suggestions, and also take note of the compliance factors that has been mentioned. There is various proposals, of which one, which I'm worried about, is to give the department 7 days to comply. But if you listen to members, it is quite clear that the 80% completion of the report will now decrease to 60, if not 50%. The issues raised by members is that the report must be aligned to the National Treasury guidelines. We should also take note of training by the Treasury to departments pertaining to formats and reporting. There's also a request that we receive the sponsorship values from various sponsors. Not only the sponsorship value from various sponsors, also that this committee must be provide the sponsors their sponsorship and whether there is a return of investment thereof. The report should also consist of the framework for accountability, and I think Honorable Gabe also mentioned the issue of the performance of the department pertaining to the report. We will have to amend our program, apply to the Chair of Chairs, Mr. Frolic, to see where we can fit the department in. But we would also like to have a commitment, DG, from yourself in terms of the compliance and also indication on the time frame that this report will be concluded. We have no choice but to reschedule this meeting. I have exhausted all avenues, given members opportunities to raise their issues so that we don't come back at the next meeting asking for more or any other information. I think it's good that members have mentioned the issues so that when we have this meeting again, it will be limited time that will affect a further meeting. It is also important from what we observed in terms of the respective communications, because in terms of the law is that the minister and the deputy minister and the DG is sole responsible in terms of accountability. It is therefore important in the absence of the minister that now the deputy minister should be fully informed and in a position to address this committee on the respective issues. I'm not too sure whether there is limited staff within the department. If you listen to the flimsy and clumsy explanations of being involved elsewhere and no one could brief the deputy minister, it is also concerning and it raised alarm that a report has just been sent to the minister, of which the minister has not even give the go ahead. So we need the synergy amongst all of these role players, including us. I also would like to send a very serious quest out there to the department when it comes to invitations and when it comes to schedules. We cannot schedule a meeting a month before time and a day before that. we have been told that there is numerous apologies. We do understand the busy program of both the minister and the deputy minister, including that of the DG. But I think this department should give more preference to issues of accountability. And that's why you will see from now, most, if not all of the time, we will have our meetings on Zoom. And it's actually a disgrace, the situation that we found ourselves this morning, where members would like to, not members of parliament, but members of the board of the various entities actually wanted us to have the meeting later on. It is also unfortunate, and I want to apologize for that we're far beyond our schedule. The meeting was scheduled to start at 9:30 up until 4:30. But be as it may, that we were of the opinion that there is no other meetings, and that's why we have set aside the whole day to deal with these two issues. I feel very happy, Honorable Mtetwa, that this committee has succeeded in having SIFSA in front of us and elaborate almost the whole day on the challenges that we have out there. It is also important, Dr. Kumalo, that we see through it that the forensic report with capital letters must be made known to the public as promised in the meeting earlier. So I want to thank members again for their time spent during this day. I want to thank the department. I want to thank everyone that has attended. I want to thank you for your contributions. And I am going to give an opportunity to Dr. Kumalo and the Deputy Minister to respond on the issues that I've mentioned and to also give us an undertaking as to whether they will comply and as to whether the 7-day deadline as proposed by one of our members will be enough. If that is not enough, please indicate so that we can adjust now. Now let me have the DM last. Dr. Kumalo.
Chairperson, can I just start, Chairperson, by apologizing regarding the information that was, as you correctly said, contained in the cover letter that accompanied the third-term committee program. Indeed, Chairperson, you are correct in terms of that was part of the cover letter. I think my concentration was on the program itself, and I want to apologize about that. The confirmation that I'm getting in terms of the finalization of the report, it will be ready, Chair, by the 14th, by next week, Friday. We therefore request that the portfolio committee allows us to then appear again subsequent to us forwarding the report on the 14th. A date after the 14th, Chairperson.
After the 14th of August.
Of August.
But I think, Dr. Kumalo, between your office and mine, we should keep that communication intact. But the main thing here is for both the minister and the deputy minister to be present. I think that is of utmost importance. I
Thank
see
you.
some more hands. Honorable Kabo.
No, Chairperson, thank you very much. Mine is not in relation to the report. I'll just plead with the chair before closing that I would like to raise something in relation to Friday's meeting. With all due respect, Chairperson, my apology.
Okay, I'll give you an opportunity last, but stay on the line. The Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm happy. I would rather have a full report, but perhaps with a caveat that on the 14th, regardless of where they are, it gets produced as a progress report with details as to how far it's not finished, if that is the case. But I just want to refer back to a response I got from the departments on the 26th of June, because I do think it's important, Chair, where they also stated that they were finalizing a detailed reconciliation per person with regards to the financial aspects of this particular trip. That would include the full name, titles, roles, programs, etc. And that was being finalized at the end of June. It's now more than a month later. So we can accept the 14th of August, but I don't think that we can accept longer than that, Chair. Thank you.
I agree, Honorable Potgieter, but I think it will happen between my office as well as Dr. Kumalo's office. Just for interest's sake, Dr. Kumalo, before I'm going to give to the Deputy Minister, can you perhaps just give us a crisp, I won't say report or information on the synergy between the various respective departments? We know that there were challenges with Bafana pertaining to passports that is related to home affairs. Then there is also the Department of Transport when it comes to transport overseas. The committee on a later stage maybe will also play a role in oversight to see how on best practices, how the Department of Transport they have dealt with issues. And then we have our good old friend, sister departments, Brand South Africa, maybe their role. Were there any kind of cooperation between the two, and also the Department of Tourism? And I will encourage members also who perhaps serve on those portfolios elsewhere to also tap into some of the oversight pertaining to that particular departments. I have seen that members have asked questions to Parliament on those departments that attended the World Cup, and even police. There was a situation where South Africa sent a delegation with the previous World Cup also to go and exchange best practice on how they deal with crowds and so forth. Is there any way that you can take us through to perhaps understand whether there was some synergy between all of these departments?
Thanks, Chair. While I would like to actually be allowed to include this in the report, I would specify the departments where there was a direct synergy in terms of the World Cup, which will be the Department of Tourism through the entity, SA Tourism, and the entity in the presidency, which is Brand SA. So there was also working closely with the Department of International Relations and Cooperation through the embassies. So those are the ones I would specify because of the direct and specific work that we had directly with them. But there would be others, and I would rather perhaps that becomes a section in our report to specify that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Right, accepted. GM.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. And of course, for the Wise Council, robust engagement since this morning, one of the longest portfolio meeting that we've ever had in the history of this 7th administration. And it can only be about South Africans, nothing else, Chairperson. And I would also want to put my commitment and support the commitment that the DG has made in us coming back and being a united front in terms of reporting and accounting to the portfolio committee and to South Africans in general. As you have indicated, that what we do, it has got nothing to do with personalities, but to put the interest of South Africans first. And that when we use the monies, we should also allow to be scrutinized and to be held accountable, which is something that we are aligned to, Chairperson. And we promise that they will go back and get detailed reports on the expenditures, and will definitely report and make every single cent that has been spent to be accounted for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, GM. Is my homie in this meeting, the CFO?
No, Chairperson, he's not.
Oh, I just wanted to say maybe, was he also to the World Cup?
No, Chairperson.
Yeah, I was just about to say it's my hometown boy. Maybe could have gone with and then we would have had a report already on the table. The Honorable Khabo, will you send your proposal?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll definitely submit some of the questions in relation to the information that would request, especially some of the information that I could not raise during my time allocated, Chairperson.
Thank you so much for that.
But the last part that I wanted to raise with you, Chair, you know, Chairperson, Friday we are meeting with 4 provinces to discuss their infrastructural programs. And unfortunately, so far, I'm not sure if you are aware, Chairperson, out of the 4 provinces, it's only Western Cape and Free State that have submitted reports. Both Northwest and Gauteng have not done so, Chairperson. I thought I must raise it as a bit of a problem and request you that to make a follow-up so that we are able to prepare thoroughly for Friday's meeting. It's going to be a quite interesting meeting because it deals with infrastructure and holding provinces accountable for their allocations, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Khabo, but I'm not going to do the department's job. Here again, I think we must have a serious discussion on that working relationship. It is the department. Did we do it through you, Dr. Kumalo, the invitations, or was it direct?
It was direct, Chairperson, to the provinces.
Was it direct? My apologies then. I thought it was through the departments. I take note of what you are saying, Honorable Khabo. We will work on that and maybe we should write, but I think I'm not sure. I had some engagements previously with the Northwest representatives, and they were very excited and they are ready, but we will work on that. Honorable Potgieter?
Thanks, Chairperson. Just on Honourable Kabo's points, I'm sure this is a repeat meeting because we had a meeting where we were supposed to debate the infrastructure reports from these provinces as well. I think Western Cape had sat on the meeting all day and we didn't get to it. So it's not the case of they only knew of the request recently, but I stand to be corrected. I think this has been several months in the making. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Noted. And I get it that they will be ready, but the only thing that Honorable Khabo has raised is the issue pertaining to their presentations. Honorable members, it was us. Thank you for attending this meeting, and I now declare this meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Baie dankie voorsitter. Ons
Danko.
dank maar.